For the next 1,000 days, I'll be transforming into a bunch of different snakes. I'll be gaining new abilities and going up against many different foes. Will I be able to slither my way to the top? Watch until the end to find out. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby lava snake, and my volcano home was under attack. Mom? Dad? Lava snakes were fleeing as fast as they could as a massive water phoenix shot powerful attacks from the sky above. Anyone who got hit was done for.
Run, pathetic lava animals! I will eliminate you all!
What's going on?
Over here, Max!
I spotted my parents and rushed to their side.
The water phoenix will stop at nothing to kill us all. Run away while you can!
We love you, son.
Suddenly, the water phoenix sent a powerful attack down on my parents, killing them instantly. Mom! Dad! No! The phoenix continued his onslaught and I slithered away as fast as I could.
Come back here, lava snake!
On day 2, I was being chased by the water phoenix. I only had 5 hearts, so I had to be careful. Projectiles rained from the sky above, and I used my small size to dodge them the best I could. I was beginning to get ahead when suddenly I was stopped by a giant lake. I gotta swim! I plunged into the water, but I took damage. Ow! Water poisons me? There was nowhere to run, and I could hear the water phoenix getting closer. I slithered up a tree to hide instead. Please don't see me! Just as I thought I was safe, my lava skin set the leaves of the tree on fire, giving away my hiding spot. Ah! I have to think fast! I remembered as a lava snake, I had a fireball attack. I used my powers to set the other trees around me ablaze and camouflage my surroundings. Just as I finished, the water phoenix flew over. He looked and looked, but he couldn't figure out which flaming tree I was hiding in.
Mark my words, lava snake. I will find and kill you.
On day 3, the water phoenix finally left, so I slithered out of my tree hiding spot. I was scared and alone. At least things can't get worse? Just then, clouds gathered in the sky and rain fell onto me, causing me to take damage. Ow, ow, ow! I gotta get out of here! I slithered as fast as I could and spotted a nearby cave to take cover in. That was close. I kept moving until I found an interesting looking area inside the cave. Whoa, this is weird. Huh? I turned around and realized that I was taking cover inside of a water wolf den. Ah! The pack of wolves all jumped onto me. They immediately started rushing towards me. The leading wolf quickly bit me, and it really hurt. Using my lava powers, I set a couple on fire, but it just wasn't dealing enough damage. I tried my best to avoid their attacks, but there were too many of them. I was really in a pickle this time. Despite using my fire abilities, the pack of wolves were too powerful. Is this the end?
Leave him alone!
Out of nowhere, a lava wolf jumped into the fray. He was insanely powerful and used his strength to start taking out the water wolves. After some fighting, he managed to defeat the entire pack. I tried to hang on, but I couldn't. Everything went black. On days 4 through 7, I woke up on the edge of a volcano with the lava wolf. Thank you for saving me. Suddenly, the wolf pushed me over the edge of the volcano. Ah! I plummeted down towards the lava below, knowing that I would surely burn alive. However, once I hit the magma, my health began to regenerate instead. What's happening to me? A strange sensation grew inside of me. I could feel my body beginning to transform. I grew bigger in size and my tail extended outwards. My fiery fangs came out and I even gained 5 additional hearts. I was an adult lava snake. The lava made me stronger?
That's right. This is one of the 6 great volcanoes. There are 5 more scattered around the world, and they'll all grant you great power.
If that's the case, then I'll seek out the 5 remaining volcanoes and gain enough power to defeat the water phoenix once and for all.
I'll be there to help. My name's Luke.
Mine is Max. Welcome to the team. Suddenly, Luke lifted his nose into the air and sniffed around.
Seems like another storm is coming. We need to seek shelter, fast.
On days 8 through 10, Luke and I got to work on our shelter. We didn't have time to move, so we decided to repurpose the volcano we were at as our base. Using the black stone from the volcano, I began building a platform off to the highest point to operate as a foundation of my build. It was coming out really nicely, but the rain was just over the horizon. We can't finish this in time.
I have an idea.
Luke quickly built a small structure around us just as the rain began to pour overhead. Whew, looks like we have to wait it out. Suddenly, a blue creeper crawled out of nowhere and began to approach our hut.
Oh no, that water creeper is going to destroy our only cover.
Not on my watch. Thanks to my new adult form, I was now able to use a molten scythe. The water creeper fell after a single blow. Whoa! I wonder what other powers the great volcanoes will give me. Upon its death, it dropped a bucket of water, which I took for later. The sky cleared once again, and Luke and I were able to continue working on the base. We finished the snakehead and even added a few segments for rooms. Afterwards, we began working on the interior. I was able to build a room for Luke and me, both with all of the essentials we needed for survival. With that, we admired all of the hard work we had accomplished.
This will definitely protect us from future storms. Take this.
Luke tossed over some food. Thanks. Just then, I spotted a plume of smoke in the distance. Is that where the next volcano is? I gotta go there next. On days 11 through 15, I followed the smoke into a forest biome and realized that it was coming from a forest fire. The fox colony were running in a frenzy as their home burnt down around them. Run away! Ah! Oh no! I have to help them! I took out my bucket of water and tried to extinguish the flames around them. To my surprise, they stopped and shouted at me.
Hey, that's the guy who started the fire! Get out of here, you've caused enough damage!
What? That wasn't me!
Liar! Let's go, Ninja Squad!
Suddenly, the fox transformed into a ninja and ambushed me. I didn't want to hurt them, so I made a run for it. On days 16 through 17, I was being chased by the Ninja Fox squad. They were crazy fast and even had the ability to teleport. Ah! They're gonna catch me at this rate! I had to slow them down, so I spat out some flames and set the grass ablaze.
Ah! Hot!
Sorry! I slithered ahead and managed to lose them for now. That was a close one. Where am I? I looked around and suddenly spotted a massive volcano in the distance. That must be the first great volcano. Looks like I'm closer than I thought. I immediately headed in the direction of the volcano, but when I arrived, the place was surrounded by the Ninja Fox squad.
That lava snake will definitely come here. Keep your eyes peeled, men.
They're not gonna let me in easily. Time for a stealth mission. I kept myself low and slithered past the foxes on guard quietly. They were ninjas, so they had keen eyes and ears. I had to be careful not to alert anyone I passed. I was getting closer to the edge of the volcano. I was about to make it. Almost there? Suddenly, I accidentally slithered over a puddle of water. Ow!
There's the lava snake. I'll take care of him.
Just then, the Ninja Fox leader teleported behind me.
Begone, snake.
No! Wait! On days 18 through 19, I was in combat with the leader of the Ninja Foxes. We both charged at each other with our weapons ready. He began teleporting behind me and attacking my blind spots. Luckily, I was able to light him on fire with my molten scythe, causing him to take damage over time. Teleporting beside me, he began tossing snowballs. It wasn't painful or anything, just annoying. Suddenly, he threw some sort of grenade that created a huge explosion, knocking me back. After an intense battle, I managed to best the leader. Please, there's been a misunderstanding.
What do you mean? Wasn't it you who set the fires?
Just then, something bit the Ninja Fox leader. Ah! What the? I looked down and discovered the culprit to everything, a venomous water snake.
The water phoenix will be pleased.
It was you! You framed me! Give me the antidote!
Make me.
The puny reptile grew giant and lunged at me with immense power. I was in deep combat with the water snake, and it was anyone's game. He had a nasty, poisonous bite, causing me to take damage by the second. Two could play at that game, so I maneuvered around him and lit him ablaze. Annoyed by my attacks, he began summoning puddles of water around the battlefield, making it even harder to get close to him. Thanks to his poisonous fangs, I was put on a losing timer. The longer the battle went on, the more my health dwindled. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it. I can't die, not yet! My only hope was making it into the volcano. I slithered towards the edge as fast as I could.
Get back here.
The water snake tailed behind me, but it was too late. I managed to jump inside and plunge into the lava below. Once again, I felt power surge through my body. I grew longer and then larger. I even gained 5 additional hearts. Time to end this! The water snake and I continued our duel, but in my new form, I was much stronger. With a fully rejuvenated body, I was able to keep up with his attacks. The ridge of the volcano was narrow and he had nowhere to run. We were both attacking with everything we had. Fortunately, I was stronger and began to overwhelm him. Finally, I was able to take out the water snake for good. Take that! Upon their death, they dropped the antidote. I quickly snatched it up and rushed to the Ninja Fox leader before it was too late. Luckily, it did just the trick. He was cured.
I see now that we were fooled by that water snake. We're sorry for the trouble. Take some of my men with you to assist on your journey.
Thank you! I'm one step closer to defeating the Water Phoenix. On days 22 through 24, I returned to my volcano home with my new army of ninja foxes. Time to get you guys settled in. I started working on a barracks for all the foxes to stay in. I made sure it had elements that reminded them of their home so they'd be comfortable.
Our room looks great, Max.
Snowball fight!
One of the foxes pushed their friend too hard, causing them to fall over the edge of the volcano. Luckily, they managed to catch themselves on a ledge, narrowly avoiding the lava pit below. Maybe I should put up some fire hazards for you guys. I built a glass platform over the volcano itself to prevent any future accidents. Now this place is suitable for all kinds of creatures. Suddenly, Luke ran up to me.
The water phoenix is flying by! Take cover!
Everyone quickly hid inside of the base as the foe flew overhead. I wonder where he's going. I decided to trail behind him in hopes of finding some new clues. On days 25 through 27, I followed the water phoenix into a snowy biome. There, I could see the next volcano looming in the distance. Looks like that feather brain led me right where I wanted. I slithered further into the biome until I encountered a massive frozen lake. There was no way around it, so I hesitantly stepped onto the ice. Thankfully, I didn't take any damage. Looks like only water hurts. Time to move. I slithered across the lake, but suddenly the ice around me began to melt. The heat from my body was too much. Oh no! If I fall into the water, it's over! I frantically moved as fast as I could as more and more ice melted around me. I was nearly on the other side when suddenly a large gap melted between me and the surface. I have to risk it all! I took a leap of faith and luckily managed to land on the other side right as the ice below me melted away. This isn't gonna be easy. On days 28 through 31, I began to scale the Great Volcano, but suddenly the blizzard began to whip up. A little cold can't stop me. I continued climbing, but the wind grew more aggressive, causing a tornado to lift me from the ground and send me flying the other way. No! When I landed, I was once again far away from the volcano. I better keep moving. I used my lava powers to keep myself warm in the storm. Unfortunately, the longer I went, the harder it was to do so. It's freezing out here! Gradually, I began to lose hearts. The blizzard was weakening my powers. This is bad. I need to get out of this storm. I took cover in a nearby cave, feeling weak from my travels. There, I spotted a family of bunnies freezing as well. Are you guys okay?
No, I'm not sure my wife can make it.
Let me help. Even though I was weak, I used a bit of my power to make them a fire.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Just then, the entrance to the cave became snowed over. I was trapped inside. I'll break it out with raw force. Take this! I used my fire attacks, but it was no use. I was too weak from the blizzard to break through. With no other options, I traveled deeper into the caves to look for another way out. During my travels, I was suddenly ambushed by a drop bear. The drop bear rushed in fast and didn't give me any time to react. I immediately slithered away and regained my footing. As I turned, it had disappeared from my sight. Looking up, he was crawling on the ceiling and its yellow eyes were focused on me with the intent to kill. I began launching fireballs and slashed it with my molten scythe. Luckily, its punches couldn't penetrate my hard scales and kept the damage to a minimum. Even in my weakened state, it didn't stand a chance. I had managed to take out the beast. Upon their death, they dropped a map of the cave system. This leads to the volcano! Time to get out of here! On days 32 through 33, I escaped the caves and arrived at the foot of the volcano. I'm so close! I need to warm up in that lava quickly and regain my strength and hearts. Suddenly, the water phoenix swooped in front of me.
You've grown, Lava Snake, but your journey ends here.
The water phoenix used its incredible powers to conjure a massive wall of snow around the volcano.
Move quickly or freeze trying.
The water phoenix then took to the skies. I'll blast my way through this. I used my lava powers to try and break through the wall, but I was still too weak and getting colder. I then tried to break it with my pickaxe and even tried to climb it, but both wouldn't work. This snow must be fully resistant to lava mobs. Just as I was losing hope, one of the rabbits from earlier came to help.
Don't worry, I'll help.
The rabbit burrowed their way through the snow, making a passage for me to break through. Thank you so much! I quickly quickly began to scale up the volcano with the last of my strength. Thankfully, I was able to make it to the top and jumped into the lava below. The lava restored my health and strength, and I began to feel the sensation of power growing in me again. What's happening? Climbing out of the lava and back to the ridge, I grew even larger. New limbs started sprouting from my body. I now had 3 heads and even gained 5 more hearts. Now I'm even stronger than before. I ventured down from the mountain above and spotted a massive monster attacking the rabbits. Leave them alone! With no other options, I began to fight it out with the beast. I immediately lit the monster on fire. I had to pull him away from the rabbits, so I drew him back towards the wall. Keeping his focus on me, I continued slashing him with my molten scythe and began shooting him with my fireballs anytime he would try to gain distance. My strength had increased with his new form, and I felt unstoppable. After a fierce fight, I defeated the monster and saved the rabbits. Upon its death, they dropped a lava staff.
Thank you, but I'm not sure how safe it is out here anymore.
Come with me. I know a place where you can all stay. On days 34 through 36, I traveled back to my base with my new rabbit friends.
We're so grateful for your help. Please, let us repay you by making a farm.
A farm would be nice to have. Don't worry, you guys just settle in. I'll get started on the farm myself. First, I began building the foundation. It would be unfortunate if the crops caught on fire, so I built it on the side of the volcano. After planting all the seeds, I had finished the farm. They were gonna need a place to stay, so I started building a room for all of them to live in. A couple of the rabbits even decided to hop in and help with the decorating. Looks great, guys!
We can't be one up by those pipsqueaks. Come on, everyone, let's get to work.
The ninja foxes saw how helpful the rabbits were and began building a watchtower to survey the lands below. Looks like everything is coming together nicely. Thank you, everybody! It's certainly a lot easier with more hands. With all jokes aside, something felt off. I stepped out of the base to observe the surrounding area and noticed an incoming wave of water consuming the land below. What's happening?
The dam's been broken. We need to patch it up ASAP, or else this entire area will be flooded.
I can't let that happen. Time to stop it from the source. On days 37 through 40, I followed the lava cat to the dam to find loads of water pouring everywhere. I can't get close enough without getting hurt. I have an idea! I began using my lava powers to seal the holes from a distance. The lava I placed started turning the water into stone. After patching up all of the holes, the dam was fully repaired. Good as new! While admiring the new and improved dam, suddenly a giant axolotl hopped over in a bucket.
No, my home!
Can I help you?
I've lived my whole life in this dreaded bucket. I was gonna turn this whole world into my fish tank.
Dude, that's not fair! You're flooding the area and pushing out the lava cats.
Then where will I live?
How about I just build you a bigger house?
Oh, that's a good idea.
With that, I began building a home suitable for the axolotl. After some fine-tuning, his home was finally complete.
I love it! I love it! Here you go, Mr. Snake. Take this as my thanks.
He then dropped me a shiny new diamond pickaxe. Cool, thanks! Aren't you getting out of the bucket though?
Nah, this place is cozy.
After my chat with the axolotl, the lava cat approached me to thank me as well.
You're the best, Max. By the way, the lava animals are gathering in the nether to see the great volcano.
Did you say great volcano? I know where to go next! On days 41 through 43, I mined some obsidian and then built a nether portal at the base. Beautiful. I hopped inside the portal and arrived in the nether. Once I got there, I gained 3 additional hearts. Whoa! This place rules! I guess lava animals really do thrive here. Just then, I spotted a lava mob. I had a feeling they would lead me somewhere important, so I decided to follow them. After some traveling, we arrived at a meeting near the Great Volcano. Bingo! I walked towards the meeting, but was stopped in my tracks by a guard. Hey, let me through!
You're walking on sacred grounds. If you want to get closer, you must assemble the 3 pieces of the lava totem. Then you'll be allowed to pass.
You're on! On days 44 through 47, I was looking for the totem when my hearts began to regenerate. Am I getting close? I continued on my path when I found the first piece. Unfortunately, it was being guarded by a ghast. Looks like I'll have to give it a taste of my power. We were immediately interlocked in a battle of fire charges. With the ghast's ability to fly, he had the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't gonna back down until the very end. We were equally matched in firepower. He tried his best to get closer, but in doing so, he gave me the opportunity to attack him with my molten scythe. After a few swipes, I could tell he was getting weaker. Although it was a difficult battle, I was able to take down the ghast. Once they were eliminated, I claimed the first totem as my own. 2 more to go! I kept traveling through the horrifying expanse of the nether, eventually finding a bastion remnant. My hearts began to regenerate again, but a massive wall blocked all 4 sides of the structure. It's just up ahead. Time to do some digging. I quickly began to mine down the wall. After making a clearing for myself, I snagged the second piece of the totem. Before I could celebrate though, I spotted a silver piranha run by. That looks like trouble. I began to tail them, curious of where they were headed. I followed behind for what felt like hours, before they finally showed up at the final totem piece. Hey, that's not yours! They began to run away, so I had no choice but to follow them. I chased the silver piranha through the nether until we arrived at the base of the great volcano. The guard stepped in, but the silver piranha was so powerful they blasted their way through the guard in a single blow. This caused them to grow in size. Man, they're stronger than they look. I scaled the volcano after them until we reached the top.
Hello, lava snake. Say goodbye to your precious totem.
No way! I'm getting that back no matter what! The silver piranha charged me with his spear and I retaliated with my lava scythe. The 2 of us went back and forth at close range, and despite his size, he was incredibly durable. I slashed and slashed, but I couldn't seem to break through his tough scales. After a while, I switched to my lava power to try and scorch through his armor myself. I seemed to do the trick, and the silver piranha began to grow weaker and weaker. I managed to overpower the water goon, but before he died, he managed to toss the totem into the volcano. No! I quickly jumped in after it and plunged into the lava below. Luckily, I was able to grab it before it was burnt up. I jumped back to the surface. Suddenly, I had the same sensation as before. I felt myself transforming into an even more powerful form. I grew another head and gained 5 hearts. The water phoenix doesn't stand a chance. I scaled down the volcano and was met by another lava snake below.
You are truly the most worthy lava animal. Let me join you in the fight to take down the water phoenix.
Sure, the more the merrier. On days 52 through 54, I returned to my base with my new lava friends. Time to get to work. I built a new room for my lava snake friend. I made sure it was fit with a large enough bed to hold her long body and everything else she could want. Once I was finished, I decided to make a pool below so that the lava animals can swim and enjoy the volcano. With that, my expansion was completed. All of my lava residents enjoyed the new hangout spot. I wish I could play, but I need to find the next volcano. Before I could leave, the lava snake came up to me.
Thank you for everything. My name is Laura, by the way. I feel confident raising my eggs here.
You're a mom?
Yep. Want to meet my kiddos?
Oh, sure. Babies are adorable. Laura led me to her room when suddenly we spotted a water rat stealing one of her eggs.
My baby!
Oh no, you don't! I quickly began to pursue the kidnapper. I chased the rat throughout the world until he ran into a hole in the wall. Get back here! I followed him through and found myself super tiny in a strange maze on the other side. What happened to me? What kind of rat den is this? Suddenly, I spotted the rat scurry by and I continued my chase. We ran through the halls of the maze and he tried to throw me off of his tail. Luckily, I managed to catch up to him and take him down. I got the egg! Now where's the exit again? Suddenly, a giant rat emerged.
Yum! My dinner has arrived!
Ah! I knew I was no match for the king rat. I ran around the maze, trying my best to avoid him at all costs. Just then, I spotted something on the ground in the distance. Is that my ticket out of here? I grabbed the item and realized it was a rat trap. Looks like the tables have turned.
Ah! My only weakness!
I turned around and chased the Rat King back. He ran and ran, but I was gaining on him. I managed to catch up and use the rat trap to take him out in a single blow. Upon his death, he dropped a letter. The lava snake is causing a ruckus. Report to the desert and secure the great volcano. Looks like I'm heading to the desert next. I escaped the rat den and reunited Laura with her egg.
Thank you so much, Max.
Of course! Next stop, the desert volcano. On days 58 through 60, I arrived in a desert biome and spotted a village with strange pillars built around it. What's that all about? I slithered in closer and realized that the water phoenix had taken over the town. They were holding lava animals captive and speaking to their men.
If you spot the lava snake known as Max, kill him on sight. He will not reach this next volcano.
Yikes. I better stay quiet, otherwise I might get caught. Just then, a lava rat tried to escape. Unfortunately, the water phoenix spotted them and killed them in a single hit. You monster! Oh shoot! Since I opened my mouth, the water phoenix spotted me.
Well. Looks like he came right to us. After him.
Bring it on! I took out my lava scythe and ran down the mountain to engage the water phoenix. I slashed down their soldiers with my powerful lava abilities and scorched them with my lava power. Unfortunately, they had me in numbers. The water phoenix's men held me down as a group, while the water phoenix themselves dropped powerful water magic down onto me from the sky above. There were too many for me to take on alone. I was getting overwhelmed. Despite how far I had come, the water phoenix was still too powerful. I was forced to run away.
Stand down, men. This one is mine.
On days 61 through 63, I was being pursued by the water phoenix. As I ran, I managed to spot a desert pyramid and ducked inside to hide. I waited for a bit and eventually I managed to lose the water phoenix. That guy is no joke. I have to find the rest of the volcanoes if I want to stand a chance. I looked around and realized I was in the middle of a treasure room. Don't mind if I do. I opened the chest to find a map that led straight to the desert's great volcano. This is perfect! Suddenly, my body grew heavy. I was much slower than before. Wait, am I cursed? Mummies appeared out of nowhere and began to attack me. I tried to blast my way through the undead army, but there were too many. I had no choice but to flee the pyramid. Despite the slowness, I managed to find another cave to hide in. How do I lift the curse? I looked around the cave and spotted text on the wall. If you wish to lift the curse, find the great volcano. Then there's no time to waste. On days 64 through 66, I followed the map and arrived at the next great volcano. At the base of the volcano, there were tons of lava rats trapped inside cages. Even though I'm cursed, I have to help them. I slithered around the area, doing my best not to be seen by the water guard patrolling. Once he was gone, I talked to one of the captives.
What are you doing? Go to the volcano!
I'm breaking you guys out first. I took out my tools and began to mine down the bars of their cages. I managed to free every last mob until suddenly the water guard spotted me.
Stop there, intruder!
The guard lunged at me and I began to fight back with everything I had. The Guardian was large and wielded a powerful trident. He threw the weapon at me repeatedly, dealing massive damage each hit he made. I fought back with my lava scythe, but it was hard to get close with his incredible range. Because of this, I tried to dodge his attacks and retaliated with my lava power. Despite my efforts, the curse placed on me made the battle too hard. What am I gonna do? Suddenly, the captives I rescued jumped into the fray.
Hurry, get to the lava!
Thanks, guys! While the guard was busy, I scaled up the side of the desert volcano and took the plunge into the lava below. The power of the great volcano filled me and I underwent my next transformation. I felt the power of the lava and grew a 5th head. I gained 5 hearts and the curse was lifted. I feel incredible! Thanks to the power of the volcano, I jumped back down to the base and rejoined the fight. In my new form, I now had the ability to breathe fire. I shot my powerful flames at the guard and melted through his tough scales while the lava rats continued to chew at his feet. My fire breath even empowered my little lava friends, making them deal more damage to the guard. He tried to fight back, but he was no match for us. It wasn't long before the guard went down once and for all.
Thank you for saving us!
Of course! It's not safe here though. Come with me, quick! On days 67 through 70, I returned to the base with the lava rats and got to work on the next expansion. I added a room for the rats to call their own, complete with plenty of cheese and tunnels that they can navigate the base through. What do you think?
It's amazing! Thank you!
I looked around my base and noticed how lively it was with all the different creatures I had met on my journey. I've touched a lot of lives. Suddenly, Laura slithered up to me.
Max, I have something really special to show you.
Ooh, what is it?
It's a surprise. Come with me.
Laura took me to her room where I discovered her eggs had hatched into baby lava snakes.
Mama, we love you!
Oh my gosh, they're so adorable! I watched Laura play with her children, but I suddenly felt really sad. I miss my parents. I decided it was about time I paid my family proper tribute. I built them a memorial so they could watch over the new home I had started. Once I was finished, I reflected by myself at the memorial. I have one more volcano to reach, but I'm so lost. Just then, my parents manifested in front of me. Mom? Dad? Am I dreaming?
It's so good to see you, son. We wanted to see you one more time.
You've grown so much. We're so proud of you.
I've been trying my hardest, but my struggles are far from over. I'm still not strong enough to defeat the water phoenix.
You just need to find the final volcano. Then everything will become clear.
How am I supposed to do that? I don't have any leads.
Your Uncle Snack was a powerful lava snake warrior. Seek him out and he will be able to help you on your quest.
Uncle Snack? Huh? Sounds like a plan. Thank you. I just miss you two so much.
We miss you too, but remember, we're always watching you.
Take care, my boy.
My parents vanished, but thanks to them, I knew what my next mission was. Time to meet my uncle. On days 71 through 74, I began to travel in search of my uncle. As I continued moving, I began to feel like someone was watching me. Hello? There was no response, so I continued walking. Suddenly, a disgruntled old snake popped out of nowhere.
Get out of here, intruder! I'll shoot out your eyes.
Ah! Hold your fire! I'm not a bad guy!
Wait a sec. Max? Why, it's me, your old Uncle Snack.
Really? Why aren't you fiery like other lava mobs?
I'm all burnt out. I'm just coals now.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I followed my uncle back to his home, where I took the opportunity to fill him in on everything and how I needed his help.
The final volcano you seek is in the end past the Ender Dragon. They're a tough foe, but I can train you.
Let's do it! We started our training by having me jump from platform to platform over a body of water. I slipped in a few times, but managed to get past the obstacle course. Ah! The water burns! Next, we did target practice with my lava power. I shot flames at the targets and improved my accuracy. Check this one out, Uncle! I honed in all of my strength and shot out my fire breath. Unfortunately, I accidentally caught a nearby tree on fire. Oops! Finally, Uncle Snack had me eat a variety of spicy food, so I was able to hone in the power of my fiery lava powers. Ah! Hot, hot, hot!
Keep munching, boy. I'm not getting any younger.
Are you sure spicy food will make me stronger?
You calling me a liar?
No, sir! Thank you, sir! As the sun set over my uncle's cabin, our training was nearly complete.
You did well, Max. You have the same tenacity as your mom when she was young.
Thanks, Uncle. Am I ready to face the Ender Dragon?
Almost, but you have one more test. You must defeat me in combat.
On days 75 through 78, Uncle Snack told me my final test. I can't fight you! You're an old man!
Who you calling old?
Suddenly, Uncle Snack's form changed. He grew in size, going from a skinny old snake to a powerful serpent. He used his new power to hit me with a strong blow. Ugh! Okay, Uncle, you're on! Uncle Snack chomped on me with his powerful jaws. He may have been burnt to coal, but he was still just as powerful as I was. I retaliated with my molten scythe, slashing at him whenever he got too close. Despite my efforts, he was still too overwhelming. I switched to my lava power and tried to hit him from afar. Luckily, in his old state, he wasn't as fire resistant as before. He burnt from my attacks and gradually began to drop in health. After a tense duel, I managed to defeat Uncle Snack and pass my training. As a result, I gained 5 hearts.
You did well. Take these Eyes of Ender and use it to find an end portal. Make me and your mom proud.
This is perfect! Thank you for everything, Uncle. With that, I set off towards the final volcano, using my map to seek out a stronghold. After a lot of traveling, I managed to invade a stronghold, but to my surprise, it was already overrun with water wolves. Oh no! The water phoenix is trying to stop me! The passages were too narrow to hide in, so I began to fight my way through. I blasted through water wolf after water wolf, but I had grown a lot since the beginning of my journey. Despite their efforts to slow me down, I managed to take out the pack and make it into the portal room. I braced myself and entered the portal. On days 79 through 81, I arrived at the end where the Ender Dragon was already flying around its pillars.
To think that the lava snake Max would waltz into my realm. I won't let you pass.
Wait, you know me?
Of course I do. You're the #1 enemy of the water phoenix.
Is that the title they gave me? What an honor!
Enjoy it while it lasts, worm. I'll crush you, and when I do, the water phoenix will make me their right-hand man.
Sorry, buddy, you're going down. And when you do, that volcano is as good as mine. The two of us charged, and the battle between Lava Snake and Dragon began. I started by focusing on the pillars the Ender Dragon would fly around. As long as the pillars stayed up, the horrible foe was able to regain their health. I used my climbing powers to take out each pillar one by one. As I did so, the Ender Dragon would swoop down and try to hit me. They were strong, so I had to be sure to evade their powerful attacks.
You can do better than that!
Watch your mouth, dragon! I managed to take down every last pillar and began my onslaught of ranged lava attacks on the Ender Dragon. Each one burned through the dragon's powerful armor and brought me closer to victory. They tried to evade my lava attacks in the sky, but I was too strong. The Ender Dragon finally went down, one step closer to the final volcano. Suddenly, I felt the ground tremble. I turned around and spotted a horde of water goons heading straight towards me. Looks like the dragon had backup. I tried to fight them off, but more and more continued to come. At this rate, I was getting overwhelmed. With my back against the wall, I jumped through the portal. On days 82 through 86, I emerged on the other side of the portal and found a hiding spot. After waiting a while, I managed to lose the water goons. They know I'm here. I have to be quick. I began to traverse the end in search of the volcano. During my travels, I found an end city that had been flooded. All of the Enderman residents were taking damage. This is horrible. I have to help. I ran to a nearby Enderman to get some more information. What happened here?
The Water Phoenix's forces have invaded and begun to flood our home. We can't survive in these conditions.
Team up with me. I'm trying to take out the Water Phoenix.
Really? Consider us an ally.
Just then, the water goons from earlier managed to catch up to me. I had no choice but to fight them off. As they tried to swarm around me, I ran away from the Enderman to keep him from danger. I pulled out my molten scythe and began slashing at the enemies. Setting them ablaze, their numbers began to dwindle one by one. They managed to get a few hits on me, but I was able to avoid taking a lot of damage. After a bit of fighting, I managed to finish off the last of the goons. Upon their death, they dropped a map to the Water Phoenix's lair in the overworld. This'll definitely be useful later. I followed my new Enderman ally and arrived at the end volcano. Just need to reach the top and we can end this.
Not so fast.
Out of nowhere, the Water Phoenix swooped overhead.
You will not reach that volcano, foolish lava snake.
The Water Phoenix swooped down and attacked me. He began firing his bubble-like projectiles, and I did my best to avoid getting hit by them. Due to my large body, I became an easier target for him. He started doing more and more damage to me, and my fiery attacks didn't seem to faze him. Anything I did had absolutely no effect. I did my best, but without the final volcano, I didn't stand a chance. Just then, my Enderman friend teleported in front of me.
Don't worry, we got this. Head to the peak of the volcano.
Be careful! The Enderman began to fight off the Phoenix to buy me enough time to scale up the volcano. Thanks to them, I reached the top and jumped into the lava below. Once I hit the lava, I felt more power than I ever had before. The power of the great volcano surged through me. I jumped back up to the ridge of the volcano and sprouted another head to have a grand total of 6, and even gained 5 more hearts. Now it's time for the Phoenix to pay. The Enderman was tired, so I stepped in and took over the fight against the Water Phoenix. With my new strength, I could tell I was beginning to deal massive amounts of damage to his health. He managed to get in a couple of hits on me, but I felt tankier than before and was able to take more blows than before. I began launching my fiery projectiles at him with a stronger, more intense heat. When I got closer, I used my molten scythe to deal large heaps of damage. I managed to kill the Water Phoenix, but instead of dying, they reincarnated stronger than before. What?
Did you really think you could kill me? I'm a phoenix. We have the power to respawn ourselves after death.
Using their new strength, the Water Phoenix wiped out my Enderman friend in a single blow. No!
Hear me now, Max. I will hunt you down and all of your friends. Enjoy the short time you have left.
The Phoenix vanished, leaving me with a horrible realization. If the Water Phoenix is immortal, how can I defeat him? On days 92 through 95, I returned home feeling defeated when Luke walked up to me.
You got the final volcano. What's wrong?
It doesn't matter what I do. The Water Phoenix is able to reincarnate itself. How am I supposed to win?
There has to be a way. You've met so many people on your journey. Why not ask all your friends?
That's not a bad idea. I ran around the base, asking each of my residents for help.
Take this bamboo from a sacred forest. It possesses magical abilities.
Take our golden carrot. It could help overpower what's evil.
Take this salmon from the lava rivers of the nether to remind you of home.
Take this cacti to take back what was lost.
Once I was done, I returned to Luke and showed him the items I was given.
I have an idea, but I need some time.
You got it. Luke left to work on his idea, so in the meantime, I decided to do the finishing touches on the base. I added new rooms to ensure that there were ample space for the new residents that would arrive in the future. The base was really starting to resemble the way of the lava snakes. Once I was done, Luke ran over to me.
It's done! This splash potion will remove the Water Phoenix's immortality.
Then there's no time to waste. On days 96 through 99, I followed my map to arrive at the Water Phoenix's fortress. Unfortunately, it was completely surrounded by water. I used my materials on hand to build a bridge across. Prepare yourself, Phoenix! I crossed over the bridge, and when I reached the other side, a giant guard came out from behind the entrance.
Who dares disturb the water phoenix?
I do! Let me through!
Why would I listen to a little noodle like you?
Call me Noodle again and find out what happens.
Noodle!
Oh, it's on! He immediately charged into battle, but I dealt the first blow, knocking him back hard. In a fit of rage, he began summoning his underlings that began attacking me while he regained his footing. I cut down his minions one after another and lit the rest on fire, dealing huge amounts of damage at a time. The guard began launching blue fireballs at me, but I managed to avoid getting hit. With my new power, this fight was a breeze. I had to be careful not to get knocked into the water around us, otherwise I was done for. After a long battle, I managed to take down the only thing standing between me and my final foe. Come out and face me, Water Phoenix! On day 100, the Water Phoenix touched down in front of me.
I see you finally arrived at my nest.
Your tyranny over lava animals is over. Leave all of these innocent mobs alone or face my wrath.
How cute. Don't you remember, little one? I'm immortal. How do you expect to defeat me?
With my immortality potion.
No, it can't be. That potion is a myth. You're lying.
Let's find out. I tossed the splash potion at the oversized bird and they began to freak out. They were no longer immortal.
Ah! No! My power! You will pay!
He dove into attack, but I had my scythe at the ready. I immediately started slashing, lighting him on fire. Unfortunately, water was his strong suit, so it hardly had any effect on him. He lifted higher into the sky, making it hard to reach him. Taking advantage of the distance, he began launching his projectiles at me, but I was easily able to maneuver around them. He swooped in for a close-range attack and knocked me back. I mustered up all of my strength and put everything into my last attack. With one final blow, the Water Phoenix was slain once and for all. Now that the oversized bird was defeated, I could feel their power surge through me. My lava was cooling down, and my skin was hardening. On day 1, I spawned as a baby diamond serpent. I was in a diamond cavern with my mom, dad, and sister. I love my family. Suddenly, someone mined into our cave.
Are those diamond serpents? These are perfect for my zoo.
Your zoo? What are you talking about? He didn't respond, instead walking up and grabbing my sister.
Leave my daughter alone!
My mom and dad ran in to attack the strange man, but he dropped my sister and began to multiply himself. He and his clones launched arrows at my parents. No matter how hard they tried, every hit they landed on him would cause more clones to spawn. They flew through the walls, making them unhittable, while continuing to launch their barrage of arrows at my helpless parents. Despite their efforts, they didn't stand a chance against the intruder. He managed to use dark magic to put my family in a cage.
Just one more to go.
Run, Max!
I did what I was told and slithered away.
Get back here!
On day 2, I slithered as fast as I could away from the illusioner. As a baby, I only had 5 hearts. I wouldn't stand a chance. I can't let him catch me! Suddenly, the blocks under me started turning to diamond.
You have powers. My, you're even more valuable than your family.
I again slithered away from the illusioner. Eventually, I dug through a patch of dirt, turning into hard diamonds behind me. That should hold him off.
You may get away now, but I, the illusioner, will capture you.
I slithered through the caverns until I saw light at the end of the tunnel. Am I safe now? I went above ground and looked around for signs of danger, but just then, a gold pig ran up to me. Ah!
Wait, I'm friendly. My name is Goldie. I need help.
Before I knew it, we were surrounded by a pack of wolves.
There's our dinner. Get her.
The wolves ran at me red-eyed and started to bite me and Goldie with their powerful jaws. I may have only been a baby, but my diamond hearts gave me resistance against their attacks. Thanks to my hard skin, the pack of wolves were unable to bite through me. I used this to my advantage and struck back with everything I had. My fangs were small, but they were impactful. Goldie did her best to keep the wolves off my back. She used her hardened golden body to deal some serious damage to our foes. Between Goldie and I, we managed to strike down each wolf one by one. After a rough battle, we fought off the last of the hounds. Let's get out of here before more of them show up. On day 3, I ran with Goldie away from the spot where the wolves attacked us. Are you okay?
Sort of. My family was taken away by the illusioner. I have nowhere to go now.
Mine too. We should form a team. It seems like we make a good duo.
Yeah, us rare moms gotta stick together.
Let's start by building some shelter. This area should provide a good vantage point. We began to work on our base. I wanted it to be a beautiful diamond and gold castle, and thanks to our powers, we had plenty of materials to work with. I built a grand wall with windows and marble, supported by massive shining pillars. I finished by installing some more gold paths along the walls, and the base of the castle was done. Boy, using my powers to build requires a lot of energy. This'll do for now. I went ahead and set down a crafting bench and used my excess of diamonds to make a full set of diamond tools and armor. Day 3 and I already have all of this? Nothing can stop me now. Just then, a player walked up to my base.
Wow, I've never seen so many diamonds in my life.
Right? I'm a diamond serpent, so I
have to have them.
He pulled out his sword and began to attack me. I didn't want to fight him, but he left me with no choice. Steve went at me with his stone sword and began to slash at me wildly. He swung at me like a maniac and didn't pay any mind to my armored body. Unfortunately for him, I was now armed with my very own diamond sword. Since Steve was completely armorless, he quickly realized he was outmatched. My diamond advantage was giving me the edge against the player, making me more confident to bring the fight to him. The two of us clashed sword and sword, but I was quickly beginning to overwhelm him. After a lot of back and forth, I managed to take down the player. Upon his death, he dropped some food, which I picked up and ate to heal myself. Suddenly, my body began to grow bigger and my tail was even longer. I was now an adult diamond serpent and had 10 hearts. Whoa, this is amazing! I better be careful though. My base is definitely going to attract a lot more attention. On days 4 through 7, I wrapped up the finishing touches on my base and took it in. It looks amazing now. I wonder just how much cooler it'll look later. As I admired my work, I noticed that a ship had docked against the shore close to my base. Without warning, a person came up to confront me. Who are you?
We're the looters of the deep, and we've come to take your booty.
Not this again! You want my house?
I surrender.
No way! The pirates began to attack me, but little did they know I had new powers in my adult form. They charged right at me, swords and guns blazing. I fired at them with my diamond laser, blasting their bullets out of the air. Their bullets were strong, but my powers were stronger. I fought off the first wave of cutlass-wielding plunderers, but a second wave of them swam to shore. This time, they packed cannons, and I had to dodge explosive cannonballs. I was greatly outnumbered, but I was gonna stop at nothing to defend our base. We had worked so hard to build it, and we deserved a safe refuge to call our own. I wasn't about to let a group of greedy pirates take it from us so soon. I fought tooth and nail, taking down pirate after pirate with my diamond abilities. After a long fight and many hits, I took down the last pirate. Ugh, I don't feel so good. Even with my diamond armor, I had been injured. Goldie quickly ran to my side.
Oh no. Max, hang in there!
Just then, Goldie shined brightly in the sunlight and my hearts began to regenerate. Whoa, Goldie, I think you healed me.
I didn't know I could do that. I'm just happy you're okay.
Thanks to Goldie's powers, I was feeling a lot better. I noticed that the pirates had left their ship behind. Let's see what kind of treasure they have aboard. On days 8 through 10, I began to snoop around the pirate ship with Goldie to see what sorts of secrets it held inside. As I searched, I found a chest that contained a shield. This'll help keep us safe. Suddenly, I heard a massive splash come from outside of the ship. I slithered out and watched as a giant serpent emerged from the ocean. Who are you?
My name is the World Serpent, and I'm the protector of all rare mobs.
Maybe you can help me then. How do I defeat the Illusioner?
The Illusioner has the charm of invincibility, which makes him immune to all attacks. So that is impossible.
How am I supposed to save my family then? The World Serpent suddenly gave me a vision.
You must gather the power of the 6 rare mobs and seek out the Diamond Trident. With this weapon, you will be able to overcome the charm of invincibility and defeat the Illusioner. But be warned, the Diamond Trident is guarded by a vicious basilisk.
Just then, I snapped back to reality. Wait. Are Goldie and I considered part of the Chosen 6?
That is correct. You must now seek out the Emerald Golem, Redstone Panda, Lapis Dolphin, and Netherite Blaze. Good luck.
With that, the serpent vanished. After they left, Goldie ran up to me.
I overheard we're chosen ones? We should go find that trident now.
But we're too weak to defeat the basilisk.
Says you. I'm gonna go get that trident and save my mom.
Goldie ran off and I slithered after her. On days 11 through 13, I was chasing Goldie to stop her from doing something dangerous. I ran until suddenly I took the wrong turn and lost her trail. I can't keep going like this. I have to regroup. I returned back to my base to gather myself when I was suddenly stopped by a stone gargoyle.
Hey pal, beat it. This here's my territory.
I'm sorry, man, but I've already done a lot of work, and moving it would be very difficult.
I wasn't asking.
The gargoyle attacked me, leaving me no choice but to fight back. The gargoyle charged me, and his speed was shocking. He was faster than he looked, using his agility and strength to smash into me with the force of a boulder. I used my diamond laser against him, but the bright beams of light weren't enough to pierce his rocky body. He waved his stone fist in the air, pounding me into the ground. To make matters worse, he flew up in the air and crashed down on me like a meteor. I batted at him with my diamond sword, but I couldn't make a crack in his solid body. I fought the gargoyle with all of my might, but without Goldie's regenerative abilities, my health was dropping quickly. I can't die here! Not yet! I didn't want to, but I was forced to flee my base.
That's right, you diamond chump. This is my base now.
On days 14 through 18, I was without a base and without my friend. I need to find a way to get the intruder out. As I traveled, I came across an emerald village that appeared to be abandoned. What's going on here? Just then, an emerald villager came out of nowhere.
Capture the diamond serpent!
What? The villager attacked me, but I knew they were definitely acting strange. They mindlessly barreled forward, almost as if they were a zombie. This didn't mean they weren't tough though. The villager used an emerald sword that packed a punch, and even an emerald projectile. I did my best to dodge both, but they were still able to get quite a few hits in. At this rate, I was gonna lose, so I fought them off and fled into a nearby forest. I explored the wilderness and I discovered a beam of light coming from an old well. What's going on here? Just then, a horde of corrupted emerald villagers led by the emerald golem came out of nowhere. Wait, you're the chosen emerald golem I was seeking!
All hail the illusioner.
The emerald golem attacked me and I knew something was wrong. They're under the illusioner spell. I need to break it. The golem charged me. They were extremely strong. I had no choice but to use my shield, which did a great job of blocking the blows, but I could only hold on for so long. I chipped at it with my diamond sword, realizing its weakness was our height difference. As long as I stayed low to the ground, I could dodge its attacks almost effortlessly and slash at its ankles. With one final blow, I managed to knock the emerald golem down. Suddenly, the corruptive energy from the well vanished and everyone returned to normal.
What happened?
The illusioner attacked this place. I need your help to take him down.
Anyone who messes with my village is an enemy of me. You got yourself a deal. Call me Emery.
As a gift of thanks, I was rewarded with a new emerald axe. Thanks, Emery! Let's go back to my base. On days 19 through 21, I returned home to my base with Emery and the emerald axe. I returned to find that the entrances to my base had been gated off. The gargoyle stood atop my diamond walls and taunted me.
Looks like the diamond chump has returned. Don't you remember what I told you?
Oh, I think you're gonna remember who this place really belongs to.
What you gonna do from down there? Hiss at me?
And nobody makes fun of my friend like that.
With amazing strength, Emery busted down their barricade. We stormed the castle to take it back. I used my diamond laser to shoot at the gargoyle while Emery went in close with her fists. Unlike before, the gargoyle was too focused on my ally to attack me. I used this to my advantage and smacked them down with my emerald axe and diamond sword. Emery's golem strength was enough to crack into the gargoyle's rock exterior, leaving him open to more of my attacks. Now was my chance. I fired my diamond laser at the gargoyle's weakened exterior, doing massive damage to him. We had him cowering. He was afraid of Emery's strength and my emerald axe. After finding his weakness, this fight was no sweat. I was guaranteed to win my base back. The gargoyle got in a few good hits with their powerful fists, but I wasn't gonna give up this time. I kept up my attacks and gradually got an edge on the intruder. With the new emerald axe and Emery on my side, I took down the gargoyle easily. Great teamwork, Em! After beating the gargoyle, I gained 5 more hearts. I was getting stronger in no time. After resting a bit, I decided to expand the base. I made Emery her own emerald tower, complete with her own flower garden out front.
Thank you so much. I love Poppy.
I then set up a plot of farmland so we'd have a decent source of food. Plenty of veggies and fruit to go around. Lastly, I made some changes to the pirate ship. It wasn't going anywhere, so I decided to give it my own flair. I outlined it with gold and emerald accents, then filled it in with diamond blocks. After a lot of work, it looked incredible. Now this is a ship fit for a diamond serpent. Though, as I stared longer at the gold blocks around my base, they reminded me of my missing friend. I hope Goldie is okay. Just then, an adorable hamster ran in crying for help. On days 22 through 25, I listened to the hamster's plight.
Please help! A horrible guardian has killed my family!
Oh no, I'm so sorry. What can I do to help?
Well, you could get revenge for me and kill the guardian.
That's a little dark.
If you do it, I'll tell you a super cool secret I know.
Oh, nice! I love secrets! You got yourself a deal. The hamster gave me a map that led right to the Guardian. When I got there, I discovered it was a cave that went super deep. It was super hot down there, with molten lava pools everywhere. If I fall in, I'd be melted down to nothing. I gotta be careful here. Suddenly, a roar echoed throughout the cave and the Guardian appeared.
I am the guardian of these caverns. You will fall before my might.
Or so you think. We fought diamond against diamond. His sword crashed into me, but my teeth cracked into him. His shield was strong and blocked most of my attacks, but my laser pierced through. The Guardian had powerful armor just like me, so the battle seemed to go on for ages. This is getting nowhere! Just then, I had a brilliant idea. I began to pressure the oversized boss closer and closer to the edge of the lava. Finally, I pushed him over the edge into the molten liquid below and won the battle. Time to find out that secret! On days 26 through 28, I made my way back to the hamster to tell them the good news.
Thank you so much, mister. Now I'll spill my secret. I saw a golden pig headed towards the basilisk den a few days ago.
Oh no, that sounds like Goldie. Can you show me where the den is? The hamster handed me a map, but before I could leave, Emery stopped me.
You're going to the basilisk now?
Yeah, but I know better than to fight it right now. I need to find my friend.
Good. Well, just keep in mind, don't look at the basilisk eyes. If you do, you'll be turned to stone.
Noted. Thanks for the warning. With that, I left the base and went in search of my friend. After a lot of traveling, I finally arrived at the basilisk den. The place was dark and creepy and had a massive statue of a snake. This is eerie. I walked through the area, but when I turned the corner, I saw a stone pig. Ah! Goldie! No! The horrible basilisk began to emerge from its cave. I quickly looked away before it could turn me into stone too. If I stay here, I'll end up like Goldie. I have to retreat. I quickly slithered away. I had to think of a new plan if I wanted to save Goldie. On days 29 through 31, I arrived back at the base to find Emery was badly wounded. Who did this to you? Emery suddenly ran away and the hamster waddled around the corner.
Aw, I thought surely the basilisk would have taken care of you.
The small ball of fur suddenly mutated into the illusioner. It was a trap! Get out of my base!
Not without my rare mobs.
The illusioner began to make clones of himself just like he did with my parents. The illusioner took aim with his bow, shooting multiple arrows at once. Somehow, all the arrows were able to hit me. I tried to retaliate with my own diamond attacks, but he was a tricky fighter. His illusions even phased through my walls. Which one is the real one? I knew I couldn't keep this up, so I decided to change my course of action. I used my diamond laser to cut through all of them. This was very effective, hitting all of my targets at once to deduce the real one. But their arrows were still real. There were too many of them. I was fighting a losing battle, and I needed the diamond trident if I wanted to stand a chance. I did everything I could, but as long as he had the charm invincibility, there was no stopping him. I thought I was finished, but suddenly he stopped his attacks.
I sense that my goons are calling me. Very well. I'll be back for you two later.
The illusioner vanished and I rushed to Emery's side. Quick, eat this! I handed her some food and she healed up back to normal. We need to find the last 3 rare mobs and save Goldie before the illusioner finishes us. On days 32 through 35, before heading out on my journey, I knew the base needed to be reinforced heavily. I used my handy diamond pickaxe to gather loads and loads of obsidian. Using my new supply of obsidian, I began to build massive barriers around the base so mobs couldn't just walk right through. Next, I made a massive security tower so that we could monitor the outside of the base. Finally, I added traps around the outside to stop intruders in their tracks. With that, my security upgrades were completed. This should take care of the intruder problems for now. As I watched over my work, Emery climbed up to me.
I'll stay here and guard the base while you look for a cure for Goldie.
Sounds like a plan, but you'll need some gear first. I went out and killed some spiders and chickens for string and feathers. Afterwards, I crafted Emery a bow, some arrows, and a set of diamond armor to keep her protected.
Thanks, Max. Now, go find that cure!
You got it! On days 36 through 38, I traveled across the lands and discovered a mysterious abandoned tower. This looks like it could be useful. I went inside and found a cauldron room with a note sitting on a lectern. I picked up the letter to see what it said. Potion of Whimsy. Cornflowers, gray wool, mimicream. Combine into the cauldron and brew. Could this be the cure I'm looking for? I better find everything on this list. I began searching for the ingredients and found a plains biome full of cornflowers and a herd of sheep. 2 birds with 1 stone. I started gathering as many cornflowers as I could when out of nowhere a swarm of bees started to attack me.
Hands off our flowers, bud.
I don't even have hands! Ah! I ran away and hid inside a cave where they couldn't find me. Just then, I noticed a gray sheep was standing next to me, but he was looking a little down.
I feel like a dark cloud is over my head.
Maybe this could help. I sheared off the sheep's gray fur and he started to dance around.
I feel lighter! I'm liberated!
The sheep pranced off and I now officially had 2 of the 3 ingredients. I just need Mimicream, but how do I get that? Suddenly, a massive Mimicube emerged from the cave behind me.
This is my cave! Intruders will die!
The Mimicube attacked me and I took out my diamond sword to fight back. The Mimicube was fast. He mimicked my diamond coating in all of my weapons. It was like fighting against my clone. I struck him with my emerald axe, but he formed one that was equally powerful. Hey, hands off! I earned this gear for myself. He bounced around so quickly, making it difficult to hit him. I sliced at him with my diamond sword, but he sliced back with a mimicked one. We clashed weapons, but in the end, he was too squishy to hold against me. After a fierce battle, I managed to slay the oversized cube and claimed the last item I needed, Mimicream. Time to make this cure. On days 39 through 41, I returned to the tower and got to work on the brew. Here goes nothing. I tossed all the ingredients I had into the cauldron and suddenly the room began to shake. Ah! I vanished into thin air and reappeared inside of the nether. That brew just made a portal? I guess I have to find a different cure for Goldie. I looked around and discovered that I was in front of another structure. I decided to go inside and take a closer look. There, I spotted a netherite blaze mixing potions in a cauldron. Wait, are you a netherite blaze?
The one and only. Call me Neville.
I've actually been looking for rare mobs like you. I quickly explained my mission to gather 6 rare mobs to stop the illusioner, as well as my quest to find a cure for Goldie.
I don't know about this illusioner guy, but I am a potion maker. I can mix a cure for your golden friend.
Really?
Of course. Just give me a diamond apple, and I'll have that cure ready in no time.
Neville handed me a map, and I set off in search of the diamond apple tree. On days 42 through 45, I followed the map I had gotten and arrived at a diamond area inside of the nether. Waiting at the center was a diamond apple tree. This must be it! I rushed to grab it, but the diamond guardian stepped in front of me.
I am the guardian of the diamond apple tree. You will fall before my might.
You again? I thought I defeated you!
It takes more than that to break a diamond.
Well, I'm literally made of diamonds too, so we're homies, right?
What is this homie you speak of? Prove yourself to me in battle.
Sheesh, whatever you say, dude. The massive warrior attacked and I prepared myself for battle. The golem's sword was stronger and heavier than our last fight. Could he have gotten more powerful? I swung at him with my emerald axe, but he blocked it with his netherite shield. I had to chip away at him, cracking him slightly, but the heat reformed him. I realized if I wanted to win this fight, I'd have to be extra aggressive. Thanks to my diamond serpent powers, I managed to win the duel.
You are strong! You may take an apple from the tree.
I claimed the apple I needed for Neville and took an extra just in case. An apple a day keeps the illusioner away. With that, I returned to Neville's home and to my horror, discovered that he was captured by one of the illusioner's goons.
Finally, I found the netherite blaze. The illusioner will be pleased.
Not if I have anything to say about it. On days 46 through 48, I confronted the goon that had captured my friend. Leave him alone.
The diamond serpent is here too? Oh boy, I'm gonna get a raise for this.
The goon and I charged at each other and clashed. The goon raised up into the air and shot searing embers at me. No one told me that he was a fire mage. I blasted him with my laser, but he dodged and lit me ablaze with his fists. We duked it out and I used all the strength I had available, but his punches were too hot. I ran into the fortress. I had to hide. Despite my efforts, he was unlike anything else I had faced. I was beginning to lose the battle. I can't die here. I have to save my family, Neville, and Goldie. I remembered the extra diamond apple I had gathered and ate it. To my surprise, I began to transform into something even stronger. My body grew longer, my jaw got even bigger, and I gained 10 hearts. Whoa, I wonder what new tricks I have up my sleeve. I jumped back into the fray and began to shoot powerful diamond skulls. I created more distance between me and my enemy, and was able to attack with strong ranged attacks. The goon was no match for my strength. I managed to take him down once and for all. Once the dust settled, I broke Neville out of his prison.
You did it! Thank you so much!
No problem. Oh, and here's the apple you needed. I gave Neville the last diamond apple I had, and he got to work on the cure. After a while, he came back and handed me a potion. Now I can finally save Goldie. Thank you.
Anything for you. After all, you saved my life.
Well, would you consider joining my cause to take down the Illusioner?
Say no more. You got yourself a new teammate.
On days 49 through 52, I returned to the base with Neville.
This place is beautiful. How does it not attract attention?
Believe me, it does. Neville went to look around, so I got to work on his very own room. I made sure it was mainly constructed of nether materials so that he could be reminded of home. I even added a cauldron and books so he could keep making potions.
Whoa! This is even better than my old tower. Take this.
Neville gave me a few netherite ingots for the trouble. With my new materials, I quickly went to my smithing table and upgraded my gear. Now I'm even stronger than Diamond. Afterwards, I added netherite accents around the base to signify the newest member of our team. Finally, I used my excess diamond to start building a diamond serpent statue as a reminder of my family. I'm coming for you guys. With that, my expansion was completed. Time to save Goldie. On days 53 through 55, I headed back to the basilisk den to save Goldie from her stone prison. I carefully navigated the area until I heard snoring coming from the den. The basilisk must be asleep. I just have to stay quiet. Here goes nothing. I threw down the cure onto her and suddenly her stone exterior transformed back into vibrant gold. The cure had worked!
Oh my gosh, I'm gold again! I can feel my toes!
Shh! Goldie had been too loud and woke up the basilisk. Run! Goldie and I ran for our lives from the horrific basilisk. I didn't dare look back, as one wrong look would turn me into stone. The bee shot projectiles at Goldie and me from behind, and we dodged and weaved to the best of our abilities. Suddenly, I spotted a hiding spot. Goldie and I jumped into the hiding spot and narrowly escaped the basilisk's attacks. Ooh, that was close.
I'm sorry for everything. We better start looking for the other rare mobs so we can take down the basilisk.
About that, I took Goldie back to the base where Neville and Emery were waiting. Goldie, this is Neville and Emery.
You already found 2 more? Well, you're not the only one with good news. Check out what I found.
Goldie tossed over a strange letter and I picked it up. The village of Lapis Lazuli is lost to time, hidden deep beneath a sea of brine. This must be related to the Lapis dolphin.
And it looks like we have a ship. Let's go.
On days 60 through 63, Goldie and I boarded our ship and set off in search of the lost Lapis City. The voyage took days, but with my friend Goldie, things were a lot more fun. As we rested for the night, Goldie and I were suddenly awoken by a mysterious sound. What's that? I went to check it out and discovered that a ghost pirate ship was floating right next to us.
Leave these waters at once. They belong to us.
No way! We're just minding our own business.
Then face the wrath of the ghost pirates.
The ghosts flew aboard our ship and began to swarm me. I had to defend the ship. I used my Dreadlich staff to shoot diamond skulls at the ghosts above. Whenever they got in close, I smashed away at them with my emerald axe and netherite sword, dealing loads of damage. I managed to take out one ghost after the other, but more flew in to take their place. I continued my onslaught while they went at me with their own powerful attacks. I would have been a goner, but with Goldie nearby, I kept regenerating my health. Just then, I spotted a glowing fire ghost setting the ship ablaze. They're sinking this place! Abandoned ship! Goldie and I plunged in the water and I swam with ease. Goldie, on the other hand, struggled.
I can't swim! I can't swim!
I rushed to help her, but a ghost hit me with a powerful attack. Everything went black. On days 64 through 66, I woke up inside of the Lapis City. What? How did I get here?
I brought you here.
Just then, the Lapis dolphin swam up to me. Wait a sec, I was looking for you.
Well, it looks like the ghost pirates found you first. Luckily, I'm able to give you water breathing with my powers. My name is Lucas.
I'm Max. What about my friend Goldie?
I'm sure the ghosts have already taken her by now. They've been terrorizing my people.
If I help you take these ghosts down, will you team up with me?
You got yourself a deal.
With our agreement made, I followed Lucas towards the ghost headquarters to save my friend in Lapis City. On days 67 through 70, Lucas and I swam through the ocean looking for the ghost headquarters. In the distance, I spotted a sunken pirate ship with ghosts all around it. That must be the place. We swam up to it, when suddenly the ghosts turned and started attacking us. They had us in numbers and swarmed us like flies. Their attacks dealt lots of damage, so we had to do our best to evade them. I used my Dreadlich staff to shoot diamond skull projectiles at the horde of ghosts while Lucas went in close with his lapis sword. With both of our powers combined, we began to take out ghost after ghost. Even so, more flew in to help. They seemed to be endless. We tried to fight them off, but they just kept coming. How many of you are there?
Quick, get inside!
We hightailed it past the swarm of ghosts and into the sunken ship. Once we were safe, we looked around and saw a massive hoard of treasure. Wow, I've never seen so many valuables. Just then, the ghost pirate captain appeared before us.
What do you think you're doing? You will pay for trespassing onto my ship.
The ghost pirate captain attacked us. He was able to summon fangs from the ground below, forcing Lucas and I to swim high to avoid his attacks. I swung my netherite sword at him, giving it everything I had to take down the oversized bag of bones. But he retaliated with a powerful punching attack. Each hit he managed to land sent me flying in the opposite direction. I had to do my best to evade his attacks, otherwise I'd never be able to close the gap between us. Whenever I was at a distance, I shot at him with my Dreadlich staff and diamond beam. Little by little, I was able to chip away at the captain. We fought and fought, but with Lucas by my side, we began to get the upper hand. After a tough fight, the ghost pirate captain was finally defeated. Whew, that was a close one. Now let's keep looking for, in an instant, the ghost pirate captain reappeared.
Ghosts are already dead, dummy. You'll never get my treasure.
We don't want your treasure. We just want my friend back, and for you to leave the Lapis village alone.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so?
The captain stopped his attack and returned Goldie. Goldie, I'm so glad you're safe.
Me too. Luckily, I have these potions of water breathing.
Thank you, Max. The Lapis dolphins are forever in your debt.
With Goldie back by my side, we swam back to the base with the Lapis dolphins' grace. On days 71 through 73, I returned to my base with Goldie and my new dolphin ally. Goldie went to rest while I got started on making Lucas an area for him to live in. I mined tons of Lapis to turn his new home into a water wonderland.
Wow, Max! This is better than I'd imagined. Thank you.
No worries. With loads more Lapis blocks to utilize, I decided to add the blue accents in my base along with a cool new pool for everyone to enjoy.
Woo! Thank you for teaching me how to swim, Emery.
No problem, Goldie! Woohoo!
I'm glad it's already getting some use. While looking for more ways to touch up my build, I was suddenly visited by a wandering trader.
Hello, adventurer. I see you are blessed with many riches. Would you be interested in a trade?
A trade, huh? What you got?
Many things.
The trader began laying down a few items he was willing to sell, but there was only one thing that caught my eye. Is that a map?
Oh, but of course. Legend has it that this map could lead you to a very rare redstone mob.
Redstone mob? I'll take it. How much do you want for it? I'll give you endless riches. The trader refused my offer, and instead was seeking something even more valuable.
Love.
Love?
Yes, my girlfriend is trapped in a tower by the Illusioner. If you can save her, the map is all yours.
You got it! With my new mission in hand, I headed to the tower the wandering trader had mentioned. When I arrived, I found it was being guarded by a giant monster.
Halt, Diamond Serpent. Go back the way you came or perish.
Not gonna happen! Bring it on! The golem charged me, striking down with his hammer. I used my diamond laser, but he blocked it with his shield. When I had distance, I used my Dreadlich staff to shoot diamond skulls at his face. His nether fire was hot as lava and almost melted my armor off. Youch! This was one of my most difficult fights yet. It was a test of endurance to see who would crack first. But as I came close to thinking it was over for me, the golem shattered into pieces. After defeating the guard, I rushed to the entrance to find the trader's girlfriend locked in a cage.
Help me, Diamond Serpent!
Don't worry, I'll save you! I quickly broke down the bars and we escaped the tower. After a lot of traveling, we made it back to the base and I reunited the couple.
Thank you, Diamond Serpent. Here is the map to the secret mob, as promised.
Just as he was about to drop the clue, his girlfriend began laughing maniacally.
Huh? What's so funny, love?
Suddenly, the trader's girlfriend transformed into the Illusioner and killed the wandering trader.
You'll never find that redstone panda.
The Illusioner quickly grabbed the map and disappeared. No! On days 77 through 80, I appeared inside of a desert biome. I was completely lost and all alone. The Illusioner must have teleported me here. I need to find a way back home quickly. I navigated the desert biome in search of any clues to my home's whereabouts. Eventually, I found a desert village. I'm sure someone there could help. I slithered towards the village, and suddenly the diamond golem from before dropped down in front of me.
I am the guardian of this desert village. You will fall before my might.
Dude, can't you let me through this one time?
Yeah, okay. I'm supposed to be on vacation anyway. See ya.
Thanks, homie. I entered the village, and suddenly a strange man came up to me.
Are you made of real diamonds?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, can I play you a song?
Sure, I love music. The man began to play a song on his flute, but I started to feel a bit weird. Before I knew it, I was in a trance. He was a snake charmer.
Fool! Any serpent that hears my melody is under my control.
He used his abilities to charm me towards an unknown location.
I'm going to get rich off of you.
What's happening? I can't control my body. Oh no! On days 81 through 84, I was led to a new location by the snake charmer. He charmed me into a cage where I was surrounded by tons of other rare mobs.
I'll be back for you later.
The snake charmer left, and I looked around to find that the redstone panda was trapped in the cage next to me. Hey, what's going on here?
I'm Rex. The snake charmer is planning to sell all of us rare mobs to the illusioner.
We can't let him do that.
I agree. I'm planning on escaping tonight, but I need someone to distract the snake charmer's guard dog.
I could take care of that, but only if you're willing to join my team.
You got yourself a deal.
What about the other mobs?
Don't save those guys. They're super evil.
Oh. Yeah, it's best we leave them. We waited until nightfall and began our escape plan. Rex broke out of his cage and broke me out as well. We began to sneak our way towards the exit when we spotted the guard dog waiting.
You got this.
I slithered out in front of the dog and caught its attention with my diamond scales. Come and get me! The dog charged at me and I fought him off while Rex moved ahead. I was resilient, but things were getting heated quickly. A little help here?
No way. See ya.
Rex ran off, leaving me alone with the guard dog. That jerk left me for dead! On days 85 through 88, I was in the middle of the battle with the guard dog. He had powerful fangs that dug into my diamond armor like knives. I used my dreadlich staff to send diamond skull projectiles at the speedy hound. Whenever he got in close, I slashed him down with my netherite sword. He was strong, but he was no match for my power. After a fierce battle, I managed to take the guard dog out and continued forward. As I traveled, I discovered Rex stuck in a trap.
Help! I'm sinking deeper into the webs!
Why should I help you after what happened? Suddenly, the snake charmer came out of nowhere.
My money! You get back to your cage!
He took out his flute and tried to charm me with his melody again.
Oh no, you don't!
Rex shot out a powerful fire attack that caused the snake charmer to get scared and run away. Thanks for the help back there.
Of course. I should have helped you earlier. I'm sorry for leaving you.
It's alright. Let's work together from now on. I helped Rex out of the trap and officially had the final member of my rare mob team. Let's go home! On days 89 through 92, I returned to my base, and to my relief, all of my friends were safe and sound.
We managed to get the illusioner off our tail for now, but there's not much time.
Then there's no time to waste. Let's take down the basilisk and get the diamond trident.
But how are we supposed to defeat what we can't look at?
Rex then gave everyone a potion of true sight.
We should all be immune to the basilisk's gaze, but it's temporary, so we have to be quick.
Perfect! Time to take down the basilisk. While Lucas guarded the base, we traveled to the basilisk's den to end things once and for all. Upon arrival, I shouted for the basilisk's attention. Hey, you big dumb monster! Come out and face me! Just then, the basilisk growled and crawled out of its cave. For the first time, we got a look at the great monster. It was massive, and its eyes sent chills down my spine. You're going down! The basilisk lunged at us. The oversized bird glared at us with his powerful stare, but thanks to Rex's potion, we weren't turned to stone. Instead, the basilisk's gaze dealt damage and made me sick to my stomach. Despite this, I retaliated with everything I had. I avoided eye contact and I shot diamond skulls at it with my dreadlich staff. Meanwhile, my friends went in close to deal lots of damage. Even with the basilisk outnumbered, it was able to use powerful projectiles that sent both me and my allies flying. I kept up my attacks, using my diamond laser to chip the bird away from afar, and my netherite sword and emerald axe to smash into them up close. After a long fight, I managed to take down the basilisk. I did it! My friends waited for me outside and I headed deeper into the den. There, I found the diamond trident impaled on an altar. I walked up and claimed it. Suddenly, I began to grow stronger. The power of the diamond trident surged through me, causing me to gain 10 more hearts and the strength of the trident. Whoa, sweet! The Illusioner doesn't stand a chance!
Or so you think.
Suddenly, the Illusioner appeared in front of me. On days 93 through 94, I confronted the Illusioner.
Oh, Maxwell. You believe yourself to be so clever, don't you? You managed to defeat my basilisk and claim the diamond trident. But I still have one more trick up my sleeve.
In an instant, the Illusioner teleported me to a field where my mom was trapped in a cage. Mom!
Max, be careful!
The Illusioner then casted a strange spell on my mom, causing her to shrink. At the same time, he grew larger and more powerful, transforming into a super Illusioner. What have you done?
I drained the delicious, delectable power from this diamond serpent and took it for myself.
The Illusioner landed a surprise attack on me, and with his new strength, it nearly killed me in one hit. I fled as quickly as I could. I need to defeat him and save my family before it's too late. On days 95 through 98, I returned to the base where I got to work on the final touches of our home. First, I made a room for the redstone panda. Rex was a fan of the beach, so I made him a redstone dome out of water for him to enjoy. Next, I added redstone around the base itself. The base now consisted of all 6 of our rare materials. With that, our super valuable base was completed. I can't wait for our families to see this. After the base was finished, I made all of the necessary preparations needed for the battle ahead. I made sure to gather plenty of food and that my armor was strong enough to withstand what I had to face ahead. Once I was done, I gathered all of my allies for our final farewells. Thank you all for everything. I'm gonna end this.
You sure we can't come with you?
It's too dangerous. Stay here and keep things safe. Before I left, Emery had one last thing to say.
Take this. It's a map to the Illusioner's base I've been working on.
You're a lifesaver. Time for me to end this. On day 99, I followed the map and arrived at the Illusioner's base. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies. I moved in closer towards the entrance when suddenly a horde of his goons popped out of nowhere. Out of my way! I charged in and clashed with the goons. Nothing was gonna stop me from completing my mission. The army came at me in a swarm. The pillagers shot at me with crossbows from afar while their ravagers came in close with their horns for massive damage. I kept them at bay with my dreadlich staff and shot my diamond ray to do additional damage. Whenever I had a chance, I pummeled them with my netherite sword and emerald axe. They fell one after the other, but more ran out to take their fallen allies' place. I fought and fought, but no matter how many goons I took out, more kept coming. I can't keep up! Just then, all of my rare mob friends arrived to help me. What are you doing here?
We're here to save you! Go on ahead, we'll hold these guys off!
I did what I was told and pushed inside of the base towards the Illusioner himself. On day 100, I arrived inside of the Illusioner's chambers. The Illusioner stood waiting for me, surrounded by cages of rare mobs he had captured. Inside one of them was my family. Mom! Dad! Sister! I'll be there soon!
It's cute to think you can still save them.
Of course I can! I have the power of the diamond trident on my side!
Even with that pesky weapon, you're no match for my strength. Your quest ends here.
The Illusioner came at me with all of his power, and I braced myself for the final battle. He duplicated himself and began to fire a barrage of arrows at me. Although I was up against a one-man army, I knew I had to end this now. I was now armed with numerous abilities to keep him at bay, and I gave it all I had. I shot diamond skulls from my lich staff and diamond rays to dwindle down his hearts. My diamond skulls were able to locate the real Illusioner, which gave me a chance to aim my new weapon. I used my legendary diamond trident and threw it at the Illusioner. It was able to pierce through the clones and deal massive damage. Hit after hit, the magician grew weaker. The battle was fierce, but I managed to defeat the Illusioner once and for all. Suddenly, I felt a dark aura pass through me, and I began to transform into something sinister. On day 1, I spawned into the nether as a baby demon cobra. I was sitting on a throne where all the demon cobra people had gathered to watch my coronation. Suddenly, a portal opened at the end of the chamber and a massive angelic godly serpent emerged.
Your demonic reign ends here.
An army of angelic soldiers appeared in the portal, and the godly serpent and his men began to slay the civilians in the crowd left and right. The serpent had the ability to fly and shower deadly projectiles of light down onto me and my people. His powerful projectiles in combination with his men were devastating and made my people drop like flies. Within the chaos, only one thought came to my mind. I need to find my dad! I searched through the fight for my father, only to find the godly serpent already looming over him. He shot down a flowing projectile into my dad and killed him in a single strike. Dad, no! The godly serpent spotted me and he casted a mysterious spell of light that caused a strange item to appear in my inventory.
You now possess the Hunter's Mark. No matter where you run, I will always find you.
The godly serpent sent his army at me, and I had no choice but to run away. On day 2, I was being pursued by the godly serpent's men. I tried to find a place to hide, but around every corner, one of the warriors was already waiting for me. Because of the hunter's mark, they knew my every move. I gotta get rid of this thing. I tried to throw the mark away, but it reappeared in my inventory. I was forced to keep running with it for now. I did my best to avoid their attacks of light, but one managed to hit me, leaving me with low health. Another hit like that and I'm finished! I continued to run when I was cornered by a pool of lava. I was a demon, but I wasn't sure if lava would hurt me. I have to take a leap of faith. I dove into the lava, and to my surprise, I had fire resistance. I couldn't relax though. The army of angels continued to shoot their powerful abilities into the lava below. I swam beneath the molten liquid and tried to evade each strike from the soldiers, but I could only hold my breath for so long. I swam away until I narrowly escaped into a cavern. Are they still following me? Just then, I heard heavy footsteps approaching me from behind. I turned around and realized the godly serpent's pet was looming over me, hungry for a cobra meal. On day 3, I was being attacked by Godrius, the godly serpent's companion. The horrific beast was armed with an axe forged by the gods. He threw it at me, dealing extreme amounts of damage each time it hit me. I tried to dodge and weave his attacks, but the axe alone was twice my size. Not only was his weapon powerful, but his body was imbued with godly power. He ran at me with great speed and struck me with his boulder-like claws. Every one of his attacks felt like they kept getting more powerful and he seemed untouchable. That's it! Now I'm mad! As a demon cobra, I realized I had the ability to shoot shadowy slashes through the air. My demonic energy cut through space and sliced at my foe, giving me an upper hand. I also had the power to summon demonic chains that rose from the floor and dragged my enemy to the ground. I used these powers to the best of my ability, but I was still just a baby demon cobra. Godrius' armor of light shielded him from my demonic powers, and I was running out of energy to continue the fight. Despite my efforts, the beast was too powerful. I didn't stand a chance. I gotta run. I rushed deeper into the cavern, and just as I thought I was met with another dead end, I spotted a small passageway in the wall. I used my small size to slither through and narrowly escaped the monster's attack. When I arrived on the other side, I found myself at an altar that housed a mysterious gem. What's that?
Stop right there. That gem will destroy you.
Out of nowhere, an old skeleton wizard walked in front of me. What do you mean?
There are 6 mythic gems that hold tremendous power, but each one is cursed. It is my job to protect travelers.
Did you say power? I want it! I quickly unleashed my demonic power onto the pathetic wizard. He didn't stand a chance and fell to my strength. Fall to the might of the demon cobra! With the wizard out of my way, I approached the altar and claimed my prize. However, just as he had warned, the curse took effect and began to drain my health away. I clung onto the gem. I needed this power to survive. I didn't think I was gonna make it, but I managed to live with half a heart. If each gem is like this, I have to be careful. Suddenly, I felt a huge surge of power shoot through my body. My fangs glistened with a new venom, and my demon powers felt stronger. I grew 3 times in size and was now an adult demon cobra with 10 hearts. I feel incredible! Just then, the room trembled and one of the walls collapsed before me. The godly serpent's men had found me. On days 4 through 7, I clashed with the godly serpent's men. Little did they know, I had new tricks up my sleeve. Thanks to the power of the first gem, I was now able to use my venomous fangs to inflict poison damage and weaken my foes. My demonic powers were stronger and cut through the angel's armor like it was nothing. Although my attacks landed a heavy hit on the warriors, my larger body made me an easier target. I couldn't let my guard down. Otherwise, I would have been cooked by their angelic powers of light. It was a struggle, but I managed to overcome the swarm. If one gem makes me this strong, I wonder what the other 5 will be like. I didn't get a chance to breathe as a new powerful warrior lunged towards me.
Your life ends here, demon.
The warrior was able to lunge and slash me with his sharp swords. I tried to retaliate with my demonic powers, and I was able to knock him back, but he still charged at me. It was no use. Even with the might of the first gem, I was too weak. I dove back into the lava pool and swam for my life.
Run all you want. Thanks to the hunter's mark, I'll always find you.
I was beginning to lose hope of escaping when I found a room with a nether portal. I didn't know what was on the other side, but I didn't have time to think. I jumped through and braced myself. When I arrived on the other side, I found myself inside of a skeletal cave surrounded by a horde of skeletons.
Who are you? Leave at once.
I am the demon cobra, and you will obey me. One of the skeletons tried to hit me with an arrow, but I easily dodged it and retaliated with my demonic power.
I see now you hold great strength. Please, allow us to serve you.
Suddenly, the Archangel emerged from the nether portal, ready to end me.
I found you!
On days 8 through 10, I braced myself for death when suddenly the skeleton leader shouted out,
"Defend our new king!"
Arrows flew down onto the Warrior of Light. He may have had the upper hand on me alone, but thanks to my new army of skeletons, he was overwhelmed.
Mark my words, I will find you again. You cannot escape the mark.
The angel retreated, leaving me alone with my army. It's not safe here. We need to build a base. I left the area to find a secret location for my new home. A cave in the Badlands was sure to be a safe place to call home for a while. I started by digging out the cave to make plenty of room for my new burrow. I planned on going big to match the castle I was born in. At the bottom of the cavern, I built the center building for what would soon be my new demonic fortress, complete with a lava moat. It looks great now, but it's far from done. Next, I added an area for the skeleton army to rest in. I made sure it was constructed of bone so they would feel at home. Once my base had a nice start, one of the skeletons called out to us.
There's something flying overhead!
Did they find me? We all took cover as the godly serpent flew by. Thanks to the cover of our new base, he didn't notice me. They're hunting me in the overworld too. I can never let my guard down. Just then, I spotted a mysterious map on the ground. Angel Base. The godly serpent must have dropped this. I better see if there are any clues there. On days 11 through 14, I arrived at the angelic base to find that it was flying high in the sky. If only I had wings. I'm sure that place has all kinds of valuable intel. Just then, I spotted one of the godly serpent's men flying down to the ground. He didn't seem to notice me and started to walk the other way. Now's my chance. I followed behind him, but suddenly the ground caved in beneath me. He led me right into a trap. Everything went black. When I woke up, I was inside of a prison cell next to a small moss creature.
Oh, good, you're awake. My name is Gero. Not that it matters. The Archangel is already on his way.
Like clockwork, I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. The Archangel was flying down the hall towards our cell. We have to act quick! I scanned the room and saw that a guard was blocking our only exit.
Can demons possess people?
It's worth a shot! I focused on the guard as hard as I could and managed to take control of his body. Ugh! Can't hold this for long! I opened the prison cell, but the possession was too much for me to control. I returned to my body just as the Archangel arrived. Run! On days 15 through 17, Garo and I were in the middle of a jailbreak with the Archangel close behind us. He was too powerful for us to take on in a fight, but we couldn't run much longer.
This way! I know someone who can help!
I followed Garo and he led us into a lush cave with a tribe full of mobs just like him. As the Archangel entered the tribal grounds, their defenses kicked into action.
Charge!
An army of mossy crabs commanded by the tribe leader ran into the fray. The light warrior and the people of the tribe battled it out. The horde of mossy crabs dug into the warrior with their claws. All the while, the tribe leader commanded them from the sidelines and dealt massive damage to the Archangel every chance he had. Despite the protection of their stone shells, the light warrior slashed through their defenses bit by bit. He was so powerful that it was still anyone's game. I watched nervously as the two sides fought. But after a lot of back and forth, the tribe managed to fend off the warrior for now. The Archangel flew away, vowing that he would return stronger than before. After the fight, the massive tribe leader approached me.
I sense the power of the cursed gem. Who are you?
I'm Max. What do you know about the gems?
Our tribe possesses one, but the curse it holds has already taken a number of lives. Turn back while you still can.
I'm not leaving without it.
You should have listened to my warnings.
The tribe leader landed a heavy hit on me, knocking me out cold. On days 18 through 21, I woke up on a platform hanging over a pit of water. All around me was an audience of mossy mobs with the tribe leader on a throne. What's going on? Whoa! I better watch my step. Purified water is fatal for demons.
Welcome to the cursed trial. Only those who complete the challenge may attempt to claim the cursed gem.
A challenge? Bring it on!
Defeat the Talok, and you'll win.
Suddenly, a massive mecha-like beast fell onto the platform in front of me. The monster charged me and sent me flying backwards. I managed to barely stop myself at the edge and nearly fell off the platform. I have to be careful. I gathered my courage and engaged the monster in combat. My opponent was twice my size, but I wasn't going down without a fight. I used my demonic powers to spawn chains to pin him down, but with his massive size, he was able to break free from them easily. He started to smack the ground and summoned 2 of his green goons to take me out. I wasn't gonna let that happen. I slithered around the platform to make me a harder target to hit. Despite his goons making this battle more challenging, I was able to take them out quickly. The battle left me with low health, but I slayed the beast once and for all. The cursed gem and its pedestal appeared before me as the crowd went wild.
Now you must withstand the curse of the gem. If you are worthy, you will be allowed to claim it.
Oh no! I may not have enough health left to withstand the curse! On days 22 through 25, I was forced to grab the cursed gem with low health. Just like before, my health bar began to deplete, but this time it looked like it would be fatal. I'm not gonna make it!
No! Max!
Suddenly, Garo emerged from the audience and threw a splash potion of healing at me. The potion took effect immediately, and I was able to claim the gem. Its power overtook my body, causing me to sprout wings and grow bigger than before. I now had 20 hearts and the ability to fly.
Who interfered with the ritual? They shall be executed.
I couldn't let the tribe soldiers hurt Garo. I'm coming for you! I took to the sky and scooped him away from the angry mob.
Don't let them escape.
On days 26 through 28, I was being chased by the angry tribesmen. I was too weak from the battle to fight them off, but I had another trick up my sleeve. I flew Garo and I back to the base where my skeleton army stood waiting. Get them, men! The skeletons readied their weapons and shot down the enemies one by one. The battle was fierce, and even my army's numbers were beginning to thin. Luckily, they managed to overcome the threat and the tribe retreated. Great job!
Thank you, sir, but the base has taken heavy damage. The godly serpent could strike at any moment, so we must reinforce quickly.
I listened to my army and began to add reinforcements to my base. I started to pave the stone walls of my burrow to look a lot more like the nether. My demon castle was starting to feel much more like home. Next, I built some beams to support my cave roof. I wasn't gonna let an attack of my base leave me and my army caved in. Lastly, I added a gate and a guard post in my base so that my army could better keep watch of the place while I was gone. Once I had strengthened my defenses, I built a pen to hold cows and sheep for a consistent source of meat. Finally, I built a new room for Garo to call his own, complete with azalea bushes, glowberry vines, and all of the moss he could want.
Thanks for all your help. I'm happy we shared the same prison cell.
Garo's words reminded me of the angelic base I was seeking, and now I had just the tool I needed to get inside. Time to put these wings to use. On days 29 through 32, I flew up towards the angelic base to find that it was crawling with soldiers. I can't fly straight in. My mark will give me away. I have to make a diversion. I returned to the ground and got to work on creating a summoning circle. I plan to summon another demon to help distract the enemies. Once everything was set up, I chanted some mystic words. In a fiery inferno, a massive demon summoned before me. Welcome to the overworld. I need you to distract those angels.
Why should I do that? I see you have 2 of the cursed gems. Give them to me.
My plan backfired, and my new demon ally turned on me. He charged at me ready for battle. The demon started by overwhelming me with his huge body. I bit him with my venomous fangs, but it didn't seem to affect the demon at all. I summoned my dark chains from the ground and tried to send him back to the underworld, but his strength was too powerful to slow him down. I was getting overwhelmed by his unbelievable defenses, but things were about to get worse. Out of nowhere, the demon summoned green meteors from the sky that tore into me for massive damage. Along with the rocks, massive demonic golems joined the fray. One demon was enough of a problem, but now I was against an army. I fought them off to the best of my abilities, using my wings to evade attacks from the sky above. The battle was tense, but I suddenly spotted the godly serpent and his men coming straight towards us. Uh-oh, I gotta get out of here. I fled before the troops could catch me and left them to deal with the demon. That won't hold them for long. I better make this quick. On days 33 through 35, I flew into the angelic base and searched for clues. I tried to make the visit short, since an angel guard could sense my mark at any moment. I searched through the courtyard until I found a note sitting on the ground. The demon cobra is after the cursed gem. Secure the gem located within the tundra before he can get it. Looks like I know where to look next. Just then, I heard someone approaching me and I quickly took cover. To my dismay, the archangel from a few days prior entered the area.
I know you're around here somewhere, demon. I can sense your mark.
This guy was bad news, so I tried my best to stay as quiet as I could. Unfortunately, my allergy to the purified water caused me to sneeze.
There you are!
My cover was blown, so I took to the skies and the warrior flew after. The warrior attacked me with his incredible powers. He was a skilled flyer and was able to charge at me with lightning speed. I had only just gotten my wings, so it was almost impossible to keep up. Even so, I held on and retaliated with my demonic powers. I tried to chain him down and deal some good hits with my demonic slashes. The archangel's armor held strong as he took everything that he dealt at me. Thanks to the power of the second gem, I was able to take more hits than before, but the warrior of light was still the toughest opponent I've faced so far.
I'm the godly serpent second in command. You don't stand a chance.
I kept up the struggle, but a slice from the warrior's sword clipped my wing, causing me to fall from the sky.
No creature can survive a fall like that. I better report back to the godly serpent.
The archangel flew away, expecting me not to make it from the fall. On days 36 through 39, I was falling towards the ground. I smashed into the surface, causing me to black out. I was inside of a strange dream world where my dad stood before me. Dad? Is that you?
You are doing well, my son. Once you retrieve all 6 gems, you will surpass even my power. That is why you must have this.
My dad handed me a mysterious egg. What is this?
Take good care of it and raise it just as I raised you. Good luck, Max.
I woke up on the ground with only half a heart of health remaining, and in front of me was the very same egg from my vision. Whoa. I was about to claim my father's gift when out of nowhere a giant red bird snatched it and ran away. Hey, that's mine! On days 40 through 43, I chased after the egg thief. I was about to catch up when suddenly I turned a corner and was faced with an entire flock of red birds. There's so many! Which one of you stole my egg? I stormed my way through the crowd asking for help, but nobody would respond. Listen to me! I used my demonic power to get their attention and used a brand new attack. I summoned lightning from above, but unfortunately, it seemed to only anger them. The flock swarmed me like angry bees. I had no choice now but to fight them off. They had sharp beaks that pecked through my scales with each hit they made and dealt massive damage. Not only were they strong, but they outnumbered me greatly. I realized I'd gotten myself into a tough situation. I began to use my demonic slashing abilities to put the oversized birds in their place. I was able to bite into them with my venomous fangs to thin out the crowd as well as strike them with my new lightning attacks. My new power did just the trick and chained onto the horde one by one. They were strong, but gradually I started to get the edge. Their numbers nearly overwhelmed me, but I managed to overcome them until only the lone egg thief remained. They dropped the egg and scurried off, finally leaving me with my prize. I went to pick it up, but it began to shake in place. It was hatching. Out from the shell emerged a tiny little demon companion. Oh wow! This is what my dad left for me? Hey little guy, are you alright? Instead of responding, the demon scurried off. I can't let the godly serpents find him. I have to catch him. On days 44 through 46, I chased my demon friend until we arrived inside of a snowy biome. Hey, this is where the next gem is. You here to help me find them all? The little demon nodded his head yes. Great! Do you have a name? He then shook his head no. Then I'll name you Demo.
Demo!
Right on! Let's go, Demo! Demo and I headed into the biome in search of the third cursed gem. I had to keep my guard up. My hunter's mark could give me away at any moment. Suddenly, a Yeti ambushed us.
The bounty from the godly serpent is going to be sweet!
I readied myself for battle, but Demo flew in first to fight off the beast. Despite his size, he was putting up a good fight. Flying around the Yeti like a housefly, it was equally hard to hit. Hey, you're pretty strong, Demo! Keep going! The tides of the battle continued to turn, and unfortunately, Demo wasn't able to keep up. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Oh no! Demo, I'm coming! I jumped into the fray and finished off the horrific bounty hunter. Once he was down, I gave Demo some food and he went back to his old self. The godly serpent is sending bounty hunters on us now. We'll have to level you up if you want to take on bigger enemies.
Demo!
Just then, I spotted a map that was titled Cursed Arena. This sounds like the place we need to go. Let's keep moving. On days 47 through 50, Demo and I arrived in a mysterious arena. Its size towered over me and gave me a deep sense of dread. I have a feeling that this isn't gonna be easy. Demo and I entered the arena and spotted the cursed gem at the other end of the building. It was already surrounded by a group of monsters, but I decided to make the most out of a bad situation. Alright, Demo, now's our chance for some training. The two of us charged forward and began to fight it out with the horde of enemies. Demo may have been small, but he was mighty. He was able to strengthen my attacks and offer powerful counter hits of his own. Together, we were able to defeat the crowd. Let's grab that gem before more people show up. I prepared myself and ate some food to restore my health. I wasn't sure what this curse was gonna do, but I was gonna need all 20 of my hearts. I grabbed the gem, but to my surprise, my health didn't drain. Instead, I was petrified in place. Ugh, I can't move! To my horror, the Archangel emerged before me.
You fell for it! That should keep you still for a minute. That's more than enough time to kill you. Now die!
On days 51 through 54, the Archangel charged towards me with the intent to kill. I was completely petrified, and I braced myself for defeat. Just then, Demo intercepted the attack.
Demo! You really think your chubby pet can do anything to me? Die!
The two of them clashed in an epic battle. Demo fought with all of his might, but he simply didn't stand a chance against the mighty warrior of light. I watched in horror as the angel slashed into my companion with spear and sword at blinding speed. One more hit and Demo would be no more. Suddenly, Demo began to glow brightly and underwent a transformation. He no longer was his little round self. He was taller, pinker, and meaner. He had evolved into a stronger, more powerful form. In Demo's new form, he was able to shoot a nasty flamethrower. It was insanely strong compared to his old fireball, but the Archangel was able to deflect a lot of it with its armor. He was able to withstand more of the warrior's power, but was unfortunately still losing the fight. I struggled and struggled until finally I overcame the curse. I was able to regain control of my body and began to power up. I gained 5 more hearts and unlocked even more of my demon powers. I'm coming, Demo! I jumped into the fray and fought off the Archangel with my companion by my side. I started launching my new power at the Archangel. It spawned a lot of magic chains and circles that dealt damage and impeded movement. The Archangel was crafty though, and darted around with its teleportation powers, throwing swords at us when it was far and piercing us with its spear when it was close. Demo continued to throw flames at it. I knew we were whittling it down, but it was so difficult. My health was critically low, but Demo and I had gone through so much to get here. I couldn't let my dad's life end in vain. I had to win this battle. I mustered all of my strength and landed a powerful blow that brought the Archangel to his knees.
You may have defeated me here, Cobra, but the godly serpent will find you. You can never escape the hunter's mark.
The warrior of light succumbed to his wounds, leaving nothing but a diamond chestplate and a diamond helmet behind. I claimed it for myself and put it on for extra protection. Reinforcements will be here at any second. Let's keep moving, Demo. On days 55 through 57, I arrived back at the base with Demo. I noticed that he wasn't acting himself. He seemed more worn out from the last fight. Suddenly, Demo shrank back down into his smaller form. What happened? Are you okay, buddy?
Demo.
I see. So it takes a lot of you to hold your stronger form. Then we better save it for emergencies. I decided to give Demo a chance to rest and expand the base some more. With the death of the Archangel on our shoulders, I was painfully aware that the godly serpent would be looking for me even more than he is now. I started by working on the entrance of my base. I wanted anyone who dared to enter know that the demon cobra lied inside. I added a demon cobra head to the outside, making things much cooler. Afterwards, I built Demo his own room. I made sure it was full of red, demonic blocks, and comfy furniture he could rest on. The little guy seemed to really like what I did with the place. Suddenly, Garo ran up in a frenzy.
My tribe is under attack by the angels.
Why should I help them? They attacked us.
My parents are there too.
Garo's pleas struck deep in my heart. I knew the pain of losing a parent, so I agreed to help. I set off towards the tribe, ready to endure whatever was happening on the war grounds. On days 58 through 61, I followed Garo to his tribe to find it under siege by the godly serpent's army. Garo's kind fell left and right to the power of the angelic monsters. They were mighty warriors, but unlike previous attacks, it seemed like the godly serpent's forces were stronger than ever before. Their spirits had been crushed and they were no longer fighting back.
My parents are over there! Please do something!
I couldn't bear to watch this any longer, so I jumped into the fray. The warriors had powerful swords imbued with light magic. Luckily, I had the armor of the Archangel to defend myself now. Their attacks were less effective than before, but their numbers were still so great that it was hard to keep up. I slashed into them with my demonic powers and tried to chain them down, but they continued fighting through my attacks. I unleashed a flurry of lightning to try and thin the crowd, but for every knight I managed to take out, 2 more would arrive. I was powerful, but there were too many of them to fight alone. I only had a few hearts remaining when I saw Garo's mom being attacked.
Help!
I'm coming! I swallowed down my fears and quickly fought off the knight, leaving me with only half a heart.
Everyone! The Cobra nearly died to save us! We have to help him!
Garo is right. Onward, my men.
My heroic feats inspired the tribe and they all began to retaliate against the angelic army. Thanks to their help, together we managed to defeat the angels.
Thank you for your help, Demon Cobra. Please forgive my anger from before. We are in your debt.
I know how you can repay it. I asked the tribe leader to join my army in the fight against the godly serpent. He agreed and gave me 1 more token of their appreciation.
This map will take you to the 4th cursed gem. Good luck.
I followed my new lead, unaware of the horrors that would lie close ahead. On days 60 through 64, I followed the map to the edge of the forest. I felt a sense of unease and spotted a camp of angelic cyborgs just at the entrance. This is my chance to get some juicy intel. Taking mind to my size, I found a place to hide and listen in on what they were talking about.
The gem is somewhere in these woods. Good thing we have a map.
A map? I need that! I jumped out from my hiding spot and unleashed my demonic powers onto the angels. Little did I know that they were 1 step ahead. They casted a spell of light which caused the cage to appear around me. It was a trap!
Ha! There is no map, fool! We can sense your mark from a mile away.
The cyborg closed in, but out of nowhere, Demo attacked. He was once again in his more powerful form and unleashed his flamethrower attack onto the drones. They shot at him with anti-demon projectiles, but Demo held strong, burning them and everything around him with his hot flames. They outnumbered him and I desperately wanted to help, but the confines of the cage were too strong for me to break alone. I watched as my companion shot through the army, but it seemed like he was beginning to get the upper hand. His flames were so hot they melted through the angel's armor. After a long battle, my friend managed to take out the campers and free me from my prison. Thanks, buddy! Just then, we spotted a strange spirit at the tree line. Our eyes met and it scurried off in a hurry. Come on, Demo, let's catch that thing! On days 65 through 68, Demo and I chased the spirit through the forest. It was unlike any forest I had traversed. Around every corner, it seemed a new danger would await me. I nearly slithered into a patch of thorn bushes. Luckily, I had my wings to fly over them. Just as I evaded those, a swarm of bees started to attack me with their powerful stingers. Normally, I would blast them away in a second, but I couldn't slow down at the risk of losing the spirit. Just as I thought I was safe, a bear came out of nowhere and lunged at me. I took to the skies, barely evading their powerful claws. What kind of forest is this?
It's the cursed forest.
Ah, that makes sense. Just then, the ground began to tremble. I looked up and was face to face with a giant monster eye. I don't think I can run from this one. The monster eye lunged at me with a crushing, biting attack. Those jaws were no joke. Thankfully, I managed to dart away and use my own abilities to hit right back. My lightning and chain abilities kept eating away at its health, and I knew that very soon I would have this fight in the bag. With one final swing, I managed to take out the powerful creature. Upon its death, it exploded and dropped a horde of treasures, including a shiny new fire blade. This is great and all, but I think I lost the spirit.
Demo!
I turned towards the direction Demo was pointing and saw the spirit once again. We can't let it get away! Hurry! On days 69 through 72, the spirit led us to a giant mansion at the heart of the forest. Something deep in me felt unsettled, like we weren't welcome here, but I had come too far to give up now. The cursed gem has to be here. Let's keep moving. I walked to the entrance of the mansion and began to explore the different rooms it held. All of them were neglected and covered in spider webs. It seemed to be abandoned. Eventually, we entered a ballroom where the next cursed gem was waiting on a pedestal. I quickly rushed to pick it up when a ghost came out of nowhere.
Leave this place, or you will be cursed.
Nah, I'm good. I grabbed the gem and braced myself for the curse, but to my surprise, nothing seemed to happen. Is that it? Suddenly, I realized I was now floating in the air and my body was transparent. The cursed gem had turned me blue and I felt weak. Uh-oh. Is this a prank? On days 73 through 75, I was trying to figure out how to remove the curse. Change me back!
We warned you about the curse. Now it's time you paid.
I stood off against the ghosts, ready to fight for my old body back when out of nowhere, the angelic knights bursted into the ballroom.
Exorcise this place. It is an affront to the angels. Everyone, run!
I was tired of running. I prepared to use my demonic powers only to realize nothing was happening. My new ghostly form prevented me from using my old abilities. The angelic warriors charged at me and I fled for my life completely defenseless. I managed to find a hiding spot with the other ghosts. Change me back right now and I'll get rid of these guys.
Fine, drink this.
The ghost tossed over a potion, which I drank down in a quick gulp. I felt a brand new power overcome me. Now that the curse was broken, I transformed, sprouting 2 arms and growing even larger. I now had 5 more hearts and the ability to use a fire blast.
There they are! The teeming cobra's with them!
I braced myself and prepared to fight off the angels. Running back out from my spot behind the pillars, I started off by blasting the angels with my new fire powers. They were no match for me. Even with all the scale-piercing projectiles they shot at me, the boss ghost and his minions joined me, and together we began to pick them off one by one. Their attacks of light were strong, but my new powers were too much for the feathered freaks to handle. I managed to defeat them thanks to the help of the ghosts. You guys are pretty strong. Would you like to join my army?
Why not? Those angels are a real thorn in our side.
On days 76 through 79, I returned to the base and decided it was time to do an expansion. I started by expanding my castle to the mountain above my home. I was now a force to be reckoned with, so I didn't mind making my base a bit flashier on the outside with pillars of blackstone and obsidian. I wanted my base to strike fear in anyone who saw it. This is becoming a castle fit for a demon cobra king. Once I was done with that, I worked on a haunted room for the ghosts to call their own. I made sure it had plenty of similar blocks to the haunted mansion and a small graveyard that they could fly around as they pleased. With that, my expansion was complete. The skeletons, tribe members, and ghosts, my army has really grown. Suddenly, I heard thunder outside of my base. I went to check it out and to my dismay spotted the godly serpent flying overhead. At long last, my hunter's mark had given away my location.
I told you I'd find you. Now it's time you pay for your actions.
The oversized snake shot powerful attacks down onto me. The two of us clashed in the sky in a battle unlike any other. The godly serpent rained his explosive projectiles of light onto me. I braced myself and managed to survive the attack thanks to my diamond armor. I retaliated with my demonic powers, sending a group of shocking lightning bolts at the serpent. I fought with everything I had, but I was still missing the power of 2 gems. I wasn't strong enough. Garo rushed to my side.
Run while you can, Max! We'll hold them off!
I didn't want to leave my friends, but I needed to look for a way to help. I reluctantly fled my base with Demo in search of anything that could protect our home. On days 80 through 83, I fled the destruction of my base with Demo to find anything that could help my army. As we traveled, I suddenly felt a strong magical presence that stopped me in my tracks. Who's there? A massive sea monster came out of the water and stood before me.
What is a demon doing in the overworld?
I explained my struggles up to this point and about the strife the godly serpent had put me through.
That godly serpent has been dominating my people for a millennia. I'll help you create a seal for your base, but I need the power of the 5th cursed gem to do so.
Then I better find it quick.
Be warned, this curse is unlike any of the others you've endured thus far.
The wizard pointed me in the direction of the next gem, and as I was about to take my leave, we heard the sound of heavy footsteps. The godly serpent's pet had found me thanks to my hunter's mark.
I'll hold them off. Go, now!
On days 84 through 86, I fled Godrius and flew through the sky in search of the 5th gem. I knew that the godly serpent's men must have been close, so I couldn't rest for even a moment. I flew until finally spotting a temple surrounded by skulls. Its eerie aura made me know for sure that this had to be the place. I landed at the top of the temple where the gem was waiting on a pedestal. There wasn't any time to waste. My men were fighting a losing war. Here goes nothing. I snatched the gem from the pedestal and the curse took effect. Like the wizard had warned, all of my power was sucked from my body. I was shrunken back down to a baby and my powers were sealed. Oh no! I hope this wears off soon! Just then, I heard a low growl from below. When I turned around, the horrible Godrius was waiting. You broke the wizard's defenses? I knew just like the beginning of my journey, he was far too powerful in my cursed state. Luckily, I wasn't alone this time. Sick 'em, Demo! On days 87 through 89, Demo transformed into his second evolution and engaged Godrius in combat. Demo jumped down and immediately ignited Gondrius with his fire breath attack. The beast sliced with his powerful axe, but Demo quickly jumped out of the way. Demo took some heavy hits, but he had grown strong and was able to withstand Gondrius' massive sweeping attacks. The armored creature was flinging axes at lightning speed, but Demo kept up the fight. You got this, Demo! Use flamethrower! The battle was close and neither side was giving in until Gondrius landed a devastating blow from his godly axe. Demo stumbled back and I thought he was done for. Demo, no! Suddenly, his body began to glow. Demo's horns grew longer and his legs stronger. He became much taller than before, and it was clear his strength had increased tenfold. Demo managed to evolve into his third powerful form. My companion continued to fight Gondrius with his new strength. Demo's new flame attack packed a literal punch, knocking the beast backward with every hit. With one final blow, he took down the oversized cat. Demo, you did it! Just then, my curse wore off, and I was returned back even stronger than before. I now had 5 more hearts and the ability to shoot my venom in a poisonous blast. Demo transformed back into his smaller form, and I thanked him for everything. Demo! We don't have much time. Let's get back to my base and help my men. On days 90 through 92, Demo and I arrived back at the base to find the wizard was already there waiting. To our horror, the place had been cratered by the godly serpent. It didn't look like my defenses would hold much longer.
Hand me the gem!
I handed off the 5th gem to the wizard. He quickly got to work and set up a beacon that shined a protective light over my base. The godly serpent retreated, unable to overcome the beacon spell.
You may have stopped me now, but next time I see you, I'm not holding back. You'll be good as dead, demon!
Yeah, right. Like he can even come back to the base. It's protected.
Don't celebrate too soon. This can only expel the godly serpent for 10 days. On day 100, he will return, and he will finish what he started.
Uh-oh, I have to get the 6th gem before then. The wizard returned the 5th gem to my possession, and I got to work patching up the craters left from battle. I only had 10 days to find the final gem, but I couldn't leave my base in shambles. Afterwards, I added even more to my demonic castle. It built the biggest tower yet. The serpent may have destroyed this place, but something even better had risen from the ashes. Later, I handed food to all of my men to heal up. Many fell to the might of the godly serpent, and I couldn't let their sacrifices be in vain. Just then, I spotted a map on the ground titled Lake of Light. The godly serpent must have dropped this. I better look into it. On days 93 through 95, I followed the map to discover an angelic lake with no gem in sight. I felt a deep feeling of dread come over me. Demons couldn't swim in purified water. Don't tell me it's in there! Demo! Demo, no! Demo tried to enter the water, but took loads of damage from one touch. You're a demon too, pal. Be careful. Just then, the ground began to shake and a crazy-eyed monster emerged from the lake before us.
Why are you touching my lake? Demons are unwelcome here.
I explained to the spirit my quest and how the godly serpent had wrongfully killed my people and my dad. I just wanted the final gem to protect my home. Luckily, it seemed like the spirit understood me.
I've lost my father before too. Very well. Retrieve the sacred hourglass, and I will cast a protection spell to allow you to swim in purified water.
I only had a few days remaining. I quickly set off in search of the hourglass. On days 96 through 98, I searched for the sacred hourglass that stood between me and the final cursed gem. As I looked, I spotted a ruin with a golden hourglass sitting at the center. There it is! I tried to approach the artifact, but once I reached the steps of the altar, I was teleported back to the entrance. What the? I tried to reach it by flying down from the sky above, but just like before, I was teleported back to the entrance. Something must be casting a protection spell. I looked around the perimeter of the ruin when I spotted a trail of gems on the ground. I followed behind it, unaware of what sort of monster was conjuring the powerful spell. When I reached the end of the trail, I found a monster speaking incantations to protect the hourglass. Hey bud, I need that artifact.
No way! That belongs to the godly serpent!
The monster suddenly attacked me.
This is between you and me, bucko!
He jumped onto me with his powerful fists and smashed me into the ground. Despite his size, he was strong, but I wasn't gonna let him stop me now. I used my fire blast attack on him, but his skin was so tough it was as strong as armor. I knew I was gonna have to overwhelm him with my own brute force. I used my full arsenal to rain attacks down from above to weaken my opponent, then unleashed my acid blast for extra damage. No amount of armor would protect him from my venom. The poison slowly weakened the beast down as I continued fighting him more and more. It was a tough fight, but the serpent's goons succumbed to my power. The protection spell was broken. Time to get that hourglass. I rushed back to the altar and claimed the artifact successfully. With it in hand, I returned to the lake spirit and handed her what she desired.
You held up your end of the bargain, so here's mine.
She casted a spell which protected me from the purified water. I headed into the lake with only 1 day remaining from the godly serpent's final attack. On day 99, I swam in the purified lake until arriving at the altar of the 6th and final cursed gem. There was nobody around to guard it, which felt eerie, but the godly serpent was going to attack tomorrow. I didn't have any time to waste. I grabbed the gem and was immediately sucked into a nightmare realm. I woke up inside of a void with my father standing before me.
I can't believe you haven't defeated the godly serpent yet. You're not worthy of being the demon overlord.
What? My dad would never say that. This ends here. I honed in everything I had learned and struck into the imposter with a massive attack. The beast fell to my might. Just then, my real dad emerged from the darkness.
Max, you saw through the curse of the 6th gem. Finish this battle and avenge our people. I'm so proud of you.
I woke up at the surface of the lake with the cursed gem in my inventory. I now had 5 more hearts and even more strength than before. I need to head back home now.
There's no need.
I looked up, and to my horror, the beast had already found me. My time had run out. On day 100, I was confronted by the godly serpent.
Surrender now, and I'll make your death quick.
No! I won't submit to the likes of you!
So be it. I'll enjoy every last second of this.
The godly serpent began to rain his projectiles onto me from the sky above, but I wasn't alone. I had the power of the 6 gems. I tried to summon Demo, but the godly serpent struck me.
This is between you and me, Cobra!
The godly serpent dropped his explosive bombs of light at me that followed my every move. I tried to avoid them, but each one that managed to hit me blasted into my health for massive damage. He was even more powerful than before. I could tell now he was no longer holding back, but neither was I. I unleashed my demonic thunder onto him and summoned meteors from the sky above. They rained onto the serpent and I continued my onslaught. We clashed in the sky. Cobra versus serpent, demon versus god. It was anyone's game, but with the power of the cursed stones, I was no longer defenseless. I used all of my strength and managed to defeat the serpent once and for all. I did it! The 6 cursed gems disappeared from my inventory and transformed into a crown. The godly cobra was defeated, and I could feel the darkness start to leave me, causing me to turn into my next snake form. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby psychic snake in my colony. All of us were worshipping our great leader, the mythic Hydra. Suddenly, a portal ripped open and the mythic Hydra himself stormed the village with his army.
Go forward, men. Kill all the psychic snakes.
The Hydra's men terrorized my village, killing my people left and right. They showed no mercy, and everyone ran in horror as the tragic events unfolded around us. Why is our leader attacking us? I need to find my mom and dad. I slithered through the chaos as I looked desperately for any signs of my family. I felt hope as I spotted my mom stepping forwards towards the great mythic Hydra himself.
Please, oh great one, why are you doing this?
You're not worth my breath.
The tyrant unleashed his ultimate power onto my mom, killing her instantly. Mom, no! Just then, the Hydra turned towards me, commanding his goons to hunt us down.
Kill them all!
On day 2, I was being pursued by the mythic Hydra's army of elite soldiers. I quickly spotted an overworld portal and made a break for it to escape the horde. I made it to the other side, landing in a pool of water, but they were gaining on me quickly. They followed me through the portal and continued to hunt me down. I couldn't match their speed. This isn't fair. I don't even have legs. Seeking for any help I could, I fled into a village of kobolds and cried out for help. Please, you have to help me. The mythic Hydra is attacking my home.
Then you must be our enemy. Get him.
To my horror, the entire village turned on me and began to attack. They were too loyal to the mythic Hydra to believe I was innocent. The whole village surrounded me like a pack of wolves. I couldn't defend myself. I had to run to evade their attacks. I ran throughout the village, slithering between trees, hiding behind bushes, trying to dodge their arrows and swords. They started to gain ground on me, and I knew soon that I was gonna run out of places to go. I snapped at them with my fangs, but it wasn't enough to stop them. I was doomed. No, listen to me! I climbed to a safe spot, but the kobolds completely surrounded me. There's nowhere to run! Suddenly, an immense power came over me and a magical circle enveloped the area. The village of kobolds all stopped their onslaught and stood completely still. Hello? The mythic Hydra's men caught up and stormed the village, but to my surprise, one of the kobolds turned towards them.
Defend Max!
They charged in and clashed with the Hydra forces. On day 3, the village had come to my defense. I didn't understand how or why until suddenly it clicked. Did I just mind control them? Cool! While the army was tangled in battle, I took my chance to get out of there. Unfortunately for me, out of nowhere, I was teleported to another location. What's going on? A mythic being appeared before me.
You fell right into my trap. I'll be taking you to the Mythic Hydra.
Oh yeah? I used my ability once again, trying to entangle the monster in my mind control. However, it seemed to have no effect on the magical being.
Your little mind games won't work on me.
They charged their power and attacked. The Wolven Knight leapt towards me, bringing down his massive sword on top of my head. I narrowly dodged out of the way until the huge amount of debris kicked up. This guy wasn't just mentally strong, he was physically strong too. He jumped up, slashing the air with his sword and sending razor-sharp projectiles in my direction. I ran away as much as I could, seeing that this was a fight I could not win. And the knight knew it too, because he didn't let up his assault for even a single moment. If I wanted to stand a chance against his might, I would have to become stronger. I was clearly no match for this wolf knight's immense strength, so I tried to run away. But to my horror, the magician continued to teleport in front of me.
You can never escape me. Die!
On days 4 and 5, I was about to be slain when my dad teleported behind him.
Unhand my son!
Using his incredible psychic abilities, he attacked the foe in my defense.
Find the Mythic Hydra's archives. We will reunite there.
Before I could ask him anything, I was teleported away with his powers. I reappeared inside of a spooky environment. The place was dark and eerie. Why did my dad bring me here? Out of nowhere, a mecha wolf lunged at me from the brush with the intent to eat me. I slithered away from the predator as fast as I could, but they were so swift that they seemed to be lurking around every corner. The wolf managed to land a hit on me, leaving me with low health. I can't hang on much longer! As I was about to lose hope, I spotted a mysterious building in the distance. I ran as fast as I could for it and fled inside for cover. Unfortunately for me, the old building's floor was too weak for my snake body and collapsed, causing me to fall into the unknown. On days 5 through 7, I landed inside of a room lined with bookshelves and mysterious spells from all over the land. Are these the archives my dad wanted me to find? Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching and took cover just as some guards walked inside. This place is crawling with baddies. I have to be quiet. I slithered from shelf to shelf, trying my best to stay concealed in cover from the incoming guards. They looked strong, and if I blew my cover, it would mean big trouble for me. As I stealthed, I spotted an interesting looking artifact on the ground. What's this? Just then, one of the guards spotted me.
I found the psychic snake. Kill him.
In a moment of panic, I pointed the artifact at the guard, causing it to blast powerful magic in his direction. Whoa! I can channel my psychic powers into this thing! The guard died, but it was too late. Reinforcements came swarming in after me. I readied my new weapon and unleashed all of the magic I could onto the horde of enemies. I managed to take some of them down, but there were too many for me to fight alone. I blasted a clear path and continued running deeper into the archives. There, I found a top secret room being guarded by someone outside. You're mine now! I casted my ability onto him and I took control of the goon, sending him after the incoming guards to defend me. As he fought them off, I made my way through the door he was protecting and locked myself on the other side. On days 8 and 9, I made it into the top secret room and found a mysterious tome waiting inside. Something about it drew me in closer. What's that? I touched the artifact, causing my psychic powers to awaken and send me into a flashback.
The Mythic Hydra's rule is so great that it spans over the entire world. However, legend says that one day a psychic snake will overthrow his kingdom. If the Mythic Hydra wishes to keep his kingdom, then he must ensure the psychic snake never fulfills this prophecy.
I snapped back to reality, now knowing more than I did before. Is this why the Mythic Hydra attacked our people? Suddenly, the guards barged into the room. They had overpowered my mind-controlled minion and were ready to finish me off. They charged with their magic at the ready. But just before I thought I was gonna be killed, my dad teleported in front of me. Dad!
Step away from my boy!
On days 10 through 11, my dad was defending me from the onslaught of guards. I hesitated joining in the fight to avoid getting in my dad's way. He was showing what the psychic snakes were really made of, but I soon realized he was getting overwhelmed. Although I was only a baby, I tried to help him out using my artifact and fangs. I joined the onslaught with my dad using my psychic swipe to keep a wide gap between my opponents and I. Unfortunately, keeping my distance from them only benefited my enemies, allowing them to shoot their powerful spells towards me. My dad was able to use his magic psychic powers to suck in a group of them, bringing them closer to strike with his psychic blade ability, killing off a chunk of the herd. I used the new scroll that I found to channel my psychic powers and blast the hordes of evil librarians, taking them out in bunches. Unfortunately, the more guards we defeated, the more kept running to the room to stop us from escaping. With the knowledge that I acquired acquired from this ancient library, I was determined to make it out of this alive. Although we were able to overpower most of them, more and more guards continued to flood the room. At this rate, my dad and I were gonna be overwhelmed. I looked around for a way out, and to my luck, spotted a passageway on top of one of the bookshelves. Dad, up there! My dad teleported us both out of the fray and onto the top of the shelf where we escaped through the narrow passage. It wasn't long, however, until we heard the sound of rattling bones. I turned around and realized we were being pursued by a pack of flaming skull monsters. Run! My dad and I moved as fast as we could to escape the incoming threat, but they were relentless. The creatures wouldn't stop tailing us. Just in the nick of time, I spotted an exit, and the two of us jumped down into the darkness below. On days 12 through 14, we landed in a strange room where the wolf-like beast appeared before us.
Looks like I've caught 2 snakes at once. It's my lucky day.
The creature charged forward and my dad engaged him in combat. The wolf knight started swiping at my dad with a sharp sword. My dad retaliated with the psychic blade of his own, but it didn't seem to have any effect on his opponent. The wolf spun in the air and struck my dad with a powerful charged sword attack that dealt immense damage. The two were going back and forth, blow for blow. Suddenly, the knight began summoning magic around him, charging his power for his next attack. The wolf was growing stronger by the minute, but my father wasn't gonna go down without a fight. With blinding speed, my dad charged through the wolf, unleashing the full force of his psychic energy. Just like before, neither side was giving in. They both demonstrated their incredible magical power, trying to overcome each other with their strength. Meanwhile, I supported my dad from the sidelines, using my psychic abilities to deal a bit of extra damage.
Enough of this dance!
To my shock, the brute turned his attention towards me and began charging a powerful magic attack. No! My dad intercepted the attack, taking the lethal blow in my stead.
Son, you must stop the mythic Hydra, complete the prophecy, and make him pay for the suffering he brought our people.
Dad! My dad succumbed to his wounds and died. The feeling of despair overcame me, and my psychic powers spiraled out of control. My eyes glowed bright red in fury, and my body began to transform. I levitated off the ground, and my tail grew longer. My fangs were sharpened, and my snake hood grew wider. I was now an adult psychic snake with 5 more hearts and new abilities. You'll pay for this! I flew in and unleashed my new strength onto the animal. The wolf knight leapt into the air, dodging my attacks and retaliating with his own shadowy swipes. I struck the knight with my magic summoning circle, dropping down psychic spears landing on my enemy. He then sliced his sword in the ground with full force, sending a wave of magic stone through the floor. The death of my dad fueled me to fight with everything I had. I pushed past his relentless strength and continued with a barrage of psychic strikes. With one final blow, the wolf beast fell to my might, but the bitter taste of loss still remained. The mythic Hydra will pay for this! Suddenly, the room began to tremble and was ready to collapse all around me. I had to escape, so I used my new teleportation powers to vanish, unsure of where they would take me. On days 15 through 17, I reappeared in the Kobold Village, where the residents were already being interrogated by the mythic Hydra's forces. Oh no! I gotta hide! I quickly took cover and listened in on their conversation.
Please, just let us go! We are loyal followers of the mythic Hydra!
Let's see how loyal you are then. Hand over all of your food. The mythic Hydra demands it.
Oh no you don't! I couldn't let them take those poor people's food, so I immediately intervened and attacked the mythic forces. They were none too pleased to see me. The mythic forces immediately turned their attention from the kobolds over to me. I met their approach with psychic slashes and psionic projectiles. The width of my attacks allowed me to hit more than one at a time and even the odds. The biggest Hydra of them all had impressive powers infused with some sort of dark magic like the kind that killed my father. I had to be extra careful, or I would share his fate. The smaller Hydras wanted to circle around me and attack from a blind spot, but my flexible snake body hardly allowed that. The mythic Hydra's warriors were super tough, but eventually I was able to overpower them enough to force them out of town. And stay out! I reclaimed the food they'd already taken and tried to return it to the people of the town. Is everyone okay? I've got your food! Just then, the village elder stepped forward.
What are you doing, fool? You disobeyed the order of our great leader!
But he was stealing your food.
That doesn't matter! We never question the mythic Hydra! Leave at once!
But before I could defend myself, the whole village charged at me in a fit of rage. On days 18 through 20, I was under attack by the members of the village. I didn't want to hurt them, so I did my best to evade their attacks. Come on! I'm on your side! But the villagers wouldn't listen. Because I had no way of fighting back without harming them, they were able to back me into a corner. Knowing my life was at stake, I had no choice but to use my psychic powers to take control of them, causing all of the villagers to stop their onslaught.
Obey Max.
Huh. It's much easier to get people on my side with psychic powers, in the least evil sounding way possible. Surprisingly, the Elder snapped out of my mind control.
You fiend!
I attempted to use my psychic powers on him again, but he looked away before our eyes could meet.
You'll pay for this!
The Elder took off into the distance, leaving the village. Not wanting him alerting more of the Mythic Hydra's forces, I gave chase. On days 21 through 23, I was chasing after the Elder. I followed him until he reached a small outpost. I saw him stop and speak with one of the Mythic Hydra's larger guards. I tried to hide, but they spotted me.
That's the psychic snake! Get him!
The guard attacked me with all of his strength, and he was the toughest foe yet. The dragon got in close, biting down onto me with his massive set of jaws. I retreated back, putting some distance between the foe and I before unleashing a bombardment of psychic abilities onto the enemy. The brute retaliated with attacks of his own, hurling globs of acid at me that ate through my hearts, swirling gusts of wind that sliced through the air, and emitting an ear-piercing roar that was sent flying right at me. I attempted to eat some food to regain my lost health, but the enemy was right on my tail. I knew I needed to shake him, so I began teleporting around the foe, preventing him from getting close while I blasted him from afar with my psychic powers. But even still, the Mythic Hydra's goon was proving to be too strong. There was no way I was going to win this fight on my own, so I called upon my mind-controlled forces to help me fight. With the help of my kobold army, the battle began once more, and I was able to re-enter the fray with a restored sense of vigor. The dragon attempted to bite, roar, and hurl acid at my men, but he couldn't manage to cut through their numbers. While the enemy was busy dealing with my forces, I seized the opportunity to release a barrage of psychic attacks onto the beast, catching him by surprise and dealing massive damage. The foe was growing desperate, creating a massive explosion that sent both him and the kobolds flying as the ground disintegrated beneath them. Still, the enemy wasn't able to take us all on at once, and his health was getting dangerously low. Thanks to the help of my unwilling army, I was able to take the guard down.
You may have defeated me, but my backup is already on the way. Ow!
Before the Elder could run away again, I teleported in front of him and used my mind control powers on him. He immediately fell into a deep trance. I'll use my powers to build my own resistance. The Mythic Hydra is going down! Just as the reinforcements arrived on the scene, I heard a massive explosion in the distance. I left my army to fight off the goons while I went to check out the source of the explosion. On days 24 through 26, I arrived at the source of the explosion and saw the Mythic Hydra's forces. They were blasting through a giant cavern in search of me. The loud noise made the inhabitants of the cave run in fear, and many of the creatures were dying in the explosions. Those guys are relentless! I have to stop them! I teleported in front of the goons. If it's me you want, then come and get me! The Mythic Hydra's forces did just that, charging towards me ready to attack. But this time, instead of fighting back, I just teleported away, playing a game of keep away using my teleportation powers. You're too slow! You can't catch me!
Hold still!
In a fit of rage, the minions blasted another block of TNT, revealing a cave of lava. Suddenly, an angered beast jumped out from the cavern and began ravaging the Mythic Hydra's goons, killing all of them. Apparently, the beast's bloodlust wasn't fulfilled. It took off, rampaging through the forest. Wanting to protect the creatures residing there, I gave chase, blasting it with my powers. That got the beast's attention, as it turned to me and attacked. On days 27 through 29, I was locked in combat with the powerful cave beast. The beast charged me as I shot out a few shadow balls out in defense. I dodged to the side and snapped at him with my snake bite, before being smacked by his tail. It sent me flying. I flew back, shooting more psychic blasts as I gained some distance. The beast leapt at me, crashing down, and sending chunks of the earth hurtling in every direction. It was a massive hit, and I took a lot of damage. I tried to get more distance between me and it when static electricity started to appear all around me. I was lifted into the air, unable to move, when suddenly lightning came crashing down on me. Free from his power, I began throwing pieces of the world back at him, desperate to defend myself. It did little to slow him down. I teleported away as I saw more static electricity forming around me. But I was struck by lightning as soon as I reappeared. There just wasn't any escaping that attack. I took to the skies, switching to a dive-bombing attack, but I just wasn't doing enough damage. No matter how hard I fought, this creature was like nothing I had faced so far. I didn't stand a chance. Looks like I had to do this the hard way. I locked eyes with a monster and tried to take over their mind. But suddenly, a Nargacuga swooped in and broke my focus.
You're not gaining control of this beast. I'm taking you to the Mythic Hydra.
Oh yeah? Take this! I attempted to mind control the Nargacuga, but it didn't work. What?
Fool! The Mythic Hydra protected me with a spell. You can't control my mind.
The Nargacuga attacked me. Without my mind control powers, the two of us were on an equal playing field and it was neck and neck. As our battle raged on, the beast stampeded around us. During all of the chaos, the Nargacuga dropped an explosive on the ground, causing the floor to crumble beneath our feet. We plummeted into the depths of the mines. On days 30 through 32, I landed in a giant glittering cave with the Hydra's goon.
Your little rebellion is going to be stomped out here and now.
Our fight commenced once more. He slammed his spiked tail into me, devastating my health. He was just too strong. Even just one more hit would end me. Desperate, I took to the skies to avoid the slugfest, and let loose with a barrage of psychic power. He snapped at me and I flew past, using my dive bomb attack as I dodged. He ran to catch up to me, and I took the opportunity to throw some crystal blocks at him, landing my mark. He shook off the attack, however, and lunged at me again. I flew away evading him, and began to line myself up for another dive bomb attack. After launching a few more psychic blasts to soften him up, I went in, but he managed to slam his mighty spiked tail into me, sending me flying across the room. Quickly, it became evident that the Nargacuga was much stronger than me. I needed to find another way to win. Just then, the ground began to shake. I looked up and saw that the beast was still rampaging up from where we fell. I had to fight fire with fire. Focusing all my attention on the monster, I teleported it into the cavern with the two of us. Unfortunately, the beast set its sights on me. The creature charged towards me. I braced myself. Come under my control! As I uttered those words, my eyes lit up. On days 33 through 35, the beast kept charging at me, and I was worried my psychic powers would fail me. Just before it could reach me to impale me on its tusks, it froze in its tracks. It had successfully been mind controlled. That's right, you fight for me now! Go! The beast immediately followed my command and turned around, lunging at the monster. With the beast on my side, I was strong enough to fight alongside it in an epic monster brawl. Both monsters met each other, teeth and pincers gnashing in a frenzy, each believing they were the more powerful creature. The beast unleashed his lightning attack, thunder echoing through the cave. Nargacuga reacted angrily, slamming his massive spiked tail as the beast charged in. I shot a few psychic blasts at him before he unleashed an aerial dodge, then countering with a spinning tail slam, doing some serious damage to the beast. Recovering quickly, the beast leapt into the air, slamming down on the earth and causing ice and crystal chunks to erupt forward and go flying, peppering Nargacuga with debris. Knowing Nargacuga was near death, I dive bombed in and went all out, unleashing all my powers in one last attempt to finish him off. With our powers combined, we were able to take down the mutated minion. Woohoo! Nice work, buddy! Suddenly, I began to feel a strange sensation inside my body. I was transforming. My body grew even longer, and my fangs and fins became bigger. I also gained 10 hearts and a new psychic chain power. Now I'm even stronger than before, and I've got a new member to my rebellion. Awesome! Just then, the beast turned away from me and ran off in a frenzy. Hey, wait! I order you to stop! The beast was refusing to listen, even while under my influence. Something was wrong. I'm getting to the bottom of this. On days 36 through 38, I followed after the beast until he led me to a massive factory that was crawling with the mythic Hydra's men. They had a massive radio tower there, and the signal coming from it was somehow attracting all of my mind-controlled minions like flies. That tower is distracting my goons. I gotta shut it down. Since I didn't have any backup, I decided to make this a stealth mission. I gotta be careful, or I'll get caught. I slowly teleported from cover to cover, attempting to infiltrate the factory. At one point, I nearly got spotted by one of the mythic goons, but I quickly used my teleportation to appear behind him and took care of him before he could alert anyone. Yikes, I need to be more careful. Just then, a big robot dropped down right in front of me.
Intruder detected.
I had to think fast. I tried to mind control it, but it wasn't working on its synthetic mind. Oh no, it's a robot, so it has no mind to control. The alarms began going off, and I quickly ran inside into the factory's long halls. As I did, more robots started swarming in after me. I gotta get out of here. On days 39 through 41, I was being pursued by the pack of robots. As part of the factory's security measures, a door closed down in my path, trapping me between it and the pack of robots. Thinking fast, I teleported myself on the other side of the wall. That won't hold them for long. I kept moving and found a central control room that managed the tower that was attracting my minions. I'm shutting this down. But before I could stop it, another robot dropped down in front of me.
Eliminate.
Suddenly, the robot attacked. The foe unleashed a gigantic mechanically powered punch. As I recoiled, rockets erupted from the adversary's shoulders, cascading through the air with a stream of smoke. With lightning-fast reflexes, I dodged the enemy's attacks before harnessing my newfound psychic chain power to Despite my efforts, the robot closed in, stomping with immense force and delivering bone-shattering punches, forcing me into a hasty retreat. We engaged in a relentless exchange of abilities once more, the enemy futilely firing rockets while I responded with a barrage of psychic blasts. Suddenly, the foe grasped me within his metal grip and launched me away. I seized the opportunity to take to the skies, bombarding the robot with my psychic attacks from above. As we continued to duke it out, my health began to diminish. After a brief respite to eat and recuperate, I re-entered the fray, teleporting to avoid his colossal fists as I unleashed devastating close-range attacks. Although the battle was close, I managed to emerge victorious. The robot died, leaving behind a map labeled Secret Civilization. Secret Civilization? What's the Mythic Hydra hiding from me? I destroyed the control panel and used my psychic powers to summon the beast. The monster broke down the wall, allowing me to escape outside only to find even more guards waiting for me. I commanded my men to attack them on my behalf as I set up to look for the secret civilization. On days 42 through 44, I followed the map into mythical territory where the trees and grass were purple. I continued until I reached a grand tower, where I discovered a giant statue standing in my way. Huh? What's going on here? I spotted a sign that had some kind of riddle written on it. To get inside, you must clear your mind's eye. Huh. Looks like I need to use my psychic powers to get inside. I used my powers to tap into my mind's eye, and I was instantly transported into a vision. I was in some kind of mysterious dream realm. Whoa. Hello? I spotted a pathway and started heading down it looking for answers. Suddenly, I was attacked by a huge dark monster emerging from the ground. Ah! What are you?
I am a manifestation of your fears. Succumb to me.
Never! The freak of nature crawled menacingly and slowly towards me, extending a long, slender arm before pulling the rest of his body forward. Despite my fear, I mustered the courage to attack. With a mighty strike of his hand, the foe ground slammed down so hard that specks of dirt kicked up into the air. Additionally, he swiped at me with his frightening claws, barely missing my elongated body. This horrifying beast was unlike anything I had faced so far. I was losing.
Give up.
No! I'm taking down the Mythic Hydra! I know my resolve! I landed a powerful attack on him, and he was defeated. I had overcome my fear. I triumphantly continued on down the pathway until my vision faded and I woke up. When I came to, the statue had opened up to reveal a hidden stairway. Well, here goes nothing. With renewed confidence in myself, I ventured inside. On days 45 through 47, I followed the staircase and discovered a hidden mythical civilization of stonelets. Once they spotted me, they all started running around in a frenzy.
Oh no! The psychic snake has found us!
They all converged on me and started attacking me wildly. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt them, so instead of fighting back, I tried finding a way to group them all together. I rounded them all up in an enclosed pen and locked them inside so they would stop attacking me. Okay, now, who are you and why are you attacking me?
The Mythic Hydra told us our power was too great to fall into your evil hands. He's trying to protect us from you.
He doesn't care about you guys. He's just trying to save his own hide. No matter what I said, they just wouldn't listen. They broke out of their confines and kept attacking me. Well, I guess we're doing this the hard way. Before they could hurt me too bad, I used my psychic powers to mind control the whole village. At least now I've got more members for my rebellion. Suddenly, the ground shook and I heard an evil cackle. The Mythic Hydra appeared before me. On days 48 through 50, I was face to face with the Mythic Hydra himself.
That little rebellion of yours is bound to crumble. It's only held together by your psychic abilities.
That doesn't matter. They will help me overthrow your kingdom.
You don't know the first thing about being a leader.
Says you. You've done nothing but oppress your people. I'm freeing everyone from your claws. Fueled by rage, I lunged the Mythic Hydra, attacking him. I unleashed my psychic chain ability onto the enemy, but the dragon countered with a shower of crystal projectiles erupting from the ground, shattering through my chains. In a burst of speed, the Hydra charged at me, its multiple heads snapping hungrily in my direction. I took to the skies, yet still I couldn't elude the relentless rain of crystal shards that pierced into my scaly exterior. My health began to dwindle dangerously low, so I retreated for sustenance. With my energy restored, I struck back with a volley of psychic blasts, but the Hydra refused to relent, closing in once more with unmatched speed. Crystals struck down from above, forcing me closer to the beast's snapping jaws. I was left vulnerable and the Mythic Hydra seized this opportunity, unleashing a devastating purple laser upon me. No matter how hard I fought, I just couldn't beat him. He was insanely powerful.
Is that the best you've got?
Go, my army! I sent my forces at him, but I was struggling to maintain control of my army and use my powers at the same time. Ugh! I can't keep this up! As the Mythic Hydra unleashed an insanely powerful attack, I had no choice but to teleport away in a panic. On days 51 through 53, I reappeared in an old monument for the Psychic Snakes. I knew that if I wanted to fight and control my army at the same time, I would need to increase my mental fortitude. What would my ancestors do? Suddenly, my eyes lit up and I was sent into a vision. Another psychic snake was standing before me, and he looked old and wise. Who are you?
I am your ancestor, a psychic snake of times long past. You cannot unlock your full power because you have a mental block. If you wish to strengthen your mind, you must overcome it.
How do I do that?
Explore the realm in your mind and clear the blockage within it. But be warned, if you fail, you will die.
I had so many other questions, but the Elder Snake disappeared before I could ask them. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I was suddenly overwhelmed with vertigo and passed out, waking up in my dream world. I went in to investigate my surroundings, but I was ambushed by a group of my inner demons. They were terrifying, and I didn't know what to do other than run for my life. On days 54 through 56, I was being chased by my inner demons through the dream worlds within my own mind. I jumped through the strange realm. I needed to find the blockage if I wanted to escape alive. Eventually, I stumbled across a dark cave. Seeking refuge, I fled inside. Just before the demons could follow me inside, I blasted the entrance shut, holding them off. Inside the cave, I saw what appeared to be an evil-looking core. The blockage! That has to be it! As I approached the core, it transformed into a beast of pure evil.
You're staying here forever.
Suddenly, the monster attacked me. The beast, propelled by its jetpacks, closed the gap between us with alarming speed, its chainsaw slashing towards me with deadly intent. Reacting swiftly, I retaliated by summoning my psychic chains. In turn, the monster unleashed a deafening roar before launching a barrage of cannonballs in my direction. As my health decreased, I retreated to eat and regain some of my hearts. As the foe came barreling towards me once more, I realized I could not match its strength. In order to outmaneuver the enemy, I harnessed my psychic abilities to teleport around the monster, preventing it from predicting my actions. From a safe distance, I utilized my psychic powers to hurl blocks at the creature, and continued to lash at it with my psychic chains. Knowing I had to bring the battle to the end, I moved in close, deftly weaving around the beast's chainsaw attacks, determined to deliver the final blow. Fortunately, I was able to overcome the darkness and defeat the beast. I snapped back to reality and gained 5 hearts, as well as the power to conjure a deadly psychic storm. Now I'm strong enough to lead my forces. Time to raid that Mythic Hydra. On days 57 through 59, I arrived at the Mythic Hydra's fortress with my mind-controlled army. Waiting there to greet me was a whole swarm of his mythic minions. Attack, men! Without hesitation, my mind-controlled army charged in to fight it out with the Hydra's forces. Filled with determination, our armies charged forward with great speed. The two masses collided in the center of the battlefield and the fight began. Initially, my men engaged in fierce combat with the smaller foes. As the larger foes joined the fight, I swooped in overhead, slashing them with my psychic powers from above. The battleground erupted in a chaotic whirlwind of clashes and roars. My psychic onslaught caught the enemy off guard, causing them to falter and granting us the advantage. But this was only temporary. The enemy's forces were numerous and fierce. Even with my psychic powers, the battle was neck and neck. We fought long and hard, but our two armies were evenly matched. We couldn't overpower them. Just then, the Mythic Hydra himself appeared.
You didn't heed my warnings. For that, you will pay the ultimate price.
Bring it on! He charged after me, and him and I were sent barreling backwards. On days 60 through 62, I was facing off with my greatest foe yet, the Mythic Hydra himself. I knew I couldn't take him on my own, so I redirected my army to try and overwhelm him with sheer numbers. My army waded through the water, rushing to my aid. The Mythic Hydra barreled into my ranks, knocking through them and pushing them aside like bowling pins. With a snap of his massive jaws, the Hydra sunk his teeth into my forces with a ferocious crunch. While my men fought the beast at close range, I targeted him from afar. But even with the advantage of numbers, the dragon was slicing through them, raining down a bombardment of crystals from above, taking my army out en masse. As I retaliated with my lightning blast, the foe effortlessly evaded my attack by digging underground. As the monster emerged from the dirt, I barraged the enemy with all the psychic powers in my arsenal. I even managed to cut one of the monster's heads clean off its neck. However, this only enraged the Hydra further, sending him into a fury and replenishing his fighting spirit. The beast dove underground once more, and when he re-emerged, his head had been regenerated. My forces swarmed him again, but the foe unveiled a new ability, a ray of enfeeblement that shot out of his maw, dazing and confusing my men, leaving us temporarily defenseless. Just when I thought I was starting to get the edge on him, the mythic Hydra began to laugh. What's so funny?
It's just so adorable that you think you can win.
He blasted me with a massive attack, making me lose all focus. My whole army suddenly snapped out of their trance.
What? Where are we?
That evil snake caused all of this.
Wait, no! I can explain, please! Without my influence, the beast went wild, running rampant on the battlefield and killing everyone indiscriminately. My own allies were turning on me, and they quickly overwhelmed me. I blacked out. On days 63 through 66, I woke up in a prison cell controlled by the mythic Hydra. I've lost everything. I'm a failure.
Hey there, pal. The name's Kip. What are you in for?
I turned and saw that I had a cellmate. It was a little cactus. I started a resistance, but that backfired.
Whoa, that's so cool. Can I join?
You actually want to join? I don't have to mind control you?
Of course. That guy has done so much evil, it's time we take them down. Wait, did you say mind control?
That was when I realized I could convince people to join my cause in other ways. Alright, Kip, you're in. Now, how do we get out of here?
I've been working on a little something.
Kip broke open a part of the cell and the two of us were able to escape. We were sneaking around the prison looking for a way out when suddenly Kip accidentally stepped on my tail. Ouch! Unfortunately, my cry alerted the guards. Kip and I made a break for it. On days 67 through 70, I was being pursued by the mythic Hydra's prison guards. They were somehow immune to my mind control tricks, and I couldn't stop them.
Follow me, I know a way.
I followed Kip to a button. When he pressed it, it revealed a secret exit. Just when I thought we were home free, the ground opened up to reveal a pit of lava. I was able to fly up, saving myself, and Kip landed on a platform. He was stuck in the middle of the lava.
Save yourself. I'm willing to die for our cause.
No, I can't! I needed to think fast. The guards were coming quick. I'll come back for you, I promise! With that, I fled the prison, narrowly escaping the guards. I have to save him, but I can't do it alone. I returned to the village where I found the kobolds originally, and when I arrived, the place was in shambles. Whoa, what happened here? On days 71 through 74, I was investigating the remains of the village. Amongst the rubble, I found a map with a location marked on it. Following the map, I set off in search of answers. I arrived at the spot marked on the map and found that the villagers were being held captive. The mythic Hydra was forcing them to grow food for him. I need to get in closer. Using my powers, I took control of a guard. Using him as a pawn, I lured the others away. With them gone, I was able to get in close and speak to the kobolds. Amongst them was their elder.
You? What do you want?
I came to apologize. I shouldn't have forced you into my rebellion.
Well, you were right about the mythic Hydra. After the fight, he enslaved my people.
You're still welcome to join my team, but this time, no mind control.
Break us out of here and you've got yourself a deal.
The kobolds and I hurried out of there before the guards could see through my distraction. Time to save Kip! On days 75 through 77, I returned to the prison with my new allies, but security was even more intense than before. Charge! My men stormed the prison and fought the guards, allowing me to slip inside while the sentries outside were preoccupied. I ran down the stairs taking care of some guards before searching for my friend. Eventually, I found him in a new cell in the center of the prison.
Max, you came back for me.
Of course! Let's break you out of here!
Max, look out!
I turned around and saw a fiery monster charging at me. I dodged the attack and retaliated with one of my own. Marking the start of our battle, I unleashed a series of psychic blasts in an attempt to hold the ravenous beast back. But it wasn't enough as its claws slashed at me relentlessly. I teleported to evade its attacks, but it lunged into the air, landing with a fiery slam. As I was disoriented from the recoil of its landing, the foe managed to move in close once more. In retaliation, I summoned beams of lightning down from the sky, striking the creature from above and leaving it temporarily stunned. I used the opportunity to heal before joining the fray again. Our battle commenced at close range with both of us hitting the other as hard as possible with no restraint. As our duel raged on in close proximity, I found myself struggling to overcome the searing heat radiating from its body. I think this fight might be too much for me to handle. On days 78 through 80, I was at the end of my rope, when out of nowhere, the beast I had mind-controlled burst through the wall. He rampaged through the area, killing the fiery monster until he finally turned on me. He was charging straight at me, and I knew there was no reasoning with this beast. I'd use my psychic powers to get him back under my control once again. Onward, beast! The beast charged forward by my command, smashing into the cell and freeing Kip.
Phew, thanks.
Don't thank me, thank him!
Thank you.
The three of us started to leave the prison when suddenly the beast stopped in his tracks and turned towards me. What's up, buddy? You okay? Why aren't you listening to me? Just then, a shadow raptor stepped out of the shadows.
We thought you might pull something cheeky with your psychic power, so we had the boys in the lab whip us up a remote to control that thing. The beast is now under my control. Sick 'em, boy!
Before I could do anything to stop him, the beast lunged straight at me. On days 81 and 82, I was once again being attacked by the beast. I couldn't believe they had built the technology to bypass my powers. I tried my best to regain control of him, but he wouldn't respond to me at all. It was too dangerous. We needed to run. Kip and I hightailed it out of there, but the beast was right behind us. As we turned a corner, he lunged at us, breaking down a wall and revealing a portal that I didn't hesitate to jump through. We appeared on the other side at the secret civilization I used to control. Ah! Look out! The beast rampaged through their village, wreaking havoc all over. The stonelets were running in all directions, but they couldn't escape the chaos. It was mayhem. I can't fight him with all these people around.
Don't worry, I'll evacuate the place. You take care of the monster.
All right, thanks, Kip. Hey, big guy, come and get me. On days 83 through 84, I was luring the monster away from the village as it chased behind me. After a while, I didn't have the strength to run anymore. Just before it captured me with its jaws, I teleported to safety behind it. I then retaliated with my powers, but the monster refused to submit. I need to regain control. But how? Just then, I realized I needed to find the shadow raptor that was controlling him. I flew up and focused. Thanks to my psychic powers, life around me was highlighted. Using my ability, I was able to locate the shadow raptor and I swooped in to attack them. As the distance between us closed, the dino swiped at me with its razor-sharp claws, but attacking from afar proved to be just as perilous, as it unleashed a scorching fire breath. It felt as if there was no escaping its relentless onslaught. As the raptor moved in close once more, I summoned a storm of lightning that temporarily incapacitated it. Yet, the creature proved to be relentless, showing no signs of bringing its onslaught to an end. Swelled with determination, I summoned my psychic swords, their blades granting me the strength I needed to gain the upper hand against the ravenous monster. With one last blow, I was able to incapacitate the Shadow Raptor, claiming the controller and stopping the beast's rampage. What's so funny? I won!
You fell right into my trap.
Suddenly, the controller exploded and I blacked out. On days 85 through 86, I found myself in a black void with some kind of deity looming over me.
So good to see you, Max.
Who are you? How do you know me?
I know all creatures. And while I was expecting you, I didn't think we would meet like this. Find the psychic pools, and I will tell you the key to unlocking your full power.
I woke up to find myself in the secret stonelet civilization, where they were tending to my wounds.
Oh good, he's awake! Thank you for saving our city from the beast!
Of course! And I'm really sorry for mind controlling you guys.
It's alright. I think we now all understand that our safety wasn't a priority for the mythic Hydra.
Do you think you'd be interested in joining my resistance again?
For sure!
Suddenly, the ground shook and the mythic Hydra appeared.
You are all traitors!
On days 87 through 88, I used my powers to summon my new army to fight the mythic Hydra. He didn't even flinch at my army, calling his massive attack from the sky. He flew down, going into a fury. My army of stonelets and kobolds did their best to fight back, but it was a lost cause. He's still too powerful! I have to retreat with my army! I gave the order to retreat and covered my forces as they did. I found a spot where I could temporarily take cover from the mythic Hydra.
You are all dead the next time I see you. Run while you can.
That deity I saw in my vision talked about ultimate power. Where can I find the psychic pools?
Did you say psychic pools?
The elder stepped forward and handed me the map.
You can find them here, but be warned, nobody has ever returned alive.
I'm willing to take the risk. With that, I took off flying towards the destination. Once I arrived at the location on the map, I looked into one of the pools. Suddenly, the world around me shifted and changed color. What the? Before I had any time to react, another dream monster attacked me. On days 89 through 90, I was battling another dream monster. Why was it here? I tried my best, but I was disoriented from my new surroundings, and this new form launched psychic blasts at me stronger than my own. I was no match for them. I ran for my life, barely managing to navigate through this foggy world. What's happening? Where am I? I spotted an altar and took cover beside it. Just then, the deity from my vision appeared before me.
Max, I have been waiting for you. Welcome to the spirit realm. If you wish to return home alive, you must unlock your full power.
I'm willing to do anything.
Very well. Find the artifacts at the top of the mountain, and all will become clear.
I'm on it! And so, I continued on my way. As I traveled, my surroundings became more like the dream I once had. I guess the dream world was actually the spirit realm all along. I was suddenly halted in my tracks when a bunch of angry spirits came out of the shadows and attacked me. Their numbers were unaccountable and I was still injured, so I ran for dear life. On days 91 through 92, I was fleeing from the angry spirits. Unfortunately, they knew this realm better than me and they were waiting for me around every corner. I tried focusing my psychic powers to blast them away. It even managed to affect the incorporeal being, but more just kept coming and I was starting to get overwhelmed. This wasn't looking good for me. Suddenly, my dad jumped into the fray to protect me. The two of us lashed out at the specters, unleashing the full extent of our shared psychic abilities. But even with our powers combined, the ghouls proved to be formidable foes as our attacks passed right through their gaseous exterior. The phantoms were as tough as they were evasive, hurling balls of ectoplasmic ooze and slashing at us with their demonic claws. Luckily, the bond between my father and I empowered my fighting spirit, allowing us to gain the upper hand, vanquishing the shadowy spirits and sending the vengeful wraiths back to the realm of the undead from whence they came. With that, I was able to scare off the little spirits. I flew over to my dad after the battle. Dad? Does this mean I can talk to the dead in the spirit realm?
That's right. I'm so glad to see you again, son.
But our time to catch up was cut short as even more spirits showed up.
The path of the mountain is just east of here, but hurry. The Great Spirit has already sensed your arrival and is hunting you down.
Thanks for everything, Dad! While my dad held them off, I headed out towards the mountain path. On days 93 through 94, I found the path that my dad had told me about and I began following it. I was starting to make good progress. I could even see the mountain, when suddenly I was teleported right back to the start. Hey, who's doing that? I looked around and spotted a mischievous little flame spirit that appeared in front of me.
But you gotta play hide and seek with me. Winners get to leave. Losers stay trapped here forever.
With that, the spirit vanished. Using my psychic powers, I was able to sense the spirit's presence. Now, I could see it hiding inside a ravine and I approached it. Found you!
We have a winner!
The spirit teleported me to the peak of the mountain where the psychic star I desired was waiting. But before I could grab it, the great spirit my dad warned me about blocked my path. On days 95 and 96, I was confronted by the great spirit.
Who dares to seek out my precious psychic star?
I do! I need to unlock my full power.
Only the worthy may claim this prize. Prove to me you have what it takes.
Suddenly, the whale spirit descended upon me. This was gonna be a tough fight. As the behemoth descended upon me and unleashed its mighty abilities, its powers proved to be befitting of its gargantuan size. The foe utilized psychic forces similar to my own, but they were even more powerful, including attacks I was not yet strong enough to learn. At its command, sharpened icicle spears rained down from above, piercing through my scales. They were crazy strong, almost as strong as the mythic Hydra. As my health waned, I attempted to retreat, taking to the skies above, but the enemy was as agile as it was large, taking flight as well and giving chase. It even called upon its spirit forces, summoning a phantom that materialized out of thin air. As the two of us circled around the mountain's crest, the whale was unrelenting in its psychic onslaught. Just as I thought I had seen all the foe had to offer, it unveiled its most powerful ability, conjuring flaming meteors that hurled into me in a ball of fire, shooting down from above. Brute force wasn't gonna cut it this time. If I wanted to win this, I needed to try something else. I wasn't gonna be able to do this by myself, but if I had help, I knew I could do it. Dad! Mom! Please! I need your help! My parents suddenly appeared to my location, ready to help me. Stay away from my son! On days 97 through 98, I was charging into battle against the Great Spirit with the help of my new allies. The whale attempted all of its old tricks, but my parents always proved to be one step ahead of him. They pursued the enemy with no relent and showed no signs of fear. They were unfazed by its ice crystals and undeterred by his conjured ghouls. Even as the foe unveiled its strongest ability and scorching hot meteors rained down onto the battlefield from above, my mom and dad refused to back down. Their courage allowed me to gain the upper hand on the spirit. I harnessed all of my strength and my love for my family to unleash my most powerful psychic barrage yet. Thankfully, the help of my parents was enough to push us over the edge, forcing the Great Spirit to submit to me.
Only the wise understand that they can rely on others. You may claim the artifact.
And so, I stepped forward to grab the Psychic Star. The power of the Psychic Star surged through me, granting me 5 new hearts and the new Psychic Ice Storm and Meteor powers the Great Spirit used. Mom, Dad, thank you for everything. I'll be sure to make you proud. With that, I arrived back to the real world, now even stronger than ever. I returned to my allies only to see that the Hydra's forces were rapidly approaching. It's time to end this! On day 99, I stood ready to face the Hydra's army with my own forces. Suddenly, the mythic Hydra appeared before me.
Are you prepared to die?
That's what I should be asking you! Surrender or face our fury!
Never!
Our armies charged forward, crashing head-on. As our forces collided and chaos raged, the Hydra focused his attention on me, dragging me away from the battle. But my men, spurred by loyalty, took to my side, aiding me in the duel. Unfortunately, they proved to be no match for the beast, succumbing to his overwhelming strength. The foe then returned his focus to me, releasing a mighty laser and raining crystals down upon me. This granted me an opportunity to demonstrate my new powers, unleashing my Meteor and Ice Storm abilities. The battle carried on with great force behind us, with the Hydra's ranks slashing, clawing, and biting through my own. My forces were rapidly dwindling. Then, just as all hope seemed lost, the Stonelets unveiled their last resort ability, transforming into new and improved Stonebreakers. My now more powerful allies charged into battle once more with increased strength and vigor. As their massive hammers clobbered into the opposing army, the tides of war began to shift. The mythic Hydra attempted to single me out once again, this time aided by his own men, but the Stonebreakers refused to leave my side, retaliating against the draconic foe and his goons. It was mayhem, but thanks to my reinforcements, it seemed as though we stood a chance against the Hydra. Do you surrender yet?
I'm just getting started.
Suddenly, he teleported both of us away from the battle. On day 100, I reappeared in a different realm. It was just me and the mythic Hydra. Wait, this place looks familiar.
This is a realm cut off from the outside. Your little friends won't be able to help you here.
Then I'll just have to face you one-on-one.
I won't go down so easy. The prophecy shall not come to pass.
We'll see about that. Ready to end this once and for all, we charged towards each other. As the beast came barreling towards me, I whizzed up into the air, unleashing a flurry of flaming meteors down onto him from above. I released an electric storm of jolting lightning, surging all around the ring. The enemy retaliated with a barrage of crystals so numerous that I couldn't possibly escape them while I was on land. With my health running low, I resorted to eating my food to regain some of my hearts. With my vigor restored, I had the energy to take to the skies once more. Overhead, I rained down a raging Arctic ice storm, coating the Hydra in a thick shell of ice. I attempted to take advantage of the foe's vulnerability with more meteors, but the dragon was quick, burrowing beneath the ground to avoid my attack. As he re-emerged, the adversary was swift to discharge a powerful beam towards me. Despite being weakened from our previous battle, the Hydra was still proving to be insanely powerful. We exchanged blows. It was my psychic abilities versus his crystals. The mythic Hydra flew into a rage as I took off into the air, seizing the opportunity to eat once more and regain some of my health. But my food reserves were running low. There was no room for error. Using my psychic powers, I hurled chunks of the stalagmite towards the enemy, but the Hydra was still too strong. I honed everything I had learned just to stand a chance against him. Luckily, after all I had endured over my journey, I was finally able to overpower the Hydra with one final lightning blast. And just like that, the world was freed from the mythic Hydra's evil grasp. Woohoo! I did it! I finally saved the world from the mythic Hydra, and I felt like a god of snakes. Which reminds me of my friend who can also survive as a snake god, my best buddy Bronzo.
Thanks, Max. I think I can take it from here. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby snake god in Olympus. My home was under siege by none other than my brother, the god of darkness. Mom, Dad, where are you? My brother's men were storming Olympus and killing my people left and right. I knew I didn't stand a chance against their power, so I desperately slithered through the crowd in search of our parents. When I finally found them, they were being confronted by my brother, who killed them both before my eyes. No!
Now with them out of the way, nobody can stop me from becoming the ultimate god. Ta-ta, brother!
The god of darkness began to charge an epic attack. I ran away. My brother chased after me and cornered me at the edge of the city. I'm only a baby. My wings are too small to fly.
See you never.
I couldn't react quickly enough. My brother hit me with his tail, sending me flying over the edge towards the ground below. On day 2, I fell down and down as the clouds whipped by me, and I knew this would be the end of me. But wait, there was a little pond down below, so I concentrated all my efforts in order to land on it. Aha! I made it! My celebration was cut short when my brother's dark forces caught sight of me.
There he is, after him!
Uh-oh, gotta keep moving! I slithered away as fast as I could, but my brother's forces were quickly gaining on me. I couldn't keep this up forever, and knew it. Luckily, I had a genius idea to hide in a cave. The darkness would surely cover me, giving me enough time to slip away unnoticed. The cave was also too small for them to get in. Unfortunately for me, the second I stepped into the shadows, I realized there was no exit. Oh, come on!
We'll wait out here as long as we need to catch you.
My escape hadn't lasted very long at all. As I scrambled, thinking about what I could possibly do to get away, I could feel something brewing deep inside of me. It was power, a sort of raw power that I had never felt before. I unleashed it all out in a powerful attack that summoned the head of a dragon and unleashed an arrow of holy power. Unfortunately, this caused the ground below me to crumble. Whoa, wait! As the ground fell around me, I fell too, deep down into the unknown abyss below. On day 3, I awoke in a dark cavern in front of a massive monster. It was letting out a loud and boisterous snore. This is not good! There was no way I could fight such a creature, not in my current form anyway, so I had no choice but to try and sneak around it. As I used all of my innate sneaking snake abilities, I felt I had this in the bag. Unfortunately, my overconfidence led me to slithering right over a stick with a loud crack. The monster turned around with intensity as it sprang to life, furious at having been awakened from its slumber. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
You disrupted my sleep. You will be smashed.
I tried to reason with the cave guardian as it whipped itself into a flurry of pure blind rage. It wouldn't listen to my pleas, so I had no choice but to try and defend myself. I reached deep inside and tried to tap into my godly powers once more. For some reason though, it didn't seem to work. No, right when I need it to. Instead, I noticed I had a godly bow. Its arrows weren't as powerful as the other attack, but it was reliable and just as cool. This way, I was able to shoot the bow and dodge his attacks at the same time. Unfortunately for me though, I was still pretty inexperienced, and the cave guardian was able to strike me over and over again with deadly accuracy.
Beauty serpent, I'm gonna make you in the paste.
As I struggled to keep up with the cave guardian's strength, it knocked me down to only half a heart. I knew deep down that this was it. I apologized to my parents for failing them and closed my eyes to accept my fate. On days 4 through 7, out of nowhere, a tiny angel flew in to help me. She cast a healing spell on me that restored my hearts and bought me some time.
Gonzo, I'm Angie. I did what I can, but you need to escape.
Thanks, Angie. I'm working on it. I looked around the cavern for something, anything, for me to use to my advantage, but the only thing I could see was walls. Thankfully, that gave me an idea. Hey, Bozo, I'm right here. The beast roared in rage as it charged right towards me. At the last possible second, I jumped to the side, and his attack fully connected with the wall, breaking it down to rubble and clearing a path for my escape. Come on, Angie, this way. The angel and I ran through the hole in the wall, with the monster hot on our trail. We were hopeful grateful that we found the path to freedom. On the other side waiting was not freedom, however, but rather a secret base for my brother's army. My brother's forces must have heard the commotion with the monster, because they all turned towards me and readied themselves to attack. I was sandwiched between the army and the beast, with nowhere to run. This was the end! On days 8 through 10, I remembered that I had wings. I might not be able to fly properly yet, but I knew I could use them to give me a jump boost. Here I go! I used my wings to jump way up high, as Angie followed along, looking very happy. My brother's army and the beast clashed into each other way down below.
Die, snake thing!
You did it! You used your wings!
I did! Now they're distracted with each other. That ought to keep them both busy for a while. Angie and I used this opportunity to head towards the exit of the underground area, and together, we booked it. We got to the end of the cave, but before us was a massive warrior.
Ah, Bronzer. I was hoping I'd find you here, scurrying around in the dark.
Who are you?
I am one of the God of Darkness's 6 top generals. It's my job to destroy you for him.
Before I could react, he lunged at me and hit me with a weapon embodied with the power of the gods. His power was crushing. Suddenly I was down to only half a heart. Before he could wipe me out completely, Angie cast a healing spell to keep me alive, but she warned me she was running out of mana. If I took another hit like that one, I was a goner. I knew I couldn't escape from this battle, so I braced myself for the toughest fight of my life. The demon general was extremely powerful, so I had to do everything I could to not get hit. I tried to use my smaller size and superior speed to my advantage, but as a result, I wasn't able to do much damage back, although I did unlock a new multi-bow attack from my godly powers. However, it wasn't long into the battle that I realized I would never win in a straightforward fight. I would need to get sneaky. Angie, lure the cave guardian from earlier over here on my go-ahead.
But if I do that, it could hurt you.
It's the only way. Just do it now. Angie flew away and attracted the guardian's attention by flying all around him like an insect. It followed with its familiar rage. Like a bullfighter, I waited until the last moment and jumped out of harm's way. But the general wasn't so lucky. The beast lunged directly into the general, killing him on impact. Suddenly, I felt the general's godly power enter into my body, and I transformed into an adult snake god, giving me 10 more hearts. Whoa! Defeating the generals make me stronger. I couldn't focus on that for too long. The beast was temporarily stunned from ramming into the general, and I had to use this to my advantage. Come on, Angie, we've got to track down more of my brother's generals. It's the only way to stop him. On days 15 through 17, Angie and I made our way out of the caves. Unfortunately, it happened just as my brother was flying overhead. We quickly took cover to avoid his gaze, but it was no good. Somehow he spotted me immediately, like he knew exactly where I was.
You stubborn snake! How are you still alive?
How did you find me?
I'm your brother. Since we share the same blood, I can find you anywhere you tried to hide.
My brother charged up an immense attack, and if I didn't move out of the way, I'd be toast. Thankfully, I could feel that with my new form, I'd finally be able to fly. Just as the attack would have connected, I flew out of the way and took off into the sky. My brother launched several attacks in my direction, but Angie and I were able to avoid them.
Go ahead and run, brother. I will find you.
I knew he wasn't lying, so I needed to prepare. Angie and I decided to build a base to defend from any surprise attacks, and found a nice patch of land we could call home. We quickly got to work building an ancient-looking temple, perfect for a snake god like me. I used blocks such as terracotta, chiseled redstone, and waxed cut copper to add some trim around the pyramid. Angie, of course, got a room of her own. Before long, the temple was done. I looked upon my creation, and it was good. Before I could rest, I heard shouting off in the distance, so I went to investigate. On days 18 through 21, I made my way over to the source of the shouting, only to find my brother's men holding a group of fish people hostage.
Please, we're a peaceful people. Let us go.
No can do. The God of Darkness has plans for you, fishy.
I had no idea what my brother's plan was for them, and I wasn't about to find out. I charged into battle, using my newly unlocked godly powers, but I couldn't perform any advanced spells yet. Despite their numbers, the fight was pretty even, and I was even gaining the edge.
Call for backup.
One of the guards called for backup, so I knew it was only a matter of time before I was surrounded. I used the last chance to break the fish people out from their captivity, hoping they could help me.
Thank you so much. We are forever in your debt.
Just as he finished his sentence, my brother's reinforcements arrived. I was outnumbered. There was no way I could take on that many of them.
Quickly, follow us.
The fish people took off running, and I followed closely behind. On days 22 through 25, I was following close behind the fish people, while being chased by reinforcements. There wasn't much land left for us to keep keep running. I didn't know what we were gonna do.
Come on, this way.
He led us to a body of water, and we all jumped in. I can breathe underwater? Cool! Luckily, I was a god, so I had water breathing. After a while, it seemed like we lost the reinforcements that were trailing us. I continued to follow closely behind the fish people until we swam through a crevice.
Welcome to our home.
The fish people lived in some kind of underwater camp. It was run down with oxidized copper and not even enough space for all of them. Why do you guys live down here? Don't you have an ancient city or something?
Our great city is under control to one of the God of Darkness's generals. We need your help to reclaim it.
I thought about it and remembered the last time I faced a general, I got stronger. If I could defeat another one, I could gain their godly essence for myself. All right, let's do it. During days 26 to 28, one of the fish people led me to their city. When we arrived, the place was in ruin, and there was a statue in honor of the God of Darkness. It was still being built by the captured fish people.
I've had enough with all this tyranny.
I began my infiltration. There were guard sharks swimming around, and I did my best to evade them. There looked to be too many for me to take on all at once. I'm almost to the entrance. Just gotta hide in the seaweeds. As I was approaching the entrance to the city, I noticed one of the sharks picking on a fish person. I knew I had to intervene, even if it meant blowing up my cover. Pick on someone your own size.
And who do you think you are?
Your worst nightmare, the snake god. The shark darted forward in the water, aiming at me with its powerful jaws. And then I was able to retaliate by shooting it with my godly bow and holy arrows. The shark definitely packed a punch, but with a one-on-one fight, it was no match for me. As I thought I was winning the battle, the sound of our fighting had attracted more sharks to our location. I was outnumbered, but I knew I was stronger. Come on, is that all you got? I won't give up that easily. It was looking grim for me. The sharks just kept coming. I thought this was the end. For the days of 29 to 32, a group of fish people intervened in my fight.
Go on, Bronzo. Continue after the general and we will hold off his guards.
Thank you. I won't forget this. With the sharks now distracted, I swam as fast as I could through the rest of the city until I got to the very heart. Waiting in the center was my brother's sea general.
So, Bronzo, the little snake god has appeared. The god of darkness mentioned you might be paying me a visit.
So my brother warned you about me. That means he sees me as a threat.
More like an inconvenience.
Yeah, right. I'm giving you one chance to surrender the city, or else.
Or else what?
I'll have to take it back from you by force.
Oh, I'd like to see you try. Let me show you what true force is.
The sea general reared back, then charged at me. This guy was fast. He was also definitely way better suited for the water than I was. He was able to harness it in ways that I never even dreamed of. He dragged me in with whirlpools and launched currents of water at me. Then would snap at me with his giant fangs. I wasn't helpless though. Thanks to all of my godly powers, I shot arrow after arrow at the serpent and whittled away at his health. It was a tough fight, tougher than any other battle I had come up against before. I was down to my last few hearts, and just as I was beginning to think I might not come out on top, I landed one more hit on the sea general. That wiped him out.
So, it seems that I have been bested.
The city is no longer yours.
Perhaps not. But watch your back, snake god. Vengeance will seek you out.
As the sea general died, I gained his godly essence and became stronger. I had 10 more hearts, and I was able to use the godly dragon head power that I only been able to use once before. Whoa, this is awesome! With no more time to waste, I rushed back to help the fish people. On days 33 through 35, I saw the fish people and the sharks battling it out. This battle looks neck and neck. I should probably go help them. As quickly as I could, I rushed over to assist the fish people in the battle. With my new dragon head power, I was a lot stronger, and I managed to defeat the sharks with ease. Those sharks were no match for me.
Thank you, Snake God, for helping us reclaim our city. This isn't much, but I want you to have this to show our appreciation.
He then tossed over some snakeskin armor. Hey, this is great! I'll be able to defend myself a lot better now. Thanks! I then made my way back to the surface. After some traveling, I got back to the beach, only to stumble upon my brother standing right in front of me.
You've stirred up enough trouble, brother. It's past time I took care of you.
He then charged up an attack and let loose, spewing flame and smashing everything with his massive claws. Uh-oh, this isn't good! His powerful attack struck me over and over until I was left in a blaze of fire. The heat was too much for me to handle. In mere moments, everything went black. During days 36 to 39, I woke up in some sort of sky arena. There were crowds of creatures watching me. What's going on? Suddenly, the cave guardian from earlier dropped into the arena.
Looks like we meet again.
Immediately, the Molten Knight began attacking me, dealing lots of damage. His fiery blast felt like the power of 1,000 suns against my skin. The crowd cheered. It was almost like they were against me. Look, you don't want to mess with me. I've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we battled.
Stop yapping and start fighting.
I used my newfound strength and powers to fight back. With my arrows, snake god head, and holy divine power, I pushed back against the might of the giant beast. The guardian was just as impressive as I remembered, summoning waves of heat and attacking at me with its sword recklessly. I had grown a lot since the last time I faced him though, and within minutes, I had him on his last legs. With only one last attack, I defeated the guardian once and for all. Take that! No one beats the snake god! The crowd began to boo at me. I was right in my previous guess that they were against me. Don't boo me! Aren't you entertained? I headed towards the exit as some in the crowd threw snowballs at me. I then jumped from the sky arena down to the ground floor. Tough crowd. On days 40 to 43, I returned to my base to resupply and heal up. Whew, that was more difficult than I expected it to be. When I got there, I noticed a lot of the fish people were at my base.
Oh, Snake God, we have spoken to one another and decided we wish to serve you. Please take these offerings from the sea. Surely they will be to your liking.
Oh wow, this is a lot. Thank you. As I accepted their offerings, I felt my scrapes and bruises heal up as I was restored to full power. I hereby accept you as my people. Let me build you a place in my home. I immediately got to work making the fish people an area they could live in. I made sure to make it aquatic themed so they would feel comfortable. After I finished building, Angie came up to me.
You see how much good this did for you? You need to find more followers. The more a god has, the more powerful they can become.
That sounds like my plan of action then. With that in mind, I set off to search for anyone willing to dedicate their services to the snake god. On days 44 to 46, I had been wandering around the desert searching for new followers to join me. While traveling through the desert, I heard an explosion and screams in the distance. What's that? I should probably go check it out. I followed the screams, and it led me to a desert village being attacked by fire mobs. Oh no, what's happening?
Please, someone help us, please.
I gotta help them. I rushed in with no hesitation and attacked. With my powerful strength, I quickly defeated the fire mobs. That was too easy. My brother's goons are nothing for me now.
Thank you for saving us.
Glad I could help. As I was talking to the villagers, a giant fire monster fell onto one of their buildings. He started shooting fireballs, striking the villagers, killing most of them. No! So you're the reason why this is all happening.
Yes, and you're next.
He then started to attack me. The general wasted no time in summoning meteors to rain down on me. They exploded with terrifying force, scattering fire and embers everywhere. Then he leaped up into the air and slammed down with his gigantic fists. I was able to attack back with my trusty godly bow. After what felt like hundreds of arrows, I readied the finishing attack, my awesome god snake head. I charged up and launched at him, and the fire general fell dead. After I absorbed the general's power, I gained 10 more hearts and a new power that emitted powerful beams of sound. From days 47 to 50, I checked in on the few surviving villagers. Are you okay? Is there any way I can help?
There's nothing left for us here.
How would you like to come back with me and stay at my base?
That would be fantastic. Pack up, guys. We're heading off with the snake god.
As we made our way back to the base, I heard a ghostly voice whisper to me. It seemed to be coming from a cave in the distance.
Bronzo.
Hey, you guys keep moving on. The base is just up ahead. I'm gonna go investigate something.
All right. See you soon.
As I got towards the cave, the voice kept beckoning me to come even closer.
Come to the cave.
I made my way to the entrance of the cave, and I could still hear the voice.
Bronzo.
I decided to continue further inside. On days 51 to 54, I traveled through the twisting tunnels of the cavern, which led me all the way to the underground dungeon. Wow, this place is huge! As I stepped into the dungeon, a snake spirit appeared in front of me.
Young snake god, the power to defeat the god of darkness can be obtained by completing this trial, should you wish to accept.
Consider it already done.
Very well, you may enter.
The gate that had been blocking disappeared, along with the Medusa, allowing me passage. I slithered in and began to make my way through the dungeon. Right off the bat, there were enemies that leapt out to attack me one after another. Who put all these skeletons here? I fought my way through them as I traveled through the dungeon, fending them off with my godly powers. There were archers, skeletons with swords, and ones who could even do magic. At last, I made it to what appeared to be the final chamber of the dungeon. There in front of a skull statue was the Lich King, ruler of the skeletons in this dungeon. I'm here for the power to defeat the god of darkness.
A little worm like you wishes to defeat the god of darkness. That really tickles my funny bone. What could a thing like you ever hope to achieve against someone like him? You're nothing.
I don't care what you say. I'm here for that power, and I'm not leaving without it. The Lich King's taunting had really upset me. Using my rage as fuel, I launched an epic volley of attacks at him. The Lich King would disappear and reappear behind me, only to slash at me with his giant scythe. That's fighting dirty. The Lich King then reared back, and from him, a wave of darkness emitted. I continued using all of the powers in my arsenal, including my newest roar ability. It took a lot out of me to fight this guy, but the Lich King finally perished. As I stood there relishing in my victory, the snake spirit from earlier appeared again.
Your anger makes you stronger. You must embrace it if you wish to defeat your brother.
But I don't want to rule with anger and fear. Then I'd be no better than my brother. The Medusa did not reply as she disappeared. With no one left to talk to, I left the dungeon and headed back to my base. On days 55 to 57, I was almost to my base when I encountered the villagers in an open field. Hey everyone, what happened? Why are you stopped?
We're so tired, and we don't have the energy to continue any further.
You know what? I'll build you all a home here. This seems like a nice place to settle down. I immediately went to work. There were a lot of villagers, so I figured that I might as well go ahead and make them an entire village. I put a lot of work into each house and the landscaping, so they wouldn't feel like they were missing anything from their old home. By the time I was done, the village looked perfect.
Thank you so much, Snake God. Please, take these offerings.
No, I can't accept that. I already have enough.
Then allow us to help you build an idol of yourself so that we may thank you.
That sounds a lot better. Let's do it. The villager and I got to building the statue. We started with the shape of my head as a base, then began to add the details with all different kinds of blocks. It was fortunate that the villagers had so much, and I had gathered plenty of cool things in my journey so far, because it really came in handy. We also made sure to make it super big, so that it would scare off any would-be attackers. The villagers needed a place to put all of their offerings to me, so I put out a place in the front of the statue mouth with lots of pots so they could store the items. There we are, all done.
This is wonderful. We'll take good care of it.
I was tired after all that work, and it left me wanting to take a nap. I figured where I was pretty safe, so I fell asleep right in front of my statue. On days 58 to 61, I had a nightmare. I was back in Olympus during the Great Siege. I revisited seeing my parents getting killed by my brother. No, not again! I won't let you get away with this, brother!
And how do you plan to do that?
I've grown stronger. I'm powerful enough to fight you.
Oh, really? All I see is my weak little brother.
Just then, I was transformed back into my smaller self. No! My powers!
Still think you can take me on, little brother?
I hate you! In a furious rage, I charged to attack my brother. To my surprise, I flew straight through him. He was just an illusion. I had heard the voice of someone laughing from above.
I can't believe you fell for that.
In an instant, I transformed back into my larger form, and the illusion began to dissipate. On day 62 to 64, I realized I was in a misty swamp. Not only that, I had been duped by someone. Who are you? Face me! There it was again. There was nothing but that laugh. As I looked around for the source of the laughter, I was attacked by a horde of zombies. Whoa, where did you come from? There were so many zombies, I used my godly bow and my snake god head to cut them down one by one. Eventually, I defeated the horde and continued into the swamp. The voice had to be coming from somewhere. Confirming my suspicions, only a little bit away was an enormous arena, and in the center was none other than the Amethyst General, the fourth general of the God of Darkness.
What's wrong, Bronzo? Not sleeping well?
You crossed the line. No one interrupts my nap time. The Amethyst General wasted no time in attacking me, shooting magical beams and trying to whack me with their scepter. I was quick to dodge out of the way and fire back with my godly bow and beams of energy. Next, it summoned some eyes on chains to chase after me, as well as some podiums that fueled their magical abilities. I went and broke them as fast as I could while still attacking the Amethyst General. In the end, despite all of the Amethyst General's magical effects, I was able to defeat them. That shows you not to mess with me. As they died, I absorbed their godly essence. It granted me 10 more hearts, as well as transformed me into my final form. Wow, look at me! I look awesome! It was at that point that the dreamscape began to crumble around me, and I realized I was waking up. On days 65 to 68, I woke up in front of my snake god statue. I was surrounded on all sides by my followers. Whoa, what's the occasion?
Snake God, we were concerned. You have been asleep for several days.
Well, I'm all good. Did anything happen while I was out?
Yes, in fact, some raiders came by, but they were scared off by the statue.
What? Stay here. I'll go take care of them right now.
Hang on, Bronzo.
What is it? These people need my help.
Jeez, I just found you. Can't you say hi? Now, listen to me. You still can't face your brother alone. We need more allies.
Fine. Who do you have in mind?
I think you should look for the craftsmen who live in the mountains. Their skill at forging armor and weapons will be vital for destroying the armies of darkness.
That sounds like a great idea. Thanks, Angie. I'll get right on it. With a new goal ahead of me, I headed off to the mountains. During days 69 to 72, I made my way towards the mountains through a thick forest. Eventually, the forest turned into a wasteland around some kind of lumber mill. Seeing the beautiful nature being destroyed filled me up with rage. I approached the lumberjack and demanded to know why they were destroying this place. Go on, explain yourself, or I'll hurt you.
Wait. The Dark Gods General ordered us to level this whole forest.
What do they need all that wood for?
Nothing. We've been ordered to burn it all.
I looked around and saw lumberjacks tossing logs into large bonfires. This is horrible. Where is the general?
Only the foreman would know that. They're in the mill.
Take me to them. I want to give them a piece of my mind. On days 73 to 75, I arrived to the mill. The inside was filled with bunches of logs and crates stacked into piles. The lumberjack I was with ran up to the foreman, pointed back to me, then quickly ran away. I'm gonna talk to him myself. You! I'm demanding right now that you cease all operations.
But I can't do that. The general would have my head.
Then tell me where this general is. Don't make me take your head instead.
Yes, right away. The general's base is in the mountains.
In the mountains where? Show me!
I would if I could. Please, I swear it. It's just that the general destroyed the bridge connecting the mountains, so I cannot travel there.
I felt an all-consuming rage overtake me. I was so upset that I began to destroy the mill with fire. Take me to the bridge now!
Of course, right away. Follow me.
On days 76 through 79, the foreman took me to the ruins of the bridge beside the mill. Why are you still taking orders from the general? Couldn't you just run away?
Some of my lumberjack friends are being held hostage across the bridge for misbehaving, according to the general. If we resist him, then he'll do the same to us.
Well, I'll make sure that doesn't happen to you, but only after you repair the bridge.
Yes, sir.
The foreman went to work repairing the broken bridge, just as I demanded. However, as they were working, some of the dwarf general's men arrived. Back off! I jumped into the fray to fight off the attackers. I fought off the dwarves with my powerful godly bow, but their cleric kept healing them. I set my sights on them instead, and took out their healer so I could deal with the rest of the army uninterrupted. I shot volleys of my godly arrows into the minions, and then used my roar soaring ability on them. They went flying off the side of the cliff into the chasm below. Bit by bit, I picked off the warriors, but they had me in numbers. I had to fight carefully, otherwise I could easily be overwhelmed. I fought with everything I had at my disposal, but there were still too many for me to win. I honed in all my powers and unleashed one final attack, killing the warriors all at once. By the time the final goon went down, the bridge was finally complete. Great job, Foreman.
Thanks, scary snake god.
Now go set your friends free. The foreman did as I said and freed the other lumberjacks, but they didn't run. In fact, they looked scared. What's wrong?
Please don't eat us. We'll do whatever you say. Tell us, what can we do to appease you?
Do not destroy any more of the forest. And someone, take me to the general's base. If both things are done, I will not eat you. On days 80 through 83, a lumberjack led me through the mountains. Eventually, we reached the outside of the general's base. It was a massive mine inside of a mountaintop. You know this is gonna get messy, right?
Oh, I know. I seen what the dwarf general's capable of.
I ventured inside of the mine and saw the 5th general.
Thank ye for slithering Timmy. I hate having to hunt down me prey.
Is that why you're cutting down the forest? Easier hunting?
Actually, it's to keep the lumberjacks tired and busy. Less trouble that way.
Well, you got some trouble today. The dwarf general was unlike any opponent I had faced. He wielded a shield and charged at me. I tried slithering around to dodge his attacks. He then welded a spear and threw it at me, dealing a good amount of damage. Then he smacked the ground, releasing flames around him. He also conjured up a sword and used it for spinning attacks and slashes. However, his arsenal of weapons was no match for my tough god snake skin.
You think you're better than me? I've seen ye strike more fear in those lumberjacks than I ever could.
Maybe because I'm a god and you're just a mere mortal. Finally, I destroyed the dwarf general, and with that, I gained a new godly power, the ability to harness the strength of the sun and create a beam.
We give up. We give up. Here. Take this dwarf forged armor as an offering.
I accept your surrender and your armor. Now join me and follow. I will build you a new home. On days 84 through 86, I had found a new spot to begin building the dwarfs a new home. One better than what the dwarf general gave them. I started by excavating the side of a mountain. Then I added some support beams all around so that the cave wouldn't collapse. And finally, I added some furniture all around so they could relax after working hard in the mines. Once I had finished making the area for the dwarves, one of the lumberjacks caught up to me.
This place is amazing. You're not so bad after all, Snake God. Could you maybe build us a home too?
Thank you, and I hope you can continue to spread the word. I've been getting somewhat of a bad reputation lately. I'm sure I can build you and your lumberjack friends a fancy log cabin out in the tundra.
That would be great.
I then traveled to the snowy Arctic and began building the cabin. I made sure to use lots of the wood that was chopped down from the other forest to conserve Mother Nature. I added rooms and even a fireplace to keep them warm in this cold weather.
Thank you so much, Snake God. Please take this offering.
Wow, thanks! A diamond axe! This is one of the best offerings I've gotten thus far. Although I had gotten so powerful by now, there was still one general to take out, and I was feeling confident on defeating them. As I was about to leave, Angie had found me again.
Bronzo, I just wanted to warn you that the next general is the nastiest of them all. You need to be careful.
How bad could they be? Just as I said that, there was a large explosion in the distance. I need to investigate that. On days 87 through 89, I arrived at a village that had been ruined. What happened here?
A horrible creature flew overhead and destroyed our village in a matter of seconds.
It must have been the general. Where did they go after?
They went in the sky.
Thank you. I made my way up to the sky and looked for the general. As I was flying, I saw a stronghold ahead in the distance. That must be where the general is. I headed over to the fortress to check it out. I explored the area and no one was around. While I was looking, I saw a note on the ground from the final general.
Unlike my allies that you took out, I will finish you off myself for good.
Once I had finished reading the note, I looked up and saw her goons flying around me. If I want to find the general, I have to fight their goons. On days 90 to 92, I fought off all the goons one by one. They were the toughest I've faced so far. I really had to dig down into my bag of moves to retaliate. I used my godly bow with my dragon attack. I also showed off my new sunbeam that incinerated the flying beast's armor. The goons would shoot poison at me and swirl around mid-fight to attack me. I managed to take them all out, except for one. I used this opportunity to interrogate them. Where is your general?
I ain't talking. You should just finish me off.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Wait, I was just bluffing.
Then talk.
She's at the headquarters just west of here.
Thanks for your cooperation, and good riddance. I then didn't keep my promise, and fired my sunbeam, killing the final goon instantly. Next, I flew west, and eventually I found the HQ. It wasn't hidden, but rather wide open, almost as if they wanted me to come. Great, I love traps. They never expect me to actually fall for them. I landed and looked around, but nobody was present. Come out, you coward! Suddenly, I was hit with a multitude of explosive attacks. What the heck is going on? During days 93 to 95, I was under attack. I couldn't figure out where all those explosions were coming from. You want some of me? Then come get some! Above me was a massive serpent in the sky, dropping explosives from above. The serpent looked angelic, like she was sent from the heavens. Who are you? Come down here and fight me! The Sky General circled around my head, like a hawk, stalking its prey. She was trying to intimidate me with her massive amounts of radiant power.
Can't you tell, you imbecile? I'm the Sky General, the strongest general in command.
What makes you so strong? Back down, or I'll make you regret it.
Go ahead and try it.
I unleashed an attack and tried to take the oversized general down. She was high in the sky, so my best bet was using ranged attacks to have a chance of landing a hit on her. I shot at her with my godly arrows to dwindle her health down bit by bit. All the while, the Sky General summoned powerful spikes from the sky to pierce through my scales. They dealt loads of damage, but I held on to life. I couldn't lose now! I retaliated with my son's blessing to scorch through her armor, but she hung on after the hit. No matter how many times I attacked her, the Sky General seemed prepared for all of it. I fought with all of my might, but they were incredibly strong. Neither side was giving in. You can't defeat me! I'm gonna fight until you're finished!
You foolish god! I haven't even shown you a fraction of my power! Take this!
Suddenly, the general fired a powerful attack. I tried to avoid it, but I wasn't fast enough. It hit me, and my whole body grew dizzy. What's going on? I can't focus on anything! I couldn't help but to succumb to their spell. Soon, I blacked out. On days 96 to 98, I found myself in my childhood home. I was at Olympus again as a baby, and next to me was my baby brother, the god of darkness. Where am I? And why am I so small? I looked around and noticed that our parents were standing before the both of us.
We are so proud of you, my sons. One day, you'll both be the gods of Olympus and rule this kingdom together.
I don't need Bronzo. I could rule this kingdom alone.
Now, son, you have to share the responsibilities with your brother. Together, Olympus will prosper.
No, I want all the power for myself. If you let me take it all, I can show you just how much better Olympus would be.
Watch your mouth. There is no way a god should treat his kingdom or family. Go to your room this instant and think about what you've said.
My brother left the room in a fit of rage. As I watched my brother walk away, he mumbled something.
I will show everyone how powerful I can become alone. I'll take all of the godly power for myself and make everyone bow down to me, the god of darkness.
Brother, wait! I rushed after him, hoping that I could stop this tyranny. But as I slithered closer, I was teleported into thin air. On day 99, I teleported into the mysterious end dimension. There was nothing around me but darkness for miles. And somehow, I was floating on air. This place is creepy. What's going on? I looked around, when out of nowhere, a massive figure walked in front of me. It was my brother, the god of darkness, but as a powerful adult.
Hello, Bronzo.
Brother, you don't have to do this. Why are you taking all of the power for yourself?
I don't need any help from the likes of you. Our parents spoke of unity, but they were wrong. All I need is more power, and I can rule this entire world single-handedly.
Please, you can still stop this, and we can rule together.
Quiet!
In a fit of rage, the god of darkness attacked. My brother blasted at me with his godly breath. I was blasted away by the sheer force of it all, and I was forced to run for my life. I would have tried to defend myself, but I was only a baby. Without my incredible power, his strength was too crushing to retaliate. I ran for my life, unsure of how or why I was in the void. Just then, I heard the voice of the Sky General echo through the realm.
wrong, Snake God? Are you scared?
Wait a second. All of this must be the work of the 6th General. This is all in my head. My courage caused me to transform back into my godly adult form, regaining all of my hearts and powers. Afterwards, my brother vanished into thin air. He was just an illusion made by the Sky General. I snapped back to reality to find myself with the Sky General like before.
No! My magic!
It'll take more than an illusion to stop me. I continued my battle with the Sky General, but this time I meant business. She rained down her godly projectiles onto me, and I evaded them with speed and grace. The nightmare she put me through only strengthened my resolve further. I was going to defeat her and stop the wrath of the God of Darkness, no matter what. I fired my attacks onto the Sky General with everything I had, and they seemed to do far more damage than before. The sleeping spell must have drained all of her energy, leaving her vulnerable for my counterattacks. I didn't let up. This was my chance for victory. Finally, I managed to bring the Sky General to her breaking point.
I may die here, but tomorrow, your brother will bring ruin to these lands.
Not if I have anything to say about it. I fired into her with one final blow, killing her while she flew. The Sky General died, and I gained her godly power, making me stronger than ever. And it felt like I lost all of my rage. Yes, I'm back to normal. Time to return to Olympus. On day 100, I took to the skies and returned to my home of Olympus. To my horror, my brother had changed the area to be corrupted by his dark energy. What did he do to this place? This has to end now. I swooped in and landed onto the cloud. There, my brother was already waiting for me.
So good to see you again, Bronzo. Do you like what I've done with the place?
Turn everything back to how it used to be, and maybe I'll consider sparing you.
Even after I took all of the godly power for myself, you still think you have a chance to stand against me?
I've gotten some power of my own. Have you been able to check in on your generals?
Those worthless swine, they were just more pawns. Clearly they underestimated you, but I won't make the same mistake. No amount of their power will save you.
I'm willing to take those chances. The two of us collided in the final battle. It was God versus God, brother versus brother, of who would claim Olympus. He started by flying super high in the air, and then flew down at me, stomping on the ground and making it shake beneath me. I knew then that he was not going to take it easy on me. I blasted my arrows at him so I could keep a good distance from him to evade his air attacks. As he flew through the air, I struck him with my powerful sun blessing, which dealt a great amount of damage and slowed him down. My brother was smart though. He knew I was trying to avoid his air attacks. He then blasted me with his powerful flames, dealing massive damage. I was on the ropes, but so was the God of Darkness. I put everything I had into my final attack and blasted my evil brother into oblivion. The skies cleared and the day was saved. With my brother gone, his dark power started to consume me. This energy started to cause me to become a shadow of my godly form. I was becoming a new type of snake. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby shadow viper in my viper colony. Suddenly, a massive portal ripped open from the ground and unleashed a giant fire knight onto our world.
I'm going to bathe this world in fire. This realm belongs to us now.
His army of vicious monsters raided the area, and my shadow viper brothers all ran for their lives as the enemy engulfed our home in flames. My people were being massacred left and right, and there was nothing I could do to help them. I ran through the battlefield in search of my mom. Luckily, I managed to find her among the chaos and ran to her side. Mom!
Bronzo, stay away from the flames. Shadow creatures like us are weak to them.
Out of nowhere, the Fire Knight appeared and scorched my mom with a powerful attack, leaving her fatally wounded. Mom, no!
Find your father. He'll know what to do.
My mom succumbed to her wounds and died before my very eyes, leaving only the Fire Knight looming over me.
Get him, men!
The Fire Knight's army closed in, and I slithered away as fast as I could. On day 2, I was being pursued by the Fire Knight's forces. I was only a baby, so fighting would be useless. I had to run if I wanted to survive. The army was closing in when I spotted a cave in the distance. Maybe I can take cover in there. I slithered inside, hoping my shadowy scales would be enough to conceal me in the darkness. The men walked in and began to look around for me.
Come out, wherever you are.
I felt like I was going to make it until they started to light fires all around me. My location was given away.
There you are.
That didn't go as planned. I took my chance and ran deeper into the cave as the goons followed after me. Unfortunately, I was soon met with a massive dead end. I didn't think it could get any worse until the wall blocking my way collapsed, revealing a powerful fire beast on the other side.
Nowhere to run, little viper.
How am I going to get out of this? On day 3, all of the Fire Knight's forces closed in on me. Back off! In a moment of desperation, my Shadow Viper powers were unleashed. I pushed back the enemies and realized I was now capable of defending myself. My pursuers weren't about to allow me a moment to acquaint myself with my new powers. The beast pounced onto me and slashed with razor-sharp claws. I used my shadow portal to teleport backwards to keep a relatively safe distance, because whenever the beast slammed his paws into the ground, a plume of fire erupted around him, damaging everything. The reckless fire beast in his sweeping attacks even took out his own men. It was a one-on-one fight now. I nimbly dodged and weaved through the destructive assault. My powers were strong, but I was still just a baby, and my greatest weakness was fire. I was no match for a beast of his size. Time for another plan. I reached deep within and blasted a powerful black hole attack that pinned him down and gave me a chance to flee through a nearby opening within the cave. How did I do that? When I made it to the other side, I was in a massive forest, being consumed by flames. The Fire Knight had already ravaged this place. I can't let any of this fire touch me, otherwise I'll take loads of damage. I began to carefully navigate the forest, trying to avoid the fires all around me. To my horror, I heard a massive roar come from behind me. I looked back and realized that the fire beast was hot on my tail. I sped things up and ran frantically through the forest as the beast came after me. The heat was incredible, and I was soon cornered by a wall of flames. There was nowhere for me to run. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I braced myself when suddenly the floor beneath me was broken and I fell into a hole. On days 4 through 5, I woke up in a strange underground tunnel system. There, a funny-looking rabbit was looming over me. Who are you?
Your worst nightmare!
To my shock, the bunny lunged at me. The strange bunny floated gracefully around the cage, which had become our battlefield. I tried to keep my distance with my shadow arrows, but he summoned a multitude of illusory duplicates, and I couldn't figure out which one was the real bunny. The tricksy rabbit closed the distance and hit me with a devastating uppercut. I retaliated using my shadow portals, but he was absolutely relentless. Jumping up and down, he slammed his nimble rabbit feet to the floor, trembling the ground beneath me. Using my shadow power, I tried to fend for myself, but his time shield really packed a punch. This guy was right. He is my worst nightmare. My health was too low from my previous encounters to stand a chance. He was far stronger than he looked, and I was forced to run through the tunnels. Despite the twists and turns of the maze-like tunnels, the phantom rabbit was waiting for me around every corner. I couldn't evade him.
I know these tunnels better than anyone else. You can't escape me.
Then I'll make my own way. I used my Shadow Viper powers to blast down one of the walls, revealing a new path. I didn't think twice and slithered down the mysterious tunnel. On days 6 through 7, the path led me to a separate room where countless Shadow Vipers were being kept in cages. There, I spotted my dad and rushed to his side. Dad! Mom told me to find you. What's happening?
There isn't much time. You must find the 6 sacred volcanoes and destroy them. If you don't, the Fire Knight will use them to harness more power and destroy everything we know.
Just then, the phantom rabbit teleported behind me. My blood ran cold, but I knew I was fast enough to escape him.
You're not escaping me!
He prepared to land the finishing blow on me, but my dad had other plans.
Leave my son alone!
My dad broke open his cage and lunged at the phantom rabbit in my defense. On days 8 through 9, my dad and the phantom rabbit were fighting each other in an epic battle. It was predator versus prey, and yet it was still anyone's game. I didn't know if my dad's shadow powers would overcome the nimble movements of the phantom rabbit.
Hurry, Bronzo! I've got this!
Thanks, Dad! I took my dad's word and ran away while he kept our foe busy. I made it back outside and discovered I was now in front of the first sacred volcano. Smoke was seeping from the top of the massive mountain, and I knew there wasn't much time before it was going to blow. I have to stop it before this place erupts! Suddenly, the fire beast jumped in front of me.
You can't get away from me!
I didn't have time to waste with this guy. I evaded him and began to scale up the side of the volcano. He followed me close behind until the two of us reached the peak. I was cornered between the molten lava center of the volcano and the fire beast.
There's nowhere to run.
The monster lunged at me, knocking me into the volcano towards my fiery doom. On days 10 through 11, I landed inside of the volcano on a platform surrounded by lava. If fire was bad for shadow creatures, I don't want to know what lava would do. The volcano trembled and the walls began to pour out columns of hot magma. It was getting dangerously close to erupting. Before I could find a way out, the phantom rabbit dropped down in front of me. What do you want?
Us rabbits are tired of being prey. I'm going to kill you and let the Fire Knight destroy your kind.
He attacked me once again, but my dad came in to protect me.
You're not killing my son! Bronzo, take this!
My dad handed me multiple empowered TNT to use on my journey. Unfortunately, the exchange left him vulnerable.
Time to die!
The phantom rabbit got a sneak attack on my dad, knocking him over the edge of the platform and into the lava below. He died instantly. Dad, no! I felt rage consume me. I turned towards the bunny without thinking and unleashed everything I had onto him. On days 12 through 14, I was fighting off the phantom rabbit to avenge my fallen father. The timely hare hopped and leaped towards me, but I was ready to hit him with bolts of shadowy energy. Just as he brought one of his furry fists down to clock me, I teleported out of the way. The rabbit used his phantom clones to aid in his defense and attack me from multiple angles. While I was distracted by the clones, he moved right up to me in a blink of an eye and launched me into the air with a powerful strike from his time shield. My opponent was clever and knew the perfect time to hit me with his attacks. It had become clear to me that I had foolishly taken on a battle I couldn't win. I was going to have to think of something soon or die trying.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Just then, I spotted incoming lava pouring in from above. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. I took my chance and knocked the rabbit backwards into the lava, causing him to burn to death in a fiery liquid. Suddenly, a sensation came over me. My body grew larger, and my teeth became sharper. I was now endowed in powerful silver armor, making me an adult shadow viper with 5 additional hearts. I feel incredible. The volcano trembled violently once again. I was running out of time. I need to destroy this place before it blows. I planted down one of the TNTs my dad gave me, but before I could light it, the Fire Knight was seen overhead.
You're not getting away with this.
The knight rained fire down onto me from above. On days 15 through 17, the Fire Knight's attack fell down onto me and accidentally ignited the TNT. This place is gonna blow! The countdown had begun. I climbed my way out of the volcano right before the entire mountain exploded into pieces. I watched as the fiery mountain tore itself apart while debris flew all around it. The Fire Knight emerged from the rubble, his flames hotter than before from his rage. Looks like you played into my hands, if I had any.
You'll pay for this! I'll stop at nothing until you're dead! Get him, Fire Beast!
The monster lunged at me once again, obeying his master. I'm not afraid of you. I began to fight with the fire beast, putting my new adult viper powers to the test. The beast charged at me with fiery fury. He exploded into the air and came down in a flaming crescendo of embers, scorching the earth as he made impact. I used my shadow portal to slow him down a little, giving me time to blast my shadow rings at him. But he used his searing claws, causing flames to surround my body. This wasn't wasn't good. The flames could burn away the shadows. I dosed the flames and retaliated with a new attack from the sky, pelting the beast with a flurry of shadow bolts. I thought I had this battle in the bag until the Fire Knight joined the beast's side to aid him in battle. He summoned little imps onto the battlefield to dwindle my health even further. His fiery sword was hard to dodge as he swung it with immense strength. I attempted to keep them at bay by using my black hole ability, but they quickly broke free and continued their onslaught. The flaming knight stomped the ground, sending me flying backward and making me take instant fall damage. On top of everything, my opponent would continuously light me on fire, burning my shadowy skin instantly. Although I was much stronger now, with the support of the Fire Knight, the Fire Beast was unstoppable. I was no match for the two of them. Just as things were looking grim, a little Enderman teleported in and grabbed me. He then teleported us away to an unknown location. On days 18 through 20, I was teleported to the end with my captor. Surrounding us were a group of menacing Endermen who didn't look to be the happiest. Their home was in ruin and covered in flames from a recent attack. I didn't understand what had happened here. Hi?
Kill that Shadow Viper! Your people will pay for what they've stolen.
The horde of Endermen attacked us with everything they had. I braced myself while the little Enderman ran around in a frenzy. The Endermen moved as a unit, surrounding me until I could barely see. They screeched in rage and attacked relentlessly, and I could barely fight back. My only choice was to keep running and do my best to avoid their attacks. I used my shadow powers to keep them at bay, but they were relentless and continued to attack me. If I stared into their eyes, they would become even more enraged. So I kept my distance and maneuvered around as much as I could. The little Endermen kept running from our foes, avoiding their hits as well. Although I was strong, their numbers were crushing. It was me against the entire village. What did I do? I didn't steal anything.
Hang on.
The little Enderman grabbed a hold of me once again and teleported the two of us away from the mayhem. On days 21 to 23, in an unexpected turn of events, I found myself teleported into a house alongside a strange Enderman. My confusion was evident. Who are you?
I'm Ethan, and I need your help. The Fire Knight has framed the Shadow Vipers for stealing our sacred Chorus Eye.
Why would he do that?
To gain access to our volcano. You need to restore peace between the clans before it's too late.
However, our conversation was abruptly interrupted as a section of Ethan's house was torn apart, revealing an army of Endermen on the other side. This situation had taken a dangerous turn, as one of them declared with a menacing tone,
"Found you."
Thinking quickly, Ethan teleported us both behind the mob, allowing us to escape from the house. As I fled, Ethan took a stand to buy us time, facing off against the pursuing Endermen. Eventually, the army overtook Ethan, and he was forced to be their captive. I couldn't ignore the dire situation he faced, the sense of responsibility urging me forward. I can't leave him like that. I have to save him. With determination guiding my actions, I resolved to follow behind the captors, maintaining a careful distance to ensure I remained unnoticed. On days 24 to 26, as I reached the colossal palace within the end, the gravity of the situation was intense. The Enderman led Ethan through the imposing entrance, but the sight that met my eyes was a chilling one. The palace seemed to be teeming with guards. An eerie aura surrounded the place. I'm gonna have to make myself not seen. With stealth as my ally, I cautiously ventured into the palace, every movement calculated to avoid detection. My heart raced as I slipped past the guards, my shadowy nature allowing me to blend into the darkness whenever necessary. In one close call, I narrowly avoid being spotted by a guard, swiftly retaliating into a concealed corner to evade their gaze. I can't be careless. As I progressed deeper into the palace, a sense of foreboding settled over me. The room I entered was grand, but oddly deserted, its emptiness raising questions within me. What is this place? Suddenly, the door behind me slammed shut, sealing my fate in an unexpected twist. In an instant, a monstrous creature descended before me. The realization that I had fallen into a trap hit me with a sinking feeling. On days 27 to 29, I was cornered with nowhere to flee. I squared off against the monstrous creature, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Immediately, the monster hurled motes of poison and fire to test out my endurance. This was going to prove to be a fierce and unrelenting battle. I shot back with my void arrows. They packed a good punch against this creature, but I needed to go all out. Summoning forth my power, I stood my ground and fired a barrage of void rays. They came out in rapid succession, slamming into the monster with bursts of energy. The monster roared and retaliated with slicing blade attacks that ate away at my health. Regardless, I fought on, using my skill at my disposal. The fight felt like it went on for an eternity, but I knew I had the win secured. Finally, with a well-placed black hole, I managed to defeat the beast. This viper has fangs. However, my relief was short-lived as a colossal Enderman king teleported onto his throne. With an air of authority, I approached him.
Not bad for a shadow viper, but I'm afraid this is the end of the line for you.
I think there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't steal your sacred chorus eye.
Liar, you'll pay for your crimes.
Before I could react, the massive Enderman King leaped down from his throne, delivering a devastating blow that left me reeling. Darkness closed in as the impact sent me into unconsciousness, the world around me fading away in the wake of the brutal strike. On days 30 to 32, I was slowly regaining consciousness, finding myself inside a prison cell alongside my friend Ethan. Our dire situation was unmistakable. We were suspended above the menacing volcano of the end, surrounded by a watchful crowd of Endermen. Ethan's voice reached me, carrying a mixture of concern and urgency.
You're finally awake! We're going to be dropped into the volcano!
Can you teleport us out of here?
No can do. This cage is enchanted with a protection spell.
Desperation spurred me to action, and I channeled my powers. The cage's enchantment allowed me to break through the floor, revealing a deadly drop below.
I have an idea, but it's risky. I'll hand you a special item that you can use to escape. It's a teleportation device. You'll fall down and escape in the final seconds before becoming toast.
It's dangerous, but we have to try. With a determined nod and with his guidance, I jumped through the hole in the cage's floor. And then, with the Ender Soul hand in my grasp, I teleported to the surface in a split second.
Get out, man!
On days 33 to 35, I was confronted by the relentless army of Enderman guards. I knew that a direct fight against their overwhelming numbers was a losing proposition. I needed a different approach, a strategy that would allow me to contain them without engaging in a futile battle. My eyes fell upon an empty cage lying on the ground, and inspiration struck. Hey, over here! Leveraging on my new teleportation powers, I led the guards on a cleverly orchestrated chase. As they followed my lead, I eventually guided them to the open cage. With precision and timing, I shut the cage's door, effectively trapping the Enderman guards inside.
No!
Without hesitation, I teleported to Ethan's cage, but it turned out that he had already escaped, while all the other Endermen were distracted by me. How'd you get out?
I did the same thing you did.
We teleported to a safe area, but our victory was short-lived as the fire beast descended before us.
Your journey ends here.
In a tragic turn of events, the fire beast wounded Ethan before my eyes. The fury and determination that surged through me were overwhelming. No! You'll pay for that! With an unwavering resolve, I charged into battle against the fire beast, knowing that this encounter would test every ounce of my strength, every lesson I had learned, and all of my power I had gained through my journey. On days 36 to 38, I engaged in a fierce battle with the fire beast. I fought with every ounce of strength I possessed. The clash was intense, but the newfound power of my Ender Hand gave me an edge. Blow after blow, we exchanged attacks in a titanic struggle. The beast lunged at me, teeth gnashing. Its claws were so large, It looked like a single one could tear me to shreds. I had to defend Ethan though, so I put every ounce of my strength into the battle. I fired void shot after void shot at the fire beast, each hit biting into his tough hide and making it just a little weaker. When the fire beast got too close, I would use my new ender hand to teleport behind him or use my special black hole ability to keep him away. He roared and shot blasts of fire in my direction. I knew I had him on the ropes. Just a little more and we would be done. Finally, with a powerful strike, I managed to defeat the fire beast. As he fell, he dropped the precious sacred chorus eye. The triumph was short-lived as my transformation into my third form marked a new chapter of power with 5 additional hearts and a new ability, a shadow ball shot from my tail. I was ready to face any challenge that came my way.
The beast had our artifact. The Fire Knight lied to us. We won't stand for this any longer. Men, destroy this volcano.
In an astonishing move, the Endermen lined the volcano's rim with explosives and detonated them, obliterating the source of the chaos that had plagued them. But as the Fire Knight appeared, it was clear that the confrontation was far from over.
You just had a grave lapse in judgment, Ender King. I think you'll find my judgment to be sound. I'll see about that.
The Fire Knight began terrorizing the Endermen, unleashing their powerful fury abilities upon them.
I'll protect my people, return to the overworld, and stop his evil deeds.
The two parties clashed, while Ethan took the opportunity to catch up with me.
Come with me!
I followed Ethan to an end portal, but to our surprise, before we could hop in, an ender scent stopped us. On days 39 to 41, the X-shaped entity launched an attack on me, leaving me with no time to spare. The impending threat of the Fire Knight's pursuit was too dire to ignore. Ethan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, selflessly intervened.
Go on without me! I'll distract this guy!
Ethan engaged the Ender Scent, diverting its attention away from the portal. With the tension escalating, I wasted no time and hurled myself through the portal, leaving Ethan behind to face the unknown adversary. However, my arrival was far from what I anticipated. Instead of finding myself within a stronghold, as I expected, I emerged in an underwater environment. Panic set in as I realized the immediate need for air. I gotta breathe quick! As I swam upwards in a desperate attempt to reach the surface, a sudden attack from a sea monster caught me off guard. Fighting to fend off the creature, while struggling against the suffocating water, I found myself in a dire predicament. The combined damage from the sea monster's assault and the drowning pressure pushed me to my limits. With every ounce of strength, I fought to stay afloat, knowing that the stakes were impossibly high. I can't hold on much longer! Despite my efforts, darkness encroached upon my vision, and as my strength waned, my consciousness began to fade. On days 42 to 44, I found myself in a heavenly realm. A sense of disorientation and wonder overcame me. Where am I? In front of me, a profound sight met my gaze. My parents stood before me. The emotions welled up within me, and I spoke with a mixture of relief and concern. Mom! Dad! Am I dead?
Fear not. This is merely a dream. You are alive in the real world.
We are here to give you a warning.
What is it?
Something evil lies in the depths of the ocean. Something the Fire Knight will surely take advantage of.
The depths? But where is that?
Sorry, our time is running out. We believe in you, Bronzo.
In a heartbeat, their presence dissolved into a dreamlike atmosphere, and a wave of discomfort surged over me. On days 45 to 47, I came to my senses within an underwater sanctuary and full health. I found myself inexplicably alive and well. A sense of bewilderment overcame me as I questioned a newfound ability of mine. How am I breathing underwater? Shouldn't I be dead? Abruptly, a water spirit materialized before me, offering an explanation for this extraordinary circumstance.
Yes, but I saved you. There isn't much time. I need you to eliminate the evil that lies in these oceans.
What evil? Before I could fully comprehend the gravity of her words, the sea monster that had confronted me earlier crashed inside the temple, unleashing a resounding roar that reverberated through the underwater expanse. In a fierce clash, the sea monster engaged me with the water spirit in a relentless battle. Despite our combined efforts, the creature's strength seemed intense, and we struggled to gain the upper hand. Amid the chaos, the water spirit made a courageous decision.
I'll keep this beast at bay. Go to the trenches. You'll find your answers there.
Empowered by her determination to hold off the sea monster, I knew that time was of the essence. Following her guidance, I swam deeper into the underwater world, embarking on a journey into the mysterious trenches that held the key to understanding the malevolent forces lurking beneath the ocean's surface. As I swam deeper into the dark trenches, the world around me was illuminated by the soft glow of my scales. The trench's obscurity was alleviated by the faint light, revealing the way ahead. Within this mysterious abyss, I stumbled upon a sight that stirred both curiosity and concern. A dormant volcano accompanied by an underwater lab. My thoughts voided my suspicions. This has the Fire Knight written all over it. Intrigued by the prospect of uncovering the truth, I ventured into the lab, and to my astonishment, the interior was filled with air, a stark contrast to the underwater environment that surrounded it. Moving cautiously, I navigated through the building, my serpentine form allowing me to maneuver effortlessly. As I explored further, a remarkable discovery awaited me, a colossal mutant suspended within a test tube. The presence of this peculiar creature raised a host of questions within me. What is the Fire Knight scheming? However, my investigations took an unexpected turn as the sound of approaching footsteps reached my ears. Swiftly concealing myself, I watched as two of the underlings walked in to talk. With a blend of curiosity and caution, I eavesdropped, hoping to uncover some important information.
Soon we'll bring the volcano to the surface and allow our master to harness its power.
What? However, my presence was not unnoticed. Suddenly, the goon turned towards me. His eyes locked onto mine, and the blaring of alarms signaled my unfortunate discovery.
Who goes there?
I had been seen, and the unsettling sound of alarms only heightened the urgency of my situation. On days 51 to 53, I was being chased through the lab facility by the Fire Knight's men. It wasn't easy. There were goons around every corner that I turned. I was surrounded. Excuse me! I used my power to blast through them, to create a path for myself, and keep trucking along. Finally, after a bit of maneuvering, I found the exit. Unfortunately, there was a guard who blocked my escape. Get out of my way! You don't want to die here.
Try me.
I'm warning you, my fangs are dangerous.
Danger is a part of the job. I'll see my duties through.
Fine, you asked for it. The guards slithered at me, their bladed hands looking sharp and dangerous. They were fast and relentless, charging through every attack I shot at them. More guards poured in, and I shot out a black hole power to draw them into one spot, so I would have a clear shot at all of them. Once they were bunched up, I hurled as many shadow balls as I could. Many of them died, but others were still standing and coming at me again. I was running out of time. The other guards were closing in on me. It was now or never to finish this fight. After a while, I defeated the guards, and I booked it before any of the others could catch up to me. That was close, a little too close. Suddenly, the water spirit appeared before me.
Things are more dire than you think.
Huh? What do you mean by that? Just in the blink of an eye, everything around us began to shake violently, as if there was a massive earthquake above us. That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. Go, take a look.
I swam to the surface to investigate the rumbling. On days 54 to 56, I made it to the surface to find the once dormant volcano looming over me. The machine had brought it to the surface, just like the goon had said. Oh no, their plan is working! Just then, the Fire Knight came out of the volcano.
What's the matter, little Shadow Viper? I think it's time to show you who the Apex Mob really is.
With the sound of his ringing voice, he called into being a nightmarish demonic entity.
Good luck with this battle. Who am I kidding? Even with luck, you'll be flattened in moments. See you never.
Without a second glance, he walked away, like I'm gonna let this stop me. The beast growled angrily and charged. With swift strikes, I slithered swiftly around the monster, trying to dodge as many attacks as I could. In the wake of such ferocity, I had to calculate each of my movements carefully. I knew if this thing landed a solid attack on me, I would be toast. I used my shadow power to try and destroy the abomination. I thought I had won the battle, but suddenly, more monsters appeared. They were tough, and despite my thoughtful movements, the flames were eating my strength away, bit by bit. Fire was my weakness after all. I don't know if I can take much more. This might be the end. Before I gave in to the power of the monsters, though, I heard a familiar voice.
No, keep fighting. I'm here to help.
With renewed vigor and the water spirit's assistance, we struck down the monsters. Our combined attacks were too much for them to bear. They were pushed back and then seemed to give in. Finally, there was only one left. What's so funny? We just beat you.
Beat me? I did what I needed to do. I just had to buy the scientists some time. The real boss is coming now.
With one last breath, the monster died.
That can't be good.
I think I agree with you. Just then, the mutant from the lab sprang out of the water and leapt at me, looking every bit as ferocious as ever. On days 57 to 59, I fought the mutant. They were a fierce opponent, but I knew I couldn't back down now. He was far stronger than the other goon I faced. On top of that, I was still worn down from the previous battle. With the water spirit by my side, I braced myself as the massive mutant charged at me, shield in hand. Its attacks were heavy, and each move was accompanied by flames. The water spirit slithered around us, moving just quick enough to avoid his attacks. I used all my shadow power to try and stop it, but things weren't looking good. As we were in the midst of battle, the water spirit got fatally wounded. No! Are you okay?
I can't hold on much longer. Please protect this ocean for me.
I'll do everything in my power. Just in the moment, the water spirit passed away from their wounds. It was just me and the mutant. I was now fighting with everything I had and carrying the water spirit's last wish. No matter what I did, I couldn't overpower the beast. Time is almost out. The volcano is going to erupt. I charged in recklessly and tried to finish him off before time ran out. The large beast then hit me when I was off guard, and before I knew it, I blacked out, not remembering a single thing that happened afterwards. On days 60 to 62, I woke up trapped inside of a cage, not knowing where I was. Come on, I need to get out of here. Using my shadow powers, I tried to blast my way through the surface of the cage, but it seemed to be made out of some hyper-strong material because nothing worked. There was no escape. No, it can't end like this. I was about to lose hope, but a memory resurfaced in my mind of my dad. He had given me TNT. I had almost forgotten. This might blast me away too, but I have to try. It's a better fate than the alternative. Carefully, I placed the TNT and set it off. I braced myself as the bars exploded. There was a huge rumble, and I knew the volcano had erupted as well. The sheer force of both powers knocked me into unconsciousness. A short time later, I woke up in the rubble. Everything around me was destroyed, but as I checked myself over, I realized I had 5 more hearts. Whoa! I guess destroying the volcano made me stronger. As I sat there celebrating my escape, a strange melody reached my ears. Huh? What could that be? I decided to follow it. Without another glance at the rubble behind me, I set off in its direction. On days 63 to 66, I followed the melody until I arrived in a desert biome. When I reached the source of the sound, there was a strange old man. Whoa, that song is enchanting. The old man didn't answer me and kept playing on. I slithered closer, and suddenly the ground crumbled beneath me. I fell and passed out shortly after. When I regained consciousness, I was inside of a cage with a for sale sign in front of me. What the? Where am I?
Ah, you're awake. Shadow vipers are rare, so you'll be worth a good amount of money.
I'm not for sale. Really? I'm only worth 1 diamond? Come on. I could be worth at least 10.
Quiet! I just need to find a buyer. The highest bid will do just fine for me to live on without having to work another day.
I know another way to get rich. Just let me out and I can help.
Tell me first and I might consider letting you go out of this prison.
The Fire Knight has loads of treasures, and they're stolen, so you would be doing a good deed by stealing them back.
The Fire Knight? Are you mad? I would be foolish to try and steal from their treasure. I'd be burnt to a crisp. Anyways, does it look like I care about good or bad? I have you locked up in a cage.
That's it. I'm done being the nice guy. With a pent-up rage, I broke out of the cage. But the charmer began playing his melody again, stopping me in my tracks.
Nuh-uh-uh. You can't escape my song.
Suddenly, a marauder came out and attacked the snake charmer, breaking me out of the trance.
Run!
On days 67 to 70, I fled with the marauder and took cover from the snake charmer. Just who is that guy?
He's been capturing all rare mobs in this area for profit. All my friends were kidnapped thanks to him.
What? That's horrible. Let me help you save them.
You would do that? Thank you so much. Now, come with me.
The marauder led me to a zoo, where all the creatures were being held captive. The cage they were stuck in looked ridiculously awful, and the whole area was being patrolled by zookeepers. I can't let those guys see me. With my shadowy scales, I slunk around the zoo grounds, being mindful of the keepers of this place. I didn't know what would happen if they spotted me, and I didn't want to find out. Eventually, I made it to the cage where all the captive friends were being held. Unfortunately, I heard a zookeeper exclaim behind me,
"Stop right there!"
Oh no, they saw me! On days 71 to 74, I was being attacked by the zookeepers. Looking at the sheer amount of zookeepers attacking me, the odds weren't stacked in my favor. I was nothing if not resilient though. I fought back with everything I had, my fangs and my shadow powers. Slowly, the tides of the battle began to turn as the zookeepers went down, one by one. Yeah, I think I've got this one in the bag. And I sure did, until the snake charmer arrived.
I heard my little shadow viper was causing some trouble. Little snake, you'll pay for this.
You again! Your music won't work on me this time.
Oh, but I don't think I'll be depending on my musical abilities to stun you. Instead, I will use them to kill you.
The snake charmer strummed on his harp, and swirling magical music notes began to swirl around him, protecting the snake charmer. I knew I was toast if I let him continue with his music for too long, so I unleashed my most powerful attacks at once. I hit him with a barrage of shadow pulses, then teleported behind him to get a clean shot at his back. Unfortunately, this snake charmer was perceptive. He immediately noticed and summoned an angel that strummed on its own harp and healed him for every bit of damage I had dealt. Quickly, I was beginning to realize that this snake charmer was way too strong. There was no way for me to win. I need backup. Quick as an arrow, I turned to the cage and broke it open, freeing the animals. Charge! Without question, the animals ran in to help me. On days 75 to 77, all of the animals charged in to help me fight the snake charmer. The animals surged toward with a sense of purpose. Not only were they fighting for their freedom, but also to take revenge on the one that imprisoned them. The snake charmer was practically covered in animals as they swarmed around him, attacking him with ferocious bites and fierce claws. He didn't stand a chance. Thanks to my new allies and our combined effort, we were able to take the snake charmer down. He died with one last scream. With the snake charmer dead, I took the group of animals and reunited them with their friends.
Thank you so much for everything, Mr. Shadow Viper. Take this as a show of my gratitude.
They handed me a full set of diamond armor to help me along on my journey. It would be really useful. This is great. Thanks.
No problem. I think you could really benefit from this. At least more than I could. I'm a slowpoke.
Just then, one of the animals that I saved came up to me.
The snake charmer dropped this when we defeated him. I think you should have a look.
What is it?
I'm not sure. I never learned how to read, so it's just all gibberish to me.
Hand it over. I'll take a look. The animal tossed me a letter. What does this say? Thank you for capturing so many rare creatures for me. Meet me at the desert volcano to complete our transaction. Signed, the Fire Knight. What? He's gonna be waiting in the desert volcano. I better head there and land a surprise attack.
Good luck. You got this.
Thanks, guys. See ya. On days 78 to 80, I arrived at the desert volcano to see that the Fire Knight was already waiting for me there, just as I planned. He'll never see me coming. I snuck behind the Fire Knight and charged up a Shadow Ball attack. Take this! I shot at the Fire Knight, but to my horror, he dodged my attack at the last moment.
You really thought you could sneak up on me? You're going down.
Flaming embers following the trail his blade created. In a flurry of flames, little minions came to his aid, immediately lighting me ablaze. My attacks did little to slow him down. It seemed like nothing I did could hurt him. My shadow powers had served me well so far, but they were no match for the power of the Fire Knight. I was on the brink of death.
Any last words?
Suddenly, my friends from before appeared again.
Leave him alone!
The creatures I had assisted in the zoo had come to help me. On days 81 to 82, the creatures and the Fire Knight were duking it out while I was recovering from the battle.
Destroy the volcano while you have the chance!
On it! I didn't hesitate to follow the sloth's order. I placed down a bunch of TNT and managed to blow up the entire place. With that, I gained 5 more hearts and new powers. Time to put these new abilities to the test. I jumped back into the fray to help my buddies. Even with my new powers and their combined strengths, the Fire Knight was still too much. I used my arcane devastation, chains, and even my shadow powers, but the Fire Knight shrugged them off like it was nothing. The power that the volcanoes gave him was incredible. He slashed and hacked at me and my friends, cutting through us like twigs. Eventually, the Fire Knight drew back, his sword raised.
That's it! I've had enough of you all!
Suddenly, the Fire Knight landed a devastating blow onto the creatures, killing them almost instantly. No! I received some of the blast, leaving me with a deadly burn effect. I was taking damage over time, similar to that of poison.
You'll never find a cure to your burn after what I've done to the ice biome. Have fun dying a slow and painful death.
I didn't even have enough strength to talk back. The Fire Knight walked off, and I was left alone, in extreme pain. What did he do to the ice biome? I better check it out. On days 83 to 84, I arrived at the snowy biome, only to find that the once beautiful glaciers and snowy mountains were overrun with lava. As a result, ice was melting everywhere, and the native creatures looked like they were suffering greatly. This is awful. The Fire Knight has already taken over everything. As I was checking out the environment, the Fire Knight's goons arrived.
Looks like Shadow Viper's on the menu tonight, boys.
Not if I get to you first. The Fire Knight's goons swarmed me, leaping towards me left and right, shooting fire at me, and landing never-ending punches. My abilities could only hold them off for so long before they came charging back towards me. I used everything I could, but felt myself quickly getting exhausted. Things were looking terrible. Normally, I knew I would win a fight like this, but my burn was making my health drop more quickly than normal. With my health sapped the way it was, there was no way I could get out of this one alive. It was time to cut my losses. I dashed away, slithering as fast as my serpentine body could carry me. As I fled, I spotted a cave. It was the perfect place to take cover. Quickly, I ducked inside. I peeked out to see if the goons had followed me, but as I did, I heard a low growling from behind me. Uh-oh. I turned around and realized I was face to face with an ice golem. On days 85 to 86, the ice golem attacked me. The glacial creature roared, demonstrating the might of its fury. The ice golem fought fiercely, blasting ice toward me in a near constant stream of attacks. I fought back and took as many blows as I could, but since I was weakened from fighting the Fire Knight and his goons, I was beginning to feel like this fight wasn't going to go my way. Ow! This burn is going to kill me!
Hang on. Did you say burn?
Abruptly, they stopped attacking. Wait, what's going on? I thought you wanted to smash me into a pulp.
Ah, nonsense. Anyone who hates the Fire Knight is a friend of mine. A burn could show me that much. Let me help you.
The ice golem handed me some food to restore my health, but it was unable to cure my burn. This thing just won't give up.
Looks like you got you good. If you could get the frost plant though, I could guarantee you could be cured. I'm afraid that nasty volcano has been preventing it from brewing though.
That settles it. I'll just have to destroy the volcano.
Very well, but be careful. The place is overrun with the Fire Knight's men.
Got it. Thanks for the warning. With my burn still aching, I set off toward the volcano. On days 87 to 88, I arrived at the volcano to find it crawling with the Fire Knight's goons, just as the ice golem had warned. Not only that though, the volcano was pouring lava out all over the biome. Wait, this has to be the source of all the lava. If I destroy the volcano, I can heal my burn and save the creatures here. First thing was first though, I had to get information. I slung through the shadows until I got close enough to a few goons to hear what they were saying.
Yes, everything is going as planned.
It's wonderful, right? Once the Fire Knight reaches his full power, all of the ice mobs will be melted away, just like those nasty shadow vipers.
I know, disgusting. I'm so glad they're all dead. Aside from that one guy, obviously. I bet he'll bite the dust soon enough though.
I felt the rage grow inside of me and at their blatant disrespect of my family, but I couldn't do anything. Otherwise, I would give away my location. I slithered stealthily toward the volcano until finally I found a spot where I was able to plant the TNT. Okay, here goes nothing. Just as I was about to place the TNT down, I heard a growl behind me. I turned around to find that there was a fireborn baron looming over me. On days 89 to 90, I was spotted by the leader of the guards.
Looks like we've got ourselves a little spy.
I'm no spy. I'm here to put an end to the Fire Knight's tyranny.
Ha ha ha! How impertinent. Tell me, how do you plan on doing that? Is it with that measly TNT?
I got that from my dad, and it's made short work of other volcanoes. This one won't be any different.
Is that so? Ha ha! Well, in that case, it's time to put you in your place.
The leader of the guard wasted no time attacking me, swinging at me with fearsome strength. His blows were accompanied by blasts of flame directly towards me. Just like his master, the Fire Knight, I defended myself as best as I could, but I was already feeling weak from only a few attacks. Just like with the goons earlier, my health was not doing well. I couldn't win with this burn, so I devised another plan. Here goes nothing! I planted the TNT and lit it. Then I proceeded to run for my life as the volcano exploded right behind me. No way he could have survived that, right? Suddenly, the leader came out from the rubble I had caused.
You insolent little worm! I'll have your head for that.
As best as I could, I braced myself for impact. On days 91 to 92, I was faced once again with the leader of the guard. He charged at me full of rage. Despite his changed appearance, he was just as strong as before, and even more angry. I shot at him with my shadow powers and my arcane devastation, but that only seemed to slow him down, not stop him. Although he took heavy damage from the explosion, he wasn't giving in. Come on, just die already.
No, you die. I will live to fulfill my duties.
I was in low health, but out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a mysterious plant. This has to be the frost plant. I ran up to it and chomped it down, hoping something would happen, and to my surprise, my burn was cured, and I gained 5 hearts, as well as a new power. Time for round 2, bucko.
You measly string bean. Not even a plant will save you from me.
With my newly restored hearts, plus some new ones, I felt myself growing confident as I aimed my attacks at the leader of the guards. He wasn't going to give up, however, taking blow after blow like it was nothing, until slowly I saw him start to get weaker. At last, with one final blow, I watched him fall to the ground, defeated, but not without consequences. Out of nowhere, the sky began to grow dark, and an ominous shadow blotted out the sky above me. Glancing up, I realized it was none other than the Fire Knight himself. Ah, no! Here we go again! On days 93 to 94, I was face to face with my arch nemesis, the Fire Knight.
So, we meet again. You've been a real pain in my neck, haven't you?
And I'll continue to be until you stop your plans.
As if I would ever do such a thing. I've come this far, and the fruits of my labor are nearly within reach. Only a few more days, and all will be one.
Do you really think you can win? I've thwarted your plans at every turn in the road. Every volcano you've had is gone, aside from one. I only need to destroy this last annoyance, and then you're done for.
That hardly matters. The 6th and final volcano is the most powerful one of them all. Not only is it under my complete control, but it has more than enough energy to scorch this dreadful earth to a charred crisp. If I was truly worried, I could have stopped you at any time I wanted.
No way! You're bluffing!
You wish I was. In 5 days, little Shadow Viper, this entire world will be reduced to nothing but ash at the bottom of my feet. You've been an entertaining worm so far, but I do believe our time together is far past over.
I'm not going to let you get away with this. I'll stop you. Just you wait.
We'll see about that. Toodaloo, Shadow Viper. I hope to never see you again.
Still laughing, the Fire Knight summoned a portal and darted through it. Oh no, you don't. Without hesitation, I followed him through. On days 95 to 96, I arrived on the other side of the portal to find myself in the nether. This is a Shadow Viper's worst nightmare. The heat was overwhelming for me, and suddenly my health began to sap away. I rushed back to the overworld before I would die. Without something to protect me, I won't last very long there. Just then, Ethan appeared in front of me. Ethan, you're okay.
Of course I am. What about you, though? You look like you need help.
I've made so much progress, but the heat is a killer. I can hardly withstand it. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I think I know what I can do to help you. I'm really good at crafting things. If I can get my hands on the rare uranium ore, I can forge you some armor that will let you endure the sweltering heat of the nether.
Really? That's exactly what I need. Where can I find this ingot?
Well, that's the thing. It's super rare. So the best thing to do is just mine until you come across it. And trust me, you'll know it when you see it. Think you're up for the challenge?
Leave it to me. I began navigating my way through the caves and mining all the ore I could find until finally I came across a large cavern. It was the biggest one I'd ever laid eyes on. Must be around here somewhere. This is the best place I've found yet. Luckily for me, I was right. The ore was waiting for me right there. Sitting in the cluster was the shiniest, greenest hunk of uranium ore I'd ever seen. Too easy. I reached over to grab it, but I was ambushed by a swarm of gargoyles. I knew it was too good to be true. On days 97 to 98, I fought off the swarm of gargoyles. The ghoulish foes were ruthless, but I had gotten way too far to just give up now. I fought back with ferocity, spurred on by the thought of all my achievements. The gargoyles flew around my head, making it hard to see. I swung blindly at them, sending blasts of my shadow powers toward them to clear them out of the way. They shot at me with blazing fireballs, and I had to work hard to avoid them. The gargoyles fell quickly, but what they lacked in health, they made up for in numbers. Finally, with one last venomous chomp, the last gargoyle fell to the ground and died. Yes! Now for the ingot. I grabbed the uranium ore that I had spotted before the fight. This would be the key to my final battle. I could feel it in my bones. Time to get this back to Ethan. I slithered as fast as I could back to my friend and handed over the prize.
Thanks, buddy. I'll start working on this right away. Just hang tight for me.
After a long, restless night, Ethan approached me with the armor I needed.
It was no easy task, but it's done. What do you do now?
You should know better than anyone, Ethan. Duty calls. Fire Knight, here I come. On day 99, I returned to the nether with my new armor equipped. This is awesome! Thanks to Ethan's handiwork, I no longer take damage from the heat. There was no time to waste. Tomorrow, the Fire Knight will have completed his plans, so I set out to find them. I walked through the nether until I spotted the volcano in the distance. It wasn't hard to miss. I sprinted to the base and shouted out, "Show yourself, Fire Knight!" The Fire Knight answered my cry and marched over to me.
Looks like you've got some new toys to endure the heat. It doesn't matter. You're too late. I've nearly gathered enough energy to scorch everything. Say your final goodbyes to everything you ever loved, because soon it'll be naught but ashes.
Taunt me all you want. I'm going to show you what happens when you mess with the Shadow Vipers.
Very well. Just because you seem like you want it so badly, I'll show you the true might of the Fire Knight. Brace yourself, worm, because I'll not be as forgiving as I have been before. In fact, I believe I'll celebrate my victory early and take your head.
With the stomp of his boots, the Fire Knight dashed toward me, swooping for the final battle. On day 100, I began my final encounter with the Fire Knight. As I engaged in combat with him, I darted around his blows, with the experience of every fight I'd had leading the way. Despite my preparations, the Fire Knight was by far the toughest opponent I'd faced. His strength overweighed everything else I had ever fought by an incredible degree. It was no wonder he'd gotten so far in his evil schemes. With him endangering the world with his firing blaze though, I knew just how much was at stake. I had to give it my all. With a screech, he swung at me with his massive sword, his attacks full of hatred and rage, his blows knocking me backwards and wreathed me in flame. But that wouldn't stop me. Just when I thought he was close to being defeated, he crouched down and a ring of fire exploded out from him. When he got back up, he had regained some of his armor. If I wanted to defeat him, I would have to use my brain, not just my powers. I began to hatch a plan. I couldn't win while he was harnessing the power of the volcano. There had to be another way. Here goes nothing! I used my last remaining piece of TNT and braced myself for the worst. Just as I hoped, the volcano exploded into nothingness.
No! My power!
Now's my chance! While the Fire Knight was at his last point, I landed a finishing blow.